Welcome, dear friends, to this evening's enchanting tale, set against the soft glow of the cozy fireplace. We're so grateful you've chosen to spend your spring night with us. As you settle in, wrapped in warmth, allow the gentle narration to carry you away. Tonight, let's embrace relaxation and drift into gentle dreams, as our stories transport you to magical and peaceful places. Story 1. In a quiet corner of the world, nestled between the whispering pines and a murmuring brook, there lived a quiet soul named Linden. His cottage stood small and humble, with a thatched roof that collected starlight and windows that held the dawn like precious gems. Linden moved through his days with a gentle uncertainty, as if he were a note in a song not yet written, a color waiting to be mixed on a palette. He felt in the deepest part of himself that he was incomplete, a puzzle with a piece perpetually missing. The land around his cottage was as subdued as he was. The garden, which should have been a riot of color and life, was instead a tapestry woven in muted threads. The greens were soft, the browns earthy and deep, but there were no vibrant blooms, no daring splashes of gold or crimson. It was a garden of potential, asleep under a blanket of quiet longing. Linden's own changes began not with a dramatic event, but with a subtle, physical manifestation of his inner world. One morning, as he stood by his window watching the dew cling to spiderwebs, he noticed a faint, shimmering dust on his fingertips. It was not like ordinary dust. It caught the light in strange ways, shifting from silver to pale gold depending on how he turned his hand. When he brushed his fingers against the leaves of a sleeping rose bush, the leaves seemed to sigh, and a single, tightly furled bud showed a hint of peach-colored petal at its very tip. He did not understand it. It was beautiful, yes, but it was strange. It felt like a secret he was keeping from himself. Days turned into weeks, and the shimmer on his skin became more pronounced. Sometimes, when he felt a flicker of contentment, while sipping chamomile tea as rain pattered on the roof, or when he successfully mended a wobbly chair leg, the dust would glow with a soft, internal light. Tiny, almost invisible motes of it would drift from his hands and settle on the earth. And wherever they landed, the soil would darken, becoming rich and fragrant, as if inviting something to grow. It was during one of these quiet moments, as Linden knelt in his garden, worrying a clump of soil between his luminous fingers, that he met the mentor he did not know he needed. "That is very fine earth you have there," a voice said, warm and crinkly like old paper. Linden looked up to see an elderly woman standing at his garden gate. She was not tall, and she leaned on a walking stick carved with intricate patterns of vines and berries. Her eyes were the color of a twilight sky, and they held a deep, patient knowing. She wore a cloak the color of moss after a rain, and in a basket over her arm she carried an assortment of seed packets, trowels, and what looked like a cocoon, silvery and dormant. "It seems eager," Linden said, unsure of how else to describe the fertile patch he'd been unconsciously nurturing. "The earth often reflects the gardener," she replied, opening the gate and stepping inside without a hint of intrusion. She moved as if she belonged there, as if she had always been a part of the landscape. She introduced herself as Alara, a traveler who helped gardens remember their songs. She did not ask about the shimmer on his hands. She merely observed it with a gentle, approving nod. This was the first of her timely appearances. She became a quiet constant, arriving not with grand pronouncements, but with simple, profound gifts of wisdom, always when Linden's confusion was at its peak. Under her guidance, Linden began to see his garden not as a failure, but as a canvas. His changes, his shimmering dust, were not a curse or a oddity, but a gift. Alara taught him that the most magical gardens are not grown from magic spells, but from magic moments, from patience, attention, and the courage to feel deeply. "Every feeling is a seed, Linden," she told him one afternoon as they sat shelling peas on his cottage step. "Some are seeds of joy, some of sorrow. Some are seeds of confidence, and others of fear. You cannot choose which seeds you are given, but you can choose which to plant, and you can learn to tend them all. Linden took her words to heart. He began a gentle, deliberate practice of tending to his inner landscape, and he watched, awestruck, as his outer world began to respond. His first small victory came with a feeling of simple pride. He had built a small, elegant birdhouse from scrap wood, carving a tiny oak leaf into its door. As he stood back to admire his work, a genuine, unforced smile touched his lips. The shimmer on his hands pulsed with a warm, amber light, and the motes that drifted down settled around the base of a dormant lilac bush. The very next morning, the bush, which had been barren for years, was covered in tiny, green buds. It was not a full bloom, but it was a promise. It was a beginning. Alara appeared that day with a small, velvet pouch. For the soil around the lilac, she said. Inside was a mixture of crushed eggshells and coffee grounds. A little extra strength for a friend finding its courage. Linden's journey was not a straight path. There were days when old anxieties, like stubborn weeds, would creep back in. On one such day, a gray, drizzly afternoon, he felt the familiar weight of uncertainty. He worried that his changes were too slow, that he would never truly blossom. The shimmer on his skin turned a dull, leaden gray, and the garden seemed to hunch in on itself, the colors washing out to a monochrome palette of gloom. It was then that Alara appeared, holding a small, plain pot filled with dark soil. A lesson in patience, she said softly. She pressed a single, unassuming seed into his palm. It was small and brown, no different from 1,000 others. This is a moonpetal seed. It will not sprout for you until you have learned to wait for it without desperation. It feeds on peaceful acceptance. Linden planted the seed with care, placing the pot on his windowsill. He watered it when the soil was dry, and he made a point of simply looking at it each day, not with yearning, but with a quiet faith. He was learning to trust the process, the invisible work happening beneath the surface. It was his own personal cocoon, a vessel of silent, patient transformation. As the seasons turned, so did Linden. His small victories accumulated like treasures. A moment of shared laughter with a neighbor caused a patch of forget-me-nots to sprout in a perfect, blue circle. The day he finally mastered a complicated loaf of sourdough bread, his hands glowed with a sunny, yellow light, and a sunflower stretched toward the sky, its face a mirror of his accomplishment. The garden was becoming a biography of his emotional growth, each bloom a chapter of a fear faced, a joy embraced, a lesson learned. The shimmer on his skin was no longer a source of confusion, but a part of him, a beautiful, external map of his internal world. It changed with his understanding. When he finally grasped why a certain memory had pained him for so long, the dust swirled with soft, violet hues. When he felt a deep, abiding connection to the sleeping world on a winter's night, it sparkled with the clean, white light of stars. One evening, as the first fireflies of summer began to blink their coded messages in the twilight, Alara came to him. She did not carry her basket of tools, and her expression was one of serene completion. "The garden sings its own song now, Linden," she said, her voice full of pride. "And you are its composer. My work here is done." Linden felt a pang of sadness, but it was gentle, like the closing of a beloved book. He understood. A mentor's greatest gift is to become unnecessary. "The moon petal," he said, remembering the seed on his windowsill. Alara smiled. "Look." He turned. There in the pot, a slender green shoot had broken through the soil. At its tip was a bud, wrapped in silvery sepals that gleamed in the fading light. It was on the verge of blooming. Alara placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. The finale of one story is always the beginning of the next. You have learned to tend your own garden. Now you can help others tend theirs. With a final warm look, she turned and walked down the path, her moss-colored cloak blending into the shadows beneath the trees, until she was simply a part of the night. Linden stood alone in his garden, but he did not feel lonely. He felt whole. The air was thick with the scent of jasmine and damp earth. His garden was no longer a place of muted potential. It was a symphony of color and life. Roses climbed the cottage walls in cascades of pink and cream, lavender bushes hummed with bees, and the lilac bush was a magnificent cloud of fragrant purple. He walked to the windowsill and looked at the moon petal. As the moon rose, full and luminous, its silver light spilled into the room. The bud began to tremble. Slowly, gracefully, it unfurled. The petals were not white, but a living, breathing silver, and they seemed to be woven from moonlight itself. At its center glowed a soft, golden light, pulsing gently, in rhythm with his own calm heartbeat. He did not feel transformed, but rather fully revealed. The cocoon had not been a prison, but a protection, a sacred space where he could gather the strength to become himself. The seed had not been dormant, but dreaming of what it could be. Linden sat in his chair by the window, the moon petal glowing beside him, his garden sleeping peacefully under the starlight. He felt a deep, resonant comfort. Change was not something to be feared, but a natural, beautiful process, as inevitable and gentle as the turning of the seasons or the slow, patient unfurling of a petal. His story was not ending here, in this quiet, perfect moment. It was simply pausing, taking a soft, deep breath before turning the page to a brand new chapter. Story 2. Deep within the whispering woods, where the moon held court and stars embroidered the velvet sky, there existed a forest so ancient that its roots remembered the first rainfall. Here, the boundary between the waking world and dreams grew thin, and magic was as common as the dew that jeweled the spiderwebs each morning. The creatures who called this place home were the children of the night, moving with a quiet grace that respected the slumber of the day-dwellers. Our story begins with a young hedgehog named Pip, whose quills were the color of chestnuts and whose nose was perpetually twitching with curiosity. Pip was a creature of routine, spending his evenings trundling along familiar paths, nibbling on beetles and listening to the gentle gossip of the earth. But lately a strange restlessness had settled in his heart. The familiar seemed dull, and the deep, shadowed parts of the woods, which he had always been taught to avoid, called to him with a silent, persistent song. One evening, as a full moon rose like a great silver pearl, casting the forest in a monochrome glow, Pip found himself at the edge of a starlit clearing he had never seen before. In its center stood a tree, so immense it seemed to hold up the sky. This was the grandmother willow, her bark gnarled with the wisdom of 1,000 seasons, her long, silver leaves trailing in the soft night air like tears. She was the eldest of the forest, and it was said she understood the secret language of all things, the slow, deep thoughts of stones, the laughing chatter of streams, and the whispered secrets of the wind. Pip hesitated, his small claws digging into the soft, cool moss. A gentle sound like rain from a cloudless sky filled the air. It was the sound of the willow's leaves brushing against one another, a soothing, rustling melody. "Do not be afraid, little one," a voice murmured, not in his ears, but directly in his mind. It was a voice like the shifting of continents, patient and profound. It was the grandmother willow. "Your heart is loud with questions. The forest has heard them." Pip took a tentative step forward. "I feel lost," he confessed, his own voice a small squeak in the vast quiet. "Everything is the same, yet I feel different." "That is the way of growth," the willow whispered, her leaves sighing in sympathy. "When the seed feels the tightness of its shell, it knows it is time to seek the sun. Your shell is feeling tight, Pip. You are ready to listen." "Listen to what?" Pip asked, bewildered. "To what you have always heard, but never understood." A single silvery leaf detached from a low-hanging branch and drifted down, landing softly on Pip's head. "Take this, it will help you hear the world as it truly is." As the leaf touched him, a gentle warmth spread from the crown of his head down to the very tips of his claws. The world around him did not change, but his perception of it shifted entirely. The babbling of the nearby stream, which had always been background noise, now formed into distinct, joyful words. Over the smooth stones, around the twisted roots, singing to the ferns, dancing to the stars, the water chuckled. Pip blinked in wonder. He turned to a large, moss-covered stone that sat at the water's edge. He pressed his ear against its cool, damp surface and heard a low, humming vibration, a deep and steady rhythm that spoke of patience and permanence. "Wait," the stone seemed to hum. "All things come in their own time. The sun will rise because it must. The seasons will turn because they remember how." Just then a soft patter began, a gentle rainfall that kissed the leaves without a sound of thunder. Each drop was a tiny drumbeat on the broad leaves of the ferns, a plink on the surface of the stream, a whisper on the moss. It was a natural symphony of the most soothing kind, and Pip felt his restless heart begin to calm. From the canopy above, a great horned owl descended on silent wings, landing on a branch of the grandmother willow. His name was Alistair, and his feathers were the color of bark and shadow. His eyes, great golden orbs, held the light of countless moons. "The rain speaks of cleansing," Alistair said, his voice a soft, resonant hoot. "It washes away the dust of yesterday, just as a good night's sleep washes away the worries of the day. You are not lost, little Pip. You are merely between paths." "But how do I find the new one?" Pip asked, looking from the wise owl to the ancient tree. "You do not find it," Alistair replied, preening a feather on his wing. "You grow into it, follow the lights. They will guide you to what you need to see." Pip looked around, and for the first time, he noticed the bioluminescent wonders that bloomed in the rain. Tiny fungi on fallen logs began to pulse with a soft, greenish light, like scattered emeralds. Glowworms, awakened by the moisture, threaded their blue radiance through the grass, creating pathways of cold fire. The entire forest floor was alight with a silent, magical celebration. Trusting the owl's guidance, Pip began to follow one of the shimmering blue trails. It led him away from the clearing, deeper into the heart of the woods. The path was lined with ferns that curled protectively, their undersides glowing with a faint, ethereal silver. The air was filled with the scent of wet earth, decaying leaves, and the sweet, almost honey-like fragrance of night-blooming flowers. The trail ended at the base of a small, rocky outcrop. There, nestled in a crevice, was a single, perfect flower. Its petals were a luminous white, and from its center emanated a soft, pulsing light that beat in time with Pip's own heart. It was the moonshadow bloom, a flower of legend that was said to only appear to those who were truly seeking. As Pip gazed at it, he felt a profound sense of peace. This was what his restlessness had been about. Not to find a new place, but to see the magic that had always been there. The flower wasn't the answer, but a reminder that beauty and wonder exist in the quiet, hidden moments. He sat there for a long time, listening. He heard the wind weaving through the pine needles, a hushed, whistling lullaby. He heard the stream's constant, reassuring chatter far behind him. He heard the deep, slumbering breath of the stones. He was not a separate creature in the forest. He was a part of its great, breathing, dreaming whole. The rain softened to a drizzle and then ceased. The clouds parted and the moon's silver light poured down, illuminating the glistening world. Pip saw that the moonshadow bloom was beginning to close, its light dimming. It was not dying, it was resting, storing its magic for another night. He understood then. The forest had its cycles, just as he did. There was a time for exploration and a time for rest. A time for noise and a time for quiet. His restlessness was simply the season of exploration beginning within him. it was natural, and it was good. With a heart full of newfound wisdom, Pip turned and made his way back to the clearing. Alistair the owl was still there, and the grandmother Willow's leaves rustled in a gentle greeting. You listened, the tree's voice murmured in his mind. And you heard. I heard that I belong, Pip said, his voice steady and sure. And that it's okay to feel the turning of my own seasons. Alistair gave a soft, approving hoot. Remember this feeling, little one, when the world feels too loud or too quiet, when you feel lost between who you were and who you are becoming, come and listen to the rain on the leaves. Remember the language of the stones, follow the glow of the fungi. The forest will always speak to you if you are still enough to hear it. Pip nodded, the silvery leaf still resting on his head. He was tired, but it was a good, deep tiredness, the kind that promised a peaceful sleep and a bright awakening. He bid the wise elders good night and began his journey home, his path now illuminated not by anxiety, but by the gentle, guiding light of the moon and the soft, pulsating glow of the forest floor. He curled up in his cozy burrow under the roots of a friendly oak, the scent of damp earth and his own contentment lulling him to sleep. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, the stream continued its endless song, and the stars kept their silent watch over the whispering woods. All was as it should be, a perfect, peaceful symphony of the night, a story without end, waiting to be listened to by anyone with a quiet heart and a willing ear. Story 3. The rain fell in soft silver threads against the window pane, a gentle percussion that accompanied the crackle and hiss of the fire in the hearth. In the small, book-lined cottage, a young woman named Anya felt a familiar restlessness. It was a feeling of being unmoored, as if she were a leaf adrift on a wide, unknown river. She was sorting through a cedar chest that had belonged to her grandmother, a task she had put off for months. The scent of dried lavender and old wood rose to meet her, a perfume of times long past. Her fingers, seeking warmth, brushed against something wrapped in faded velvet. She drew it out, a quilt, but unlike any she had ever seen. It was not a patchwork of colorful squares, but a tapestry of deep indigo and silver thread, embroidered with a map of the night sky. Constellations she recognized, Orion's bold belt, the patient curve of Ursa Major, were connected by swirling, silvery lines to smaller, unfamiliar clusters of stars. In the very center was a single 8-pointed star, stitched with thread that seemed to hold a faint, internal luminescence. It was cold to the touch, yet as she unfolded it and laid it across her lap, a deep, resonating warmth began to seep into her bones. That night, wrapped in the celestial quilt, Anya dreamed. She was standing in the same cottage, but it was filled with the scent of baking bread and damp earth. A woman with hair the color of winter moonlight was sitting by the fire, her needle flashing as she worked on the very quilt Anya now slept under. She was humming a tune, a simple, haunting melody that felt as old as the hills. Anya tried to speak, but her voice was stolen by the wind that sighed through the cracks in the dream cottage walls. The woman looked up not at Anya but through her, her eyes the color of a twilight sky. She spoke in a voice like rustling leaves. Remember the stories, child. The roots run deep. Anya awoke with a start, the melody still echoing in her mind. The words, remember the stories, felt etched upon her heart. The quilt was warm and heavy around her. She traced the 8-pointed star with her finger, and a fragment of a lullaby, one her grandmother had sung to her when she was very small, surfaced from the depths of her memory. Sleep, little one, the stars are your blanket. The moon keeps her watch through the night. Dream of the paths that your forebears have walked, and wake to the dawn's gentle light. She had not thought of that song in 20 years. Now it felt like a key turning in a long-locked door. The next day she examined the quilt with fresh eyes. Tucked into the hem she found a small, tightly rolled scroll. Unfurling it carefully, she discovered it was a key, written in a spidery, elegant hand, identifying the constellations. Next to the central eight-pointed star were the words, "The Hearthstone Star. It marks the beginning and the end of the journey." Anya's grandmother had been a quiet, practical woman, a gardener and a baker. She had never spoken of star maps or ancestral journeys. This quilt spoke of a different lineage, a more mystical heritage that felt both alien and intimately familiar. That feeling of being adrift intensified, now mixed with a sharp, pulling curiosity. That evening she fell asleep with the quilt wrapped around her, the key held in her hand, and the lullaby on her lips. Her dream was different this time. She was no longer in the cottage, but standing on a windswept hill under a sky ablaze with more stars than she had ever seen. The air was cold and clean. The woman from the first dream was there, older now, her face lined with wisdom and sorrow. She was not alone. A man stood beside her, his hand resting on her shoulder. He had kind eyes and the bearing of a storyteller. "It is time for the telling," the woman said, her voice carrying on the wind. "Sit, child of my child's child." Anya sat on the cool grass, and the man began to speak. His voice was deep and melodic, weaving a spell of words. "Long ago," he began, "our people were wanderers, not of land, but of stories. We were keepers of the veil, those who remembered the tales that bind the world together. We did not write them in books, for ink fades. We wove them into cloth, baked them into bread, sang them into the wind, and charted them on the stars." He pointed to the sky, to the constellation Anya knew as Cassiopeia. "See there, that is the Queen's sorrow. It tells of a ruler who lost her daughter to pride, and whose grief became a lesson in humility that watered the deserts of a forgotten kingdom." His finger moved to another cluster. "And that is the weaver's shuttle, a reminder that every action, every kind word, every act of creation adds a thread to the great tapestry of life." This was the first story within the story. Anya listened enthralled as he spoke of how their ancestors would gather on nights like this, and the star-teller, a role passed down through generations, would read the sky, recounting the epic tales of love, loss, courage, and folly that were encoded in the constellations. The quilt was not just a map, it was a storybook. Its purpose was a guide for the star-teller, a reminder of the narrative threads that connected each celestial body. "But a time came," the woman continued, her voice softening, "when the world grew louder. The old ways were forgotten, called superstition. My own mother was the last true star-teller in our direct line. She fell in love with a man from the city, a man of clocks and ledgers. He was a good man, but he had no patience for starry nonsense. To keep his love, she folded the quilt, silenced the songs, and became the practical woman you remember as your grandmother's mother." A profound sadness filled the woman's eyes. "It was my greatest regret. I thought I was choosing love, but I was severing a root. I hid the quilt away, and with it, I hid a part of our family's soul. The stories grew quiet, the connection frayed." Anya understood then. The restlessness she felt was the echo of that severed root, a story thread left dangling, waiting to be tied. The woman looked directly at Anya, her gaze piercing the veil of the dream. "The heritage does not live in the quilt, child," she whispered. "It lives in the telling, it lives in the remembering. The quilt is but a tool, a focus for a heart that is willing to listen." The dream faded, and Anya awoke with tears on her cheeks. The old regret of her great-grandmother was now a tangible weight in the room, but it was not a burden. It was an invitation. The misunderstanding that these traditions were mere superstition was gently resolving itself in her heart. They were not about magic, but about memory. They were about connection. She spent the following days in a quiet frenzy. She learned the constellations on the key by heart. She practiced the simple, haunting melody of the lullaby until she could hum it perfectly. She even found, tucked inside her grandmother's old recipe book, a recipe for starlight biscuits made with anise seed and honey, said to be baked for the telling gatherings. The rain returned a week later, another soft, persistent fall. That night, Anya did not go to her bed. She laid the quilt on the floor before the fire, its embroidered stars glowing in the flickering light. She lit a candle, and following an impulse she did not fully understand, she baked a batch of the Starlit biscuits. Their sweet, licorice-like scent filled the cottage, mingling with the wood smoke. She sat within the map of the quilt, a biscuit in her hand, and she began to hum the lullaby. Then, taking a deep breath, she looked up at the ceiling as if she could see through it to the sky beyond. She began to tell a story. It was not one of the grand epics from the dream. It was a simple story. The story of her grandmother teaching her to knead bread, her flour-dusted hands gentle and sure. The story of her mother reading to her by this very fireplace. She spoke of her own life, of small kindnesses she had given and received, of moments of courage she had found when she felt afraid. As she spoke, she traced the silvery lines on the quilt, connecting her own small stories to the greater constellations above. She felt a shift in the air, a settling. The restlessness that had plagued her was gone, replaced by a profound and solid peace. She was not a leaf on a river anymore. She was a tree, her roots drinking deeply from a well of memory she had only just discovered. She understood now. The heirloom was not the quilt itself, but the act of storytelling it inspired. The ancestral guides were not ghosts, but the living memory of love and experience passed down. The heritage was not a static thing to be possessed, but a continuous action, the action of remembrance, of weaving new stories into the old patterns. Wrapped in the quilt, full of warm biscuits and the quiet joy of connection, Anya leaned back against her sofa. The fire crackled its approval. She closed her eyes, not to dream, but to simply be. And as she drifted into a peaceful, dreamless sleep, the words of the lullaby, now wholly her own, circled in her mind like a gentle, comforting spell. Sleep, little one, the stars are your blanket. The moon keeps her watch through the night. Dream of the paths that your forebears have walked, and wake to the dawn's gentle light. The roots had been remembered. The story would continue. Story 4. The village of Stillwater was a place where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced together like sunbeams on a quiet stream. It was nestled in a gentle valley where the river moved so slowly it seemed almost to be dreaming, and the hills were soft and round like a giant's pillows. In Stillwater, the chiming of the old clock tower marked not just the hours, but the moods of the day, its deep bronze voice ringing out over cobbled lanes and mossy rooftops, a steady companion to the whisper of the wind through the willow trees and the gentle, rhythmic plinking of rain on broad laurel leaves. In this village lived a young woman named Anya, who mended clocks and tended the town's collection of ancient, whispering sundials. She noticed things others missed, the way a certain shadow fell at 3 o'clock precisely, or how the dew clung to a spiderweb in a pattern that mirrored the constellation of the swan. Her home was a small, cozy workshop that smelled of oiled brass and old paper, its shelves lined with timepieces whose soft, synchronized ticking was the heartbeat of the place. The peculiar happening began on a Tuesday, with the soft, persistent chime of the rain. Anya was polishing the face of a grandfather clock when old Master Hemlock, the stargazer, came in, his brow furrowed like a plowed field. "Anya," he said, his voice a low rumble, "the stars are going out." She paused, her cloth still on the glass. "Going out, sir." "Not all at once," he clarified, wringing water from his hat. "But one by one. Last night the little star at the tip of the teapot's spout, it simply vanished. The night before it was one of the gems from the crown, they're just disappearing from the sky." This was not a frightening thing, not a plunge into terrifying darkness, but a slow, quiet unraveling that filled the village with a puzzled sort of sorrow. The nights felt less sparkly, less complete. Conversations in the tavern, the gurgling brook, were hushed and speculative, accompanied by the comforting crackle of the fire. Anya decided to investigate. That evening she wrapped herself in a thick woolen shawl and sat on the bench outside her workshop, a notebook in her lap, watching the sky. The clock tower chimed 9, its notes clear and round in the damp air. Sure enough, as she watched the constellation of the Lyre, one of its smaller, fainter stars, the one that should have twinkled just above the brightest, flickered, dimmed, and was gone. It was as if a candle had been snuffed out by an unseen breath. The next day she went to see Master Hemlock in his observatory, a round stone tower covered in ivy. He showed her his charts, maps of the night sky drawn on vellum so old it felt like butterfly wings. "It makes no sense," he muttered, tracing a line of stars with a trembling finger. "There is no astronomical reason for this. It is a mystery." Anya's eyes, however, were drawn not to the stars he indicated, but to the margin of the oldest chart. There in faded ink was a tiny, handwritten nursery rhyme. "When the clock strikes without a sound, and silver tears soak the ground, find the key where light is bound, and what was lost shall once more be found." "What's this?" she asked. Master Hemlock peered at it. "Oh, that old thing, my great-grandfather scribbled it there. Just nonsense, I expect, children's verse." But Anya copied it neatly into her notebook. Nonsense, in her experience, often had a kernel of truth hidden inside it, like a seed in a ripe piece of fruit. Her first clue came from the rhyme's first line. "When the clock strikes without a sound." She thought of the town's clocks. Her own all kept perfect time. But what of the old sundials? She visited them all, the stone ones in the herb garden, the bronze one on the library wall. They were silent by nature. Then she remembered the old moondial in the willow grove, a forgotten relic that was said to tell time by the light of the moon. It hadn't worked in generations. She found it nestled between 3 weeping willows, their long leaves trailing in the still water of a pond. The dial was made of pearlescent shell, and it was stained and mossy. As the moon rose that night, a fat silver coin in the sky, something strange happened. The moonlight struck the dial at a particular angle, and for a single breathless moment the shadow it cast was sharp and clear, pointing to a time, midnight. And as the shadow settled, Anya heard it, a faint, melodic chime that seemed to come not from the air, but from the earth itself. A clock striking without a sound you could hear with your ears, but one you could feel in your bones. This was her first red herring, but a delightful one. Following the direction the shadow had pointed, she pushed through a curtain of willow fronds and discovered not a key, but a hidden clearing she had never seen before. In the center of the clearing was a patch of flowers she had never known existed. They were luminous moon-petal lilies, and their colors shifted slowly from soft blue to gentle violet to shimmering silver as she watched, their fragrance a sweet, sleepy perfume. She picked one, its stem cool against her skin, and tucked it into her buttonhole. It was not the solution, but it was a beautiful discovery, a secret the village had forgotten. The second line of the rhyme came to her next. "And silver tears soak the ground." The following day a soft, persistent drizzle fell on Stillwater, silver tears indeed. Anya, with her moon-petal lily glowing softly on her coat, walked through the wet lanes, listening to the rhythmic drip-drop from the roofs and the gurgle of the rain chains. She saw her friend Finn the baker covering his outdoor tables. "Lovely flower," Finn said, his kind face smiling. "Haven't seen one of those in years. They say they only bloom where starlight touches the earth." Anya's mind, which had been working like one of her intricate clocks, suddenly clicked. Starlight. The missing stars. The moon-petal lilies that needed starlight. "Finn," she said, "your berry tarts, the ones you make for the Starlight Festival. You use starlight berries, don't you?" Finn's smile faded into a look of guilt. "Oh dear, you found me out. Yes, I have. And this year the patch in the sunken meadow was so poor. I've been having to forage further and further, taking berries from all the secret starlit clearings I know. I suppose I've been taking quite a lot. Another red herring. Anya had thought she'd solved it. The baker was harvesting the source of the starlight. But when she accompanied him to his larder, they found only a few baskets of the tiny, glowing berries. It wasn't enough to dim a whole constellation. Still, it was a clue. The berries, like the lilies, were connected to the starlight. They were a part of the village's magic, and Finn's over-harvesting was a symptom of the problem, not the cause. He promised to be more mindful, and they shared a tart, its taste like sweet night air and sugar. Anya returned to the rhyme. Find the key where light is bound. She had found a flower that bound moonlight, and a berry that bound starlight. But where was the key? She thought of the constellations themselves. They were patterns, a map in the sky. She took out Master Hemlock's charts and her own notebook. Laying them on her workbench, with the gentle tick-tock of a dozen clocks around her, she began to plot the missing stars. The one from the teapot, the one from the crown, the one from the lyre. She marked each with a small inked dot. As she connected them, a new, smaller pattern emerged. It was the shape of a key. Her heart beat a little faster. The key was not a physical object to be found on the ground, but a constellation itself, a secret, minor constellation made from the absence of its fellows. The final line of the rhyme echoed in her mind. And what was lost shall once more be found. The stars weren't being stolen, they were being gathered. But why? And by whom? The following night was clear and cold. The clock tower chimed 11, its sound mingling with the gentle ting-ailing of wind chimes hanging from Miss Alara's porch next door. Anya, following the map of the key in the sky, walked to the very edge of the village, to the ancient, silent grove of elder trees. In the center of the grove stood the oldest thing in Stillwater, the stone shepherd, a moss-covered statue so weathered its features were smooth and gentle. And there, huddled at the stone shepherd's feet, was a small, shimmering creature. It was no bigger than a rabbit, with fur the color of a nebula and eyes like tiny, wet stars. It was weeping, and with every soft, silver tear that fell to the earth, a star above winked out. In its delicate paws, it was trying to piece together a shattered, crystalline locket shaped like a teardrop. Anya approached slowly, her footsteps silent on the soft moss. She did not speak, but sat down a little distance away, radiating a quiet, patient kindness. The creature looked up, its starry eyes wide with fear and sadness. "You're gathering the starlight," Anya said, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "To mend your locket." The creature, a starling, nodded, a fresh tear rolling down its cheek. Another star vanished from the sky. It gestured with its paws, and Anya understood. The locket was a vessel for its memories of home, a faraway star field, and it had broken when the starling fell to earth. It was lonely and scared, using the only power it had, the power to call its own kind of light, to try and repair what was broken. Anya's heart ached with empathy. This was no thief, no villain. This was a lost soul trying to go home. "You don't need to take the light from the sky," she said gently. "We have light here that you can use." She reached into her pocket and took out the moon-petal lily, which still glowed with a soft, captured radiance. Then she took a small drawstring bag from her other pocket. It was filled with the starlight berries Finn had given her as an apology, each one pulsing with a faint, celestial light. The starling's eyes widened in hope. Anya carefully placed the glowing flower and the handful of berries onto the shattered pieces of the locket. The starling held its paws over them, humming a tiny, vibrating melody that sounded like the music of the spheres. The light from the flower and the berries flowed like liquid silver, seeping into the cracks of the crystal, welding them back together with threads of pure, gentle luminescence. As the locket was restored, whole and perfect once more, a wonderful thing happened. Up in the sky, the missing stars flared back to life, one by one, brighter than before. The constellation of the key, which Anya had discerned, now shone clearly amongst the others, a new permanent pattern in the tapestry of the night. The starling, now glowing with happiness, clasped the locket to its chest. It looked at Anya with boundless gratitude, then bounded into the air, dissolving into a shower of harmless, sparkling light that rose up and up, joining the stars it had returned. The mystery was solved. The next day, Anya gathered the whole village in the square. The clock tower chimed merrily, and a soft breeze played a tune on the wind chimes. She explained everything, the rhyme, the moondial, the lilies, Finn's berries, and the lonely starling. There were no recriminations, only a shared sense of wonder and a newfound closeness. Master Hemlock proudly pointed out the new key constellation in his charts. Finn promised a new batch of starlight tarts for everyone, made with a sustainable harvest. And the children began leaving little offerings of shiny stones and sweet nectar in the Elder Grove, just in case any other lost magical creatures needed a friend. That night, as Anya sat in her workshop, the rhythmic ticking of her clocks was a lullaby of order and peace. The village of Stillwater was once again whole, its sky brilliantly alight, its community woven tighter by the shared experience of a gentle mystery. The stars twinkled down, the gentle rain began to fall again, and all was right in the quiet, magical world, a perfect picture of comfort and resolution for a peaceful soul drifting into dreams. Story 5. The fire crackled and whispered in the hearth, its light dancing across the room in shifting patterns of gold and amber. The warmth was a gentle blanket, and the scent of burning oak was a familiar comfort. Settle in now, close your eyes, and let the sound of my voice carry you away to a place where magic glows softly in the dark, and where the greatest journeys begin with a single, quiet step. There once was a boy named Leo who lived in a small stone cottage at the edge of a vast, ancient wood. Leo was a quiet child, with a heart that often felt too big for his small world. He was not lonely exactly, but he carried a quiet ache, a sense that there was a piece of the world's puzzle that was meant for him, and he had not yet found where it fit. His favorite place was the hearth, especially on evenings like this one, when the wind sighed through the pines and the world outside was a tapestry of deepening blues and purples. He would watch the flames for hours, seeing castles and dragons and sailing ships in their ever-changing shapes. But most of all, he was fascinated by the embers. After the fierce, dancing flames had died down, the embers remained, a deep, pulsing heart of crimson and gold, holding the memory of the fire's warmth and light. He imagined that if he listened very closely, he could hear them humming a soft, ancient song. One evening, as a late autumn storm fretted at the window panes, Leo was tending the fire. He placed a fresh log upon the glowing bed, and as he did, a single perfect ember, no bigger than his thumbnail, popped from the grate and landed, still glowing, upon the hearthstone. Instead of fading, it pulsed with a steady, gentle light, like a tiny, captured star. Curious, Leo reached for the iron poker to nudge it back, but as he did, the ember moved. It rolled of its own accord, a slow, deliberate trundle across the stone, leaving no scorch mark in its wake. His breath caught in his throat. He watched, mesmerized, as the ember rolled to the edge of the rug, and then, impossibly, continued on, floating just a hair's breadth above the wooden floor. It moved toward the cottage door, a silent, ruby-red guide. Without a second thought, Leo pulled on his warmest coat, tucked a woolen scarf around his neck, and followed. The ember led him out into the storm-tossed night. But a strange thing happened the moment he crossed the threshold. The biting wind seemed to soften around him, as if he were walking within a small, perfect bubble of calm. The ember's light pushed back the oppressive darkness, not with a blinding glare, but with a cozy, intimate radiance that illuminated a path just wide enough for his feet. The world outside his circle of light was a wild orchestra of wind and creaking branches, but inside all was peaceful. He could hear the soft crunch of his boots on fallen leaves, the gentle hum of the ember itself, and the steady, reassuring beat of his own heart. They walked for what felt like both a moment and an eternity, deep into the heart of the woods, where the trees grew so close together, their branches intertwined like old friends sharing secrets. The ember finally paused before the massive, gnarled trunk of an ancient oak tree, a giant so old its bark was silvered with lichen, and its roots formed great, arched doorways into the earth. The ember drifted toward one such root archway and hovered there, pulsing softly. Leo, his courage a small, warm flame in his chest, bent down and stepped through the root archway. He expected a cramped, earthy tunnel, but instead he found himself in a vast, hidden world. He stood at the top of a gentle slope, looking down into a valley that took his breath away. This was the Glimmerwood. The air was warm and carried the scent of damp earth, night-blooming jasmine, and sweet, honeyed pollen. The sky above was not a sky of stars, but a canopy of immense, glowing fungi in soft hues of lavender, moss green, and buttery yellow. Their light fell upon the landscape like a perpetual, gentle twilight. Tiny winged creatures, no larger than bumblebees, zipped through the air, their wings leaving shimmering trails of dust that smelled of cinnamon and mint. In the center of the valley, a slow, silver river wound its way, its surface reflecting the fungal light in 1,000 scattered sparkles. And the sound, it was a symphony of softness. A distant waterfall whispered its secrets. The leaves on the strange, wide-canopied trees rustled with a sound like silk sliding over silk. And underneath it all was a deep, resonant hum, the very sound of the earth dreaming. The ember, his guide, bobbed happily in the air before him, and then began to drift down the path into the valley. Leo followed, his eyes wide with wonder. He saw flowers that bloomed with their own inner light, their petals closing and opening slowly like sleepy eyes. He saw stones along the path that were warm to the touch and pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, as if they had hearts of their own. His journey led him to the banks of the Silver River, where a small, graceful boat, shaped from a single piece of luminous, pearlescent wood, was moored. Seated in the boat was a figure. At first Leo thought it was a child, but as he drew closer, he saw it was a woman, though she was small and slender, with hair the color of willow branches and eyes the deep, knowing gray of river stones. She was wrapped in a cloak of woven moss and shimmering spider silk, and in her hands she cradled a small clay bowl from which a soft, golden light emanated. "Welcome, Leo," she said, her voice the sound of the river flowing over smooth pebbles. "I am Anya. I have been waiting for you." Leo was too astonished to ask how she knew his name. He simply stood, the warmth from the ember at his side a comforting presence. "You followed the ember heart," Anya said, gesturing to the glowing fragment that now settled gently into the bowl she held. "Not many can see its call, but you have always listened to the quiet songs of the world, haven't you?" Leo nodded, finding his voice. "It called to me, and it brought me here, but why?" Anya's smile was gentle and sad. "The Glimmerwood is fading, Leo. The great heart fire at the center of our world, the source of all this light and warmth, is growing dim. The embers are its children, and they are being drawn back one by one to try and sustain it, but it is not enough. The fire needs more than embers. It needs a new song, a new story, to stoke its flames." She looked at him, her gray eyes seeing deep into the quiet ache he carried. "I believe you carry that story within you." Leo looked down at his hands, ordinary boy's hands. "I don't have any stories, I'm just me." "Just you," Anya repeated softly. "Is a story that has never been told before. Come, the journey is not over." She gestured for him to join her in the pearlescent boat. As soon as he stepped in, the boat slid away from the bank of its own accord, carried by the current of the Silver River. They traveled in silence for a time, though only sounds the lap of water against the hull and the distant, melodic calls of unseen creatures. Anya did not speak, but her presence was a deep comfort. She was like the steady, glowing ember in her bowl, calm, warm, and full of a patient, ancient light. As they journeyed deeper into the Glimmerwood, Leo began to notice the signs of the fading Anya had spoken of. Some of the glowing fungi high above had patches of darkness, like bruises. The trails of the winged creatures were growing fainter, their cinnamon mint scent less potent. The very air felt cooler, and the deep, resonant hum of the valley had a weary, strained quality. The heart fire does not burn on wood, Anya explained, noticing his gaze. It burns on memories, on moments of true connection, of kindness, of courage that feels small but is, in fact, immense. For a long time, the stories of this world were enough, but stories, like fires, need new fuel. They need to be shared. The river finally widened, spilling out into a vast, circular lake. And in the center of the lake, on a small island of smooth, black rock, was the heart fire. It was not a roaring bonfire, as Leo had imagined. It was a low, wide bed of glowing embers, much like the one in his hearth at home, but on a grand, majestic scale. Its light was a deep, soulful red, and it pulsed slowly, like a sleeping giant's heartbeat. But the pulses were growing slower, and the spaces between them, the moments of deeper darkness, were growing longer. Around the edges of the great fire, the light was fading to a dull gray. Tendrils of cold were creeping across the lake, forming a thin skin of ice at the far shores. A great sadness settled over Leo. This beautiful, gentle world was slowly falling asleep, and might not wake up again. "What can I do?" he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. Anya guided their boat to the island's edge. "You must give it a story, Leo, a true story from your heart, not a grand tale of heroes and dragons, but a simple, honest one, a story of your own quiet ache, of watching the flames in your hearth and feeling that there was more, of following a tiny ember into the dark, of meeting a friend on a silver river. The fire will know if it is true." Leo's heart hammered against his ribs. He was just a boy. His stories were small and unimportant. He looked at Anya, whose eyes were full of faith. He looked at the fading heart fire, its light guttering like a candle in the wind. He stepped onto the black rock, the warmth from the embers soaking into the soles of his boots. He walked to the very edge of the great, pulsing circle and knelt down. He closed his eyes, shutting out the magnificent, dying wonder of the Glimmerwood, and turned his gaze inward. He thought of the quiet evenings by the hearth. He thought of the feeling of being separate, of carrying a silent hope that he didn't have words for. He thought of the courage it had taken to follow a glowing ember into a stormy night. He thought of the wonder of discovering this hidden world and the kindness in Anya's gray eyes. He thought of the simple, profound friendship that had been offered to him so freely. He didn't craft a story with a beginning, middle, and end. He simply opened his heart and let the feelings flow out. He spoke of the loneliness that wasn't quite loneliness, but a longing for a place to belong. He spoke of the beauty he found in small, quiet things, the pattern of frost on a window pane, the sound of rain on the roof, the steady glow of an ember. He spoke of his fears, his small triumphs, his hopes. He offered it all, every unpolished, honest piece of himself, to the dying fire. For a long moment, nothing happened. The great embers pulsed weakly. The cold seemed to intensify. A tear traced a warm path down Leo's cheek, and as it fell, it landed upon a gray, cold ember at the very edge of the fire. A hiss, soft as a sigh, filled the air. Where his tear had fallen, a tiny spark flickered. Then another. A faint tendril of warmth rose from the spot. The gray ash began to flake away, revealing a core of deep, vibrant crimson. The light began to spread, ember by ember, like a rumor of joy passing through a crowd. A soft, golden flame sputtered to life, then another and another. The deep, resonant hum of the valley returned, stronger and more vibrant than before. The pulses of light from the heart fire quickened, growing steady and strong, beating in time with Leo's own heart. Light flooded the cavern, brilliant and warm. The fungal canopy above blazed with renewed color. The silver river seemed to sing as it flowed. The icy tendrils at the edges of the lake melted away, and the air was once again filled with the rich, sweet scents of the glimmerwood. Leo sat back, breathless, his heart so full he thought it might burst. He had not brought a story, he had brought himself. And it had been enough. Anya came to stand beside him, her hand resting gently on his shoulder. "You see," she said softly, "the most powerful fuel for any fire is a heart that is brave enough to be truly seen. You have given the glimmerwood more than a story, Leo. You have given it a piece of your own light, and in return it will always live within you." She reached into the clay bowl and took out the ember heart that had guided him. It was no longer a fragment, but a perfect, smooth sphere of warm, pulsating light. "This is for you," she said, placing it in his palm. It was comfortably warm, and holding it felt like holding a handful of sunlight. "It will always light your way home, and it will always remind you that you are never alone. Your quiet heart is a hearth fire, and its warmth is a gift to the world." Leo held the ember heart close as Anya guided the boat back across the now brilliantly lit lake and up the silver river. The journey back felt shorter, filled with a peaceful, contented silence. When they reached the root archway of the great oak, Leo stepped through and found himself once again in the familiar woods near his cottage. The storm had passed and the sky was clearing, revealing a dusting of sharp, cold stars. He turned back to say goodbye to Anya, but the root archway was just a root archway again, solid and unmoving. The hidden world was once again hidden. But in his hand the ember heart glowed softly, a secret and a promise. He walked back to the cottage, the ember heart lighting his path with its gentle, unwavering light. He slipped inside, the warmth of the hearth greeting him like an old friend. The fire had burned low, but it was still holding on. Leo knelt before it, and with a sense of deep peace, he placed the ember heart gently upon the grate amongst the other embers. It settled in, its light pulsing in a slow, steady rhythm. And as he watched, the other embers seemed to brighten in response, their glow deepening, their warmth strengthening. The fire was no longer just a fire, it was a connection. A reminder of a hidden world, a cherished friendship, and the enduring truth that even the quietest heart can hold a light strong enough to push back the darkest night. He climbed into his bed, pulling the covers up to his chin. The room was filled with the soft, pulsing light of the hearth, a light that seemed to breathe with the sleeping earth outside. He closed his eyes, and his dreams were not of grand adventures, but of silver rivers, gentle voices, and the profound, comforting knowledge that he belonged, not just in his small stone cottage, but to the vast, beautiful, and interconnected story of the world. And as you lie here, wrapped in your own warmth, listening to the soft whisper of this tale, remember that within you, too, glows an ember heart. Your quiet moments, your kindness, your simple courage, they are all fuel for a light that is uniquely yours. So carry it gently, share its warmth, and know that the world is full of hidden glimmerwoods, waiting for the light you bring. Now let your breathing slow to match the steady pulse of the fire. Let your thoughts drift like smoke on a gentle breeze. The story is over, but the warmth remains. Sleep, dear listener, and may your dreams be as soft and peaceful as the glow of embers in the dark. Story 6. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing orange shadows upon the walls. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, but here, in this warm room, all was safe and still. So settle in, dear listener, pull your blanket a little closer, and let me tell you a story about a boy, a forest, and a light that burned in the deepest dark. Our story begins with a boy named Leo, who felt more often than not a little bit like a misplaced puzzle piece. He was quiet, with a heart that noticed things others often missed, the way dew clung to a spider web in the morning, or the particular sigh the old oak tree made when the wind blew from the east. But in the bustling world of school and friends, this quiet noticing often left him feeling separate, a solitary figure on the edge of the laughter. His grandfather, a kind man with hands like worn leather and eyes that held the calm of a deep lake, understood. He lived in a cottage at the very edge of a great, whispering forest, and it was to this cottage that Leo went one autumn, when the feeling of being out of place had grown particularly heavy. "The woods know a thing or two about quiet, Leo," his grandfather said one evening, stirring the embers in the fireplace with a long iron poker. A shower of golden sparks flew upwards like tiny, eager fireflies. "They don't rush, they just are." Leo nodded, but said nothing. He was watching the fire, the way the logs glowed from within, pulsing with a hidden, warm life. The next morning his grandfather handed him a small, woven basket containing an apple, a wedge of cheese, and a flask of cool, clear water. "The forest is feeling generous today," he said, his eyes twinkling. "Why don't you go and listen to it? Follow the stream until you find the place where the ferns grow as high as your waist. There's a quiet there that can mend a frayed spirit." And so Leo set off. The path was soft underfoot, a carpet of moss and fallen pine needles that muffled his steps. The air smelled of damp earth and the sweet, spicy scent of decaying leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in shifting, dappled patterns, and the only sounds were the gurgle of the nearby stream and the occasional cheer-up of a hidden bird. It was the kind of quiet that wasn't empty but full. It wrapped around Leo like a soft, green blanket. He walked for a long time, following the silver ribbon of the stream as it twisted and turned. Just as his grandfather had said, he came to a place where the ferns unfurled in great, lacy fronds, creating a world within a world. He sat on a smooth, sun-warmed stone, eating his apple and listening. He heard the scratch of a beetle scurrying under a leaf, the rustle of a squirrel leaping from one branch to another, and the deep, resonant silence that lay beneath it all. It was then that he saw it. A soft, pulsing glow, the color of warm honey and autumn embers, was coming from a thicket of brambles near the base of an enormous, ancient willow tree. It wasn't a fierce light, but a gentle, rhythmic one, as if something were breathing slowly in the dark shadows. Curiosity, a feeling warmer and softer than the anxiety he so often felt, stirred in his chest. He carefully pushed aside the thorny branches, his hands protected by his thick jacket sleeves. There, nestled in a small, sheltered hollow between the willow's great roots, was a stone. But it was unlike any stone he had ever seen. It was smooth and oval, about the size of his palm, and it glowed from within with that same gentle, amber light. As he watched, the light brightened and dimmed in a slow, steady rhythm, like a sleeping heart. Hesitantly, Leo reached out and picked it up. It was warm to the touch, not hot, but comfortably so, like a pebble left in the sun. The moment his fingers closed around it, a profound sense of calm washed over him. The faint background buzz of his worries, the feeling of not fitting in, the fear of saying the wrong thing, simply quieted. It was as if the stone had absorbed the noise in his head. He held it in his cupped hands, marveling at its gentle pulse. It was a little piece of the fireplace's heart, a little piece of the forest's secret warmth, right here in his palm. A soft chittering sound came from above. Leo looked up. Sitting on a low-hanging branch of the willow was a small, sleek pine marten. She had bright, intelligent eyes and fur the color of rich chocolate. She wasn't afraid of him. Instead, she tilted her head, watching the glowing stone in his hands with clear interest. "Hello," Leo whispered. The pine marten chittered again, then gracefully leaped down to a closer branch, her movements fluid and silent. She pointed her nose towards the stone and made a soft, questioning sound. "You like it?" Leo asked, holding it up a little. The marten blinked her shiny eyes. It felt, in that quiet fern-filled clearing, as if a thread of understanding had been spun between them. He had found a magical object, and in doing so, had perhaps found an unexpected friend. He decided to call her Ember, for her eyes held the same warm, lively glow as the stone. For the next few days, Leo's routine was the same. After helping his grandfather with the morning chores, he would take his little basket and walk to the fern clearing. Each time, Ember was there, waiting. He would sit with his back against the old willow, the warm stone in his lap, and simply be. He watched Ember go about her business, scampering up trees, investigating hollow logs, once even bringing him a shiny, discarded beetle carapace as a gift. He talked to her not in the rushed, nervous way he sometimes talked to people, but slowly, thoughtfully. He told her about the books he liked to read, about the way the stars looked from his window at home, about the quiet loneliness that sometimes visited him. She would listen, perched on a root, her head cocked, her presence a comfort. The stone would glow softly between them, its light a silent testament to their strange and wonderful friendship. One afternoon the weather turned. A thick gray fog rolled in from the deeper parts of the forest, muffling the world in a cold, damp blanket. The cheerful birdsong ceased, and an uneasy stillness fell. Leo, sitting in the clearing with Ember, felt the familiar prickle of anxiety return. The fog felt like his worries made visible, closing in, obscuring the path, and making the familiar woods feel strange and threatening. The glowing stone in his hand flickered, its light growing faint and unsteady. Ember, sensing his shift in mood, became agitated. She chittered urgently, hopping from foot to foot on the mossy ground. Then she did something she had never done before. She gently nipped at the cuff of his trousers and began to tug, leading him away from the stream, deeper into the woods where the fog was thickest. "Where are we going, Ember?" Leo asked, his voice small in the immense quiet. But the marten was determined. She moved with a new purpose, her sleek body a dark arrow against the gray. Trusting his friend, Leo followed, clutching the stone tightly. Its light was now little more than a feeble glimmer, but it was still warm. They walked for what felt like a long time. The path was unfamiliar, and the fog played tricks on his eyes, making gnarled roots look like sleeping creatures and shadows loom like giants. Just as Leo's courage was beginning to waver, Ember stopped at the edge of a small, hidden grove he had never seen before. In the center of the grove stood the most ancient tree Leo could ever have imagined. It was a vast, gnarled oak, its trunk so wide that 5 children holding hands could not have encircled it. Its branches spread out like a protective canopy, and strangely the fog did not touch this place. The air under the oak was clear and still, and the ground was covered in a carpet of soft, luminous moss that gave off a faint, blue-green light. But the tree itself was in distress. One of its great limbs had cracked and splintered in a recent storm, hanging limply, its torn wood exposed to the air. A deep sadness seemed to emanate from the ancient oak, a sorrow so profound it made Leo's heart ache. Ember looked from the wounded tree to the stone in Leo's hand and back again, chittering softly. Understanding dawned on Leo like the first ray of sun after a long night. The stone wasn't just for him. Its warmth, its light, its quiet magic, it was needed here. This was the gentle mystery he had been meant to uncover. He walked slowly towards the great oak, feeling the soft, glowing moss squish gently under his boots. He reached the massive trunk and placed his hand against the rough, deeply furrowed bark. It felt cold and lifeless compared to the vibrant warmth of the willow in his clearing. Hesitantly, he lifted the glowing stone. He didn't know what to do, so he simply pressed it against the wounded part of the tree, where the broken limb met the trunk. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a soft pulse of light traveled from the stone into the wood. The amber glow seeped into the cracked bark, tracing the fissures with lines of gentle fire. The moss at the base of the tree brightened, its blue-green light swirling and mixing with the stone's golden hue. Leo felt a vibration through his fingertips, a deep, resonant hum that was the sound of the forest itself. He watched, awestruck, as the splintered wood began to knit itself back together. It didn't happen in a flashy, dramatic way, but slowly, surely, like a patient weaver mending a torn tapestry. New bark, smooth and fresh, grew over the wound. The limp branch shuddered, then slowly, gracefully, lifted itself back into its proper place among the other branches. A single perfect oak leaf, the color of a newborn flame, unfurled from a twig near the mended wound. It drifted down, spinning lazily, and landed softly in Leo's open palm. The deep, resonant hum faded, and the glowing moss returned to its soft, steady luminescence. The stone in his other hand was now dark and cool, its inner light completely gone. But Leo didn't feel its loss as a sadness. He felt a profound sense of rightness, of a task completed, a balance restored. The ancient oak was healed. And as he stood there, holding the dormant stone and the fiery leaf, Leo realized something had been healed in him, too. The journey through the fog, the act of trusting his friend, the courage to offer the thing that brought him comfort to something else in need, it had transformed him. The quiet boy was still quiet, but the loneliness was gone, burned away in the steady, true glow of purpose and friendship. Ember chittered happily, rubbing her sleek head against his leg. The fog outside the grove was beginning to lift, thin tendrils of gray retreating before the returning sun. When Leo returned to his grandfather's cottage that evening, the old man was waiting on the porch, a knowing smile on his face. He looked at Leo, at the calm in his eyes, and at the dark, smooth stone he held in one hand and the vibrant oak leaf in the other. "The forest shared its secret with you," his grandfather said, not as a question, but as a simple statement of fact. Leo nodded. "It showed me that a light is meant to be shared," he said, his voice clear and steady. "And that even the quietest heart has its own important magic." That night, as Leo lay in his soft bed, the fire in the hearth had burned down to a bed of deep red embers. They pulsed softly in the darkness, a quiet, warm heartbeat in the room. He wasn't the boy who felt like a misplaced puzzle piece anymore. He was Leo, who had walked through the fog with a friend, who had helped heal an ancient heart of the forest, and who carried a different kind of warmth inside him now, a warmth born of kindness and connection, a glow that would never truly go out. He closed his eyes, listening to the gentle crackle of the embers and the whisper of the wind in the pines, a lullaby sung just for him. And as he drifted into peaceful dreams, he knew, with a certainty that warmed him from the inside out, that he was, and always would be, exactly where he belonged. Story 7. The fire crackled, its light dancing across the room in a rhythm as old as the hills, casting long, gentle shadows that seemed to hold whispers of their own. It was on such an evening, when the wind sang a low, mournful tune through the pine trees outside, that a young woman named Anya found herself in the quiet, musty silence of her grandmother's attic. Anya had always felt a quiet pull toward this house, a feeling like a half-remembered lullaby. Her grandmother, Alara, had passed just a moon ago, leaving behind a lifetime tucked into corners and cedar chests. The task of sorting through it all fell to Anya, and the weight of it felt as vast and heavy as the winter sky. It was beneath a stack of yellowed sheet music that she found it, a quilt. It was not a grand, pristine thing, but a well-loved tapestry of worn fabrics, its colors softened by countless washings and years. It was heavy in her hands, and as she unfolded it, a scent of lavender and old wood rose to meet her. The pattern was one she'd never seen before, not simple squares or rings, but a map of constellations stitched in silver thread against patches of deep blue and midnight black. At its center was a larger, more intricate design, a great tree with roots that spread to the very edges of the quilt and branches that reached for the top, each leaf a tiny, perfectly embroidered star. As she ran her fingers over the silken threads, a phrase, one her grandmother used to murmur when tucking her into bed, drifted into her mind. "The roots remember what the branches forget, my little star," she had never understood it. Now, wrapped in the quilt's embrace, the words felt less like a riddle and more like a key. Exhausted by the long day and the weight of memory, Anya curled up on an old chaise lounge, pulling the quilt over her. The fire's glow from the hearth downstairs seemed to climb the steps and fill the attic with a warm, breathing light. As she drifted into sleep, the silver threads on the quilt began to shimmer, as if catching starlight from a sky only she could see. Her dream was not a dream of mist and confusion, but one of startling clarity. She stood in a forest she knew, though she had never been there. The air smelled of damp earth and pine resin. Before her stood a woman with hair the color of spun moonlight and eyes that held the same gentle depth as her grandmother's. "You found the map," the woman said, her voice the rustle of leaves. "I wondered if you would." "Who are you?" Anya asked, though a part of her already knew. "I am the one who planted the seed," the woman said. She pointed to the great tree in the center of the dream forest, its bark gnarled and wise. "This is the watchful wood, and this," she said, gesturing to the quilt that Anya still held wrapped around her shoulders, "is its story. Every stitch is a memory, every patch a life. Would you like to hear the first one?" Anya nodded, and as she did, the world around her shifted. The woman's form seemed to blend with the tree, and her voice became the voice of the forest itself. "Long ago," the voice began, a story nestled within the dream, "there was a girl named Lyra who loved the night sky more than anything. She would lie in the meadows and trace the patterns of the stars until she knew them as friends. But her family were practical folk, farmers who rose with the sun and saw the night only as a time for rest. They told her, 'Lyra, your head is always in the clouds. Your feet must stay on the earth.' One harsh winter, a blight fell upon their crops. Despair settled over the family like a deep frost. Lyra, feeling helpless, did the only thing she knew. At night, while the others slept, she would take her little lantern and go to the highest hill. She would look up at the steadfast stars and sing a quiet song her own mother had sung to her, a simple tune with simple words. 'Sleep, little one, the night is deep. The silver stars their vigil keep. The roots run deep, the branches high, under the watchful, loving sky.' She didn't know why she did it. It felt like a prayer. One night as she sang, she noticed that one particular star, a bright one near the north wind, seemed to pulse in time with her melody. An idea, fragile as a spider's thread, began to form in her mind. She remembered the stories the old ones told of how the stars could guide travelers. What if they could guide more than just footsteps? The next day, she went to her mother's sewing basket. From scraps of her father's old winter coat, her mother's best summer dress, and her own worn-out childhood blanket, she began to stitch. She stitched the constellations as she saw them, placing that bright, pulsing star at the center. She poured her hope into every needle prick, her love into every thread. As she worked, she hummed her lullaby. When she finished, she had not just a quilt, but a map of hope. She laid it over her younger brother, who was ill from the cold, and sang her song until he slept. The next morning the fever had broken, and when the family looked outside, they saw that the first green shoots of a resilient, winter-hardy crop were pushing through the snow where it had thawed around the house. It was not a miracle of magic, but one of faith and attention. Lyra had been listening, not just to the stars, but to the earth, and she had remembered a forgotten seed. Hardy tuber that grew deep beneath the frost line. Her stargazing had not been an escape, but a different way of seeing. She had learned that the sky and the earth were not separate, but connected. Just as the roots of a tree are connected to its highest leaves. The dream voice faded, and Anya found herself back with the silver-haired woman by the great tree. "Lyra was my grandmother," the woman said. And she passed the quilt and the song to her daughter, and so on, down the line. Each woman who held it added her own patch, her own story, her own stitch to the constellations. But why did I never know this? Anya asked, a pang of loss in her voice. Grandmother Alara never told me these stories. The woman's form shimmered with a sigh. Ah, Alara, her story is the next stitch in the quilt. Would you see it? Anya nodded, and the dream shifted once more. She was no longer in the ancient forest, but in a small, sunlit kitchen that smelled of baking bread and regret. A younger version of her grandmother, Alara, stood at a table, the very quilt laid out before her. She was arguing with a woman who shared her strong jaw and fierce eyes, Anya's great-grandmother, Althea. It's a frivolous thing, Alara. Althea's voice was sharp with worry. Stories and songs won't put food on the table. We live in the modern world. You need to study to get a secure job. This is a relic. Young Alara's hands trembled as she touched the silver thread of the great tree. But it's our story, Mama. It's who we are. Who we were, Althea corrected, her voice softening with a pain she could not name. I had to be practical. My mother had to be practical. We left the old village, the old ways. We did it so you could have a better life, a life with your feet on the ground. Anya watched as her grandmother, tears in her eyes, carefully folded the quilt and placed it in a chest. She heard her whisper the old lullaby, but it ended not with the watchful, loving sky, but with a broken goodbye. Alara had closed the lid, not just on the quilt, but on the stories, believing that to honor her mother's sacrifice, she had to bury that part of herself. It was a misunderstanding born of love, a regret left unresolved. The scene dissolved, and Anya was back in the attic, the quilt warm around her. The fire had burned low, but the silver threads still glimmered. She understood now. The heirloom was not just an object, it was an invitation. It held memories, yes, but its true power was in the actions it inspired, the act of remembering, of singing, of stitching, of sharing. She also saw the gentle, sad shape of her grandmother's regret. Alara had thought heritage was in the keeping of the object, preserving it untouched. But the women in the stories, Lyra, the silver-haired woman, all of them, had lived their heritage. They had used the quilt, added to it, sung the song to comfort others. Heritage lived in the doing. Anya stood, the quilt draped over her shoulders like a mantle of stars. She carried it down from the attic and into the quiet living room. She sat before the fire and taking a needle and thread from her grandmother's sewing box, the very one young Alara had used, she found a small, plain patch of cloth from an old dress of her own. With careful, deliberate stitches, she began to embroider a new leaf on the great tree's highest branch. It was her leaf, her story. As she worked, she began to hum, and then to sing, the old lullaby her grandmother had whispered, restoring its true ending. Sleep, little one, the night is deep. The silver stars their vigil keep. The roots run deep, the branches high, under the watchful, loving sky. The words wove through the room, a hypnotic thread connecting her to Lyra on her starlit hill, to the silver-haired woman in her forest, to her grandmother in her sunlit kitchen, and to all the women who had come before. She felt their presence not as ghosts, but as a current of strength and love, flowing through her hands into the thread, into the quilt. She was not just remembering them. She was joining them. A profound peace settled over her, a gentle resolution to generations of quiet regret. Alara's choice to hide the quilt was not a rejection, but a different kind of love, a protective gesture that had, in its own way, preserved the quilt for Anya to find. There was no blame, only understanding. The past was not a burden to be carried, but a seed to be watered. Anya finished her stitch and held the quilt up to the firelight. Her new leaf, a little clumsy but made with love, fit perfectly. The roots of the great tree, she saw, were not just in the past. They were here in this room in her. And the branches were still growing. She wrapped the quilt more tightly around herself, the stories within it now a part of her own bones and breath. The fire crackled its ancient agreement, and outside, the wind in the pines seemed to whisper the final, comforting refrain, a promise that would echo long after the embers faded to ash. The roots remember. The roots always remember. Story 8. The old house on Willow Lane had always been full of whispers, not of ghosts, but of memories. In the deepest corner of the attic, where dust motes danced in the slanted afternoon light, a small boy named Leo made a discovery. He'd been searching for a lost toy soldier, his fingers brushing against forgotten things, a hat box, a stack of yellowed letters, a pair of spectacles with one cracked lens. Then, tucked beneath a quilt that smelled of cedar and thyme, his hand closed around something cool and smooth. It was a compass, but unlike any he had ever seen. Its case was made of pearlescent shell that shimmered with a soft, internal light, and its needle wasn't pointing north. It was spinning in slow, lazy circles, glinting like a sliver of captured starlight. Whir, click. It would pause, tremble for a moment as if listening, then continue its silent dance. Leo held his breath, the only sound the gentle thump-thump of his own heart, and the distant, rhythmic purr of the house cat from somewhere below. That evening, by the warm glow of his bedside lamp, Leo examined his find. The compass didn't point to a direction on any map he knew. Instead, when he held it and thought of something lost, his confidence to speak in class, the easy laughter he'd shared with his grandfather, the needle would grow still, pointing unerringly toward a specific corner of his room, or out the window toward the sprawling oak tree in the garden. It was a compass that didn't find places, he realized with a thrill. It found lost things, lost feelings, lost moments, lost pieces of one's own heart. His journey began not at dawn, but at that very moment, within the four walls of his room. The first challenge was a small, nagging worry that had taken root in his chest, a fear of the dark space beneath his bed. The compass, when he held it and focused on that fear, pointed its luminous needle directly downward. Leo's courage felt as small as a pebble. He took a deep breath, the scent of his lavender-scented sheets filling his lungs, and knelt. Instead of monsters, he found a forgotten, flop-eared rabbit, its one-button eye gleaming in the soft light. He pulled it out, and a little of the fear unspooled and floated away. The compass needle gave a satisfied click. The next day, the compass led him into the sun-dappled garden. It was here he met his first helper. The needle quivered, pointing toward a thicket of lavender bushes. A soft rustle-rustle announced the arrival of Barnaby, a stout badger with a waistcoat of gray fur and spectacles perched precariously on his snout. He was a cartographer of feelings, and his voice was a low, rumbling hum, like stones tumbling in a gentle stream. "Ah," Barnaby said, peering at the compass. "The Heartseeker, a rare instrument indeed. It shows you the path, young sir, but it cannot walk it for you. What is it you seek?" I think I've lost my bravery," Leo confessed, his voice barely a whisper. "The kind for big things." Barnaby adjusted his spectacles. "Bravery is not a single large stone, but many small pebbles. You collect them one by one. You have already started." He pointed a claw at the floppy-eared rabbit tucked under Leo's arm. "The compass will guide you to the next one, but you must listen, not just look." The compass led them to the base of the great oak tree, its branches a sprawling canopy against the blue sky. A faint, silvery ting-ailing echoed from above. With a flutter of iridescent wings, the second helper arrived. This was Pip, a hummingbird whose body was the color of emeralds, and whose voice was a rapid, cheerful chiming, like a handful of tiny bells. The Heartseeker's call, I heard it. Pip chimed, hovering before Leo's face. "You're searching for a piece of your spirit. How exciting. The next piece is up there." She zipped toward the highest branches, a living jewel in the sunlight. Leo looked up. The climb seemed immense. The bark was rough, the branches distant. His pebble of courage felt very small. He took a deep breath, the scent of damp earth and blooming honeysuckle grounding him. One branch at a time, he told himself. Barnaby waited patiently below, occasionally making a thoughtful note on a scroll of birch bark, while Pip chimed encouragement from above. "You can do it. Just a little further." Her bell-like voice was a thread of sound, weaving through the rustling leaves. Finally, puffing and with scraped knees, Leo reached a wide, comfortable fork in the tree. Nestled in a cradle of moss and lichen was not a thing, but a memory so vivid it washed over him. It was the memory of his grandfather teaching him to whistle with a blade of grass. The triumph of that first, shrill note. The feeling of being capable. He hadn't lost his bravery, he had just forgotten where he'd put it. He sat there for a long time, the memory warming him from the inside out, as a soft breeze whispered through the leaves and a distant church bell told the hour. It sounded deep, bronze comfort. The compass, however, was not yet still. Its needle now pointed away from the tree, across the meadow behind his house, toward the old woods, a place of shadows and stories, where the sunlight fell in broken patches on the forest floor. This was the true test. The woods were not frightening, but they were deeply quiet. The only sounds were the crunch of their footsteps on the leafy carpet and the occasional chitter of a squirrel. The air was cool and smelled of pine and decaying leaves. The compass led them to a small, clear stream that gurgled over smooth, gray stones. And on the other side, shrouded in the deep shade of a willow tree, sat the challenge. It was not a dragon or a giant, but a creature made of the gloom itself, a shiverling. It was a small, wispy being, all muted grays and blues, and it was weeping, its sobs the sound of rustling, tear-soaked silk. The stream between them seemed as wide as an ocean. "The shiverling hoards what it fears to lose," Barnaby rumbled softly. "It has likely taken the last piece of your courage and is guarding it, not out of malice, but out of a terrible loneliness." Pip zipped forward. "We could scare it away," a loud buzz right in its ear, she chimed. But Leo remembered the lesson of the compass. It was solved through kindness, not force. He shook his head. He sat down on the mossy bank, the cozy safety of Barnaby's solid presence beside him and Pip's gentle humming a comfort. He didn't try to cross. He simply sat and he listened. He listened to the shiverling's sad cries and the gurgle of the stream and the sigh of the wind in the willow branches. After a long while, he took the floppy-eared rabbit from his pocket. It was his first pebble of courage. He held it out. "I'm lonely sometimes, too," Leo said, his voice quiet but clear in the hushed woods. The shiverling's sobs hiccuped to a stop. It looked up, its form seeming to solidify slightly. It looked at the offered rabbit, then at Leo's face. Very slowly, it uncurled a wispy hand. In its palm lay a small, smooth stone, warm to the touch and glowing with a soft, golden light. It was the final pebble of Leo's bravery. The shiverling made its way to the stream's edge and placed the stone in Leo's outstretched hand. In return, Leo gently set the floppy-eared rabbit in the shiverling's grasp. The creature hugged it and its form brightened, the grays and blues softening into a gentle silver. It wasn't a trade, but a sharing. The challenge was over, solved not by a battle, but by a moment of understanding and patient kindness. The walk home was filled with a deep, quiet peace. The compass in Leo's pocket was now perfectly still, its needle pointing contentedly at his own heart. He had traveled far, though he had never left the familiar boundaries of his home and garden. He had journeyed through fear, through memory, and through empathy, and he had returned not with a treasure, but with himself made whole. That night, as a gentle rain began to fall, pitter-pattering a soft lullaby on the roof, Leo placed the compass on his bedside table. Its gentle, pearlescent glow mingled with the light from his lamp. He felt the weight of the 3 courage stones, the rabbit, the memory, the glowing pebble, safe within him. He was just a boy in a small house on Willow Lane, but he was also a brave explorer who had navigated the most important map of all. And as he drifted to sleep, the compass gave one final, soft click, a sound of perfect contentment, a promise that some things once found are never truly lost again. Story 9. The village of Stillwater was nestled in a gentle valley where time seemed to move just a little slower than anywhere else. At its heart stood a great clock tower, its chimes marking the hours with soft, resonant notes that drifted like feathers on the breeze. All around, the cobblestone streets wound between cottages with thatched roofs, and every garden bloomed with flowers that changed color with the shifting light, soft lavender at dawn, butter yellow by midday, and dusky rose at twilight. It was a place where the air always smelled of rain-kissed earth and baking bread, and where wind chimes made from seashells and silver tinkled in the slightest gust. But lately, something peculiar had begun to happen. It started subtly, as most peculiar things do. The village baker, a kind woman named Cora, noticed one morning that the stars above Stillwater seemed fewer. Not gone entirely, but dimmer, as though someone had gently blown out a handful of celestial candles. Then the village children began to whisper about the clock tower, how its chimes, usually so reliable, now rang a half-beat too slow. And the flowers in Alara's garden, which normally shifted hues with the sun, now flickered unpredictably, as if they couldn't quite decide which color to wear. The village hummed with curiosity, not fear. Stillwater was not a place given to alarm. Its people were thoughtful and patient, inclined to ponder a mystery rather than panic over it. It was Finn, the quiet young stargazer who lived in the cottage beside the clock tower, who first decided to investigate. Finn was a boy with wide, observant eyes and a heart that listened more than it spoke. Each night he would climb onto his rooftop with a brass telescope his grandfather had left him, charting the constellations and tracing their slow dance across the heavens. He had noticed the missing stars before anyone else, and he felt their absence like a quiet ache. One evening, as a soft rain began to fall, pattering gently on the leaves and cobblestones, Finn sat by his fireplace, a worn book of nursery rhymes open on his lap. His grandmother had sung them to him when he was small, and he found their rhythms soothing. One rhyme in particular drifted into his mind. When the silver chimes ring slow, and the stars forget to glow, seek the path where shadows flow, to find what only kindness knows. He wondered if the old verses held a clue. The next morning, Finn visited Cora the baker, who was pulling trays of cinnamon swirl buns from her oven. The warm, spicy scent filled the cozy shop. "Have you noticed anything else unusual?" Finn asked her. Cora wiped her flour-dusted hands on her apron. "Well," she said thoughtfully, "yesterday my shadow fell in the wrong direction, just for a moment, as if the sun had changed its mind." Finn thanked her and wandered toward the village square, where the oldest maple tree stood, its branches hung with those delicate shell-and-silver wind chimes. He watched them sway in the breeze, their notes soft and slightly out of sync with the slow tolling of the clock tower. His next visit was to Alara, the gardener whose flowers were behaving so strangely. Her cottage was nearly buried in blossoms of every shade, and she stood brushing soil from her hands, her face puzzled. "They've never done this before," she told Finn. "One moment they're blue as a robin's egg, the next they blush scarlet, and all without the sun moving an inch." Finn nodded, his eyes taking in every detail. He noticed a small, enameled locket lying half-hidden between the roots of the lavender bush. When he picked it up, Alara's eyes widened. "Why, I haven't seen that in years. It was my mother's. I lost it the summer the old bridge washed away." That seemed important, though Finn wasn't sure why. He spent the next few days watching, listening, and mapping the odd occurrences in a leather-bound journal. He noted that the clock tower chimed slowest just after the rain, that the stars were dimmest when the wind came from the east, and that the flowers changed color most wildly near the old stone well in the square. One afternoon he met Liam, the clockmaker, who was adjusting the gears of the tower's great timepiece. Liam was a practical man, but even he was baffled. "It's as if time itself is hesitating," he said, scratching his head. That word, hesitating, stuck with Finn. He remembered another nursery rhyme, one his grandmother used to sing when he couldn't sleep. Time may pause on gentle feet, when memories and sorrows meet. Look not in the sky so high, but where the silent teardrops lie. He wondered if the answer wasn't in the stars or the clock, but in something the village had forgotten. His search led him to the old bridge at the edge of Stillwater, the one that had washed away in a storm long ago. Only the stone foundations remained, draped in ivy and moss. As he stood there, the rain began again, soft and steady, and he heard a faint, musical weeping. There, sitting on the mossy stones, was a tiny creature no taller than his hand. She had wings like dragonfly silk and hair the color of moonlight, and she was crying silver tears that vanished as they touched the ground. Finn approached slowly, his steps quiet so as not to startle her. "Hello," he said gently. The creature looked up, her eyes like dewdrops. "You can see me." "I can," Finn said. "Why are you crying?" "I am a memory keeper," she explained. "I tend to the moments this village holds dear, but the bridge of this is where the oldest memories are stored. When it washed away, the memories began to fade, and when memories fade, time loses its rhythm. Stars dim, flowers forget their colors." Finn understood then. The missing stars, the slow chimes, the shifting flowers, they weren't a mystery to be solved by logic alone, but by empathy. The village had lost a piece of its heart when the bridge fell, and no one had rebuilt it. He sat with the memory keeper for a long while, listening as she spoke of laughter and conversations, of promises and farewells that had taken place on that bridge. Each memory was a thread in the tapestry of Stillwater's peace. The next day, Finn gathered the villagers in the square. He did not speak of magical creatures or silver tears. Instead, he reminded them of the old bridge and of all it had meant. "Perhaps," he said softly, "we've been looking too far upward for answers. Maybe what we need to restore is right here among us." And so, together, the people of Stillwater began to rebuild the bridge. They worked not with haste or worry, but with care and shared purpose. Cora brought warm pastries and spiced tea. Alara woven flowers into the railings. Liam helped design a clockwork mechanism that would ring a tiny bell whenever someone crossed, to remind them to pause and appreciate the moment. As the bridge took shape, stone by stone, the strange happenings began to ease. The stars brightened one by one. The clock tower's chimes steadied. The flowers returned to their gentle, predictable palette. On the day the bridge was completed, the whole village gathered to cross it together. And as they did, each person felt a warmth spread through them, a rekindling of forgotten joys, a gentle mending of something they hadn't known was broken. That evening, as fireflies began to blink above the meadows and the wind chimes sang in harmony with the clock tower, Finn stood on his rooftop, looking up at a sky now filled with familiar, glittering stars. He felt a soft brush against his cheek and heard a whisper on the breeze. "Thank you." The memory keeper was gone, but her presence lingered in the deeper peace that had settled over Stillwater. The villagers, now closer than ever, often walked the new bridge in the twilight, listening to the gentle bell and sharing stories of days gone by. And so, wrapped in the soft sounds of rain and chimes and kind voices, the village of Stillwater drifted into a serene and starlit night, its mysteries gently solved, its hearts comfortingly whole. Story 10. In the quiet, cozy folds of the upside-down mountains, where rivers flowed politely backwards, and trees grew with their leaves gently buried in the earth and their roots waving hello to the sky, there lived a small community of charmingly peculiar folk. Their village was known as Tumbleweed Teacup, a place where chimneys puffed out little clouds of lavender-scented steam, and the cobblestones hummed a soft, sleepy tune whenever anyone walked upon them. One of the most beloved residents was a dragon named Pippin. Pippin was not like other dragons. He did not hoard gold or jewels. Instead, he collected teacups. Not just any teacups, mind you. He had teacups that chimed when empty, teacups that changed color with the weather, and even one very special teacup that, if you listened very closely, would whisper a tiny, happy secret. His cave was a labyrinth of delicate shelves, each one home to a fragile, beautiful cup. Pippin's only trouble was that he could never actually drink from them, for his fiery breath, however gentle, would turn even the sturdiest porcelain into a puddle of melted whimsy. Not far from Pippin's cave, on a hill that rolled upwards into the sky, lived a cloud shepherd named Nimbus. Nimbus spent his days tending to a fluffy, drifting flock of clouds. He would guide them with a crook made of dandelion fluff, combing their vapory edges so they stayed neat and tidy. His clouds were known throughout the land for being especially soft and dreamy, perfect for resting one's head upon during an afternoon nap. But lately Nimbus had a small problem. His clouds had developed a case of the giggles. Every time a breeze tickled them, they would shudder and let out a chorus of tinkling hee-hees, which made them drift in silly, unpredictable patterns. And in a little cottage nestled inside an inside-out forest, where the bark was on the inside of the trees and the leaves rustled secretly within, lived a professional dream painter named Cora. Each night while the world slept, Cora would dip her brushes into pots of starlight and moondust, painting gentle dreams onto the ceilings of slumbering homes. She painted dreams of sailing on lily pads, of conversations with patient old tortoises, and of finding rooms in your own home you never knew were there. But recently, Cora had run into a bit of a snag. Her newest pot of tranquil turquoise had, by some strange mishap, been mixed with a drop of giddy gooseberry, and now every dream she painted with it was just a little bit silly. Not scary, mind you, just absurd. People would dream of wearing socks on their ears or trying to drink soup with a fork, and they'd wake up with a confused but cheerful smile. One particularly quiet afternoon, as the backwards river gurgled politely in reverse, and the upside-down tea shop served its tea already perfectly cooled in the pot, a peculiar series of events began to unfold. It started when Pippin decided he simply had to admire his newest acquisition, a teacup that, when empty, would fill itself with the sound of distant wind chimes. He leaned in a little too close, and a tiny, happy sigh escaped him. PFFFFD. A wisp of smoke curled from his nostril. It wasn't a flame, not really, but it was enough to startle him. He jerked back, his long, clumsy tail swishing through the air and bumping into a shelf. The shelf wobbled. A teacup that could balance on its rim trembled. Another that was shaped like a smiling cat teetered. Plink, plonk, boing. One by one, Pippin's precious teacups began to leap from their perches. They didn't fall and shatter, oh no. That would be far too tragic for Tumbleweed Teacup. Instead, they bounced. They hopped. They somersaulted through the air, chiming and clinking in a merry, chaotic dance, before floating gently out of the cave's entrance, carried on a sudden, mischievous breeze. Meanwhile, Nimbus was having his own troubles. A particularly ticklish gust of wind had sent his entire flock into a fit of giggles. Hee-hee, hoo-hoo, they chortled, bouncing off one another and drifting in loopy, nonsensical patterns. One fluffy white cloud, named Fluffernutter, giggled so hard he spun in a circle and accidentally scooped up a passing butterfly, who didn't seem to mind in the least. And at that very same moment, Cora was trying to paint a dream for the little baker who lived in a house with a roof made of gingerbread. She carefully dipped her brush into the tainted, tranquil turquoise, and as she swept it across the dream canvas, the color shimmered with a hint of playful energy. The dream began to form. The baker was peacefully kneading dough, when suddenly the dough puffed up into the shape of a friendly walrus wearing a top hat. The baker in the dream blinked and said, "Well, that's new." The three peculiar mishaps, the bouncing teacups, the giggling clouds, and the silly dream paint, were about to collide. The floating, bouncing teacups drifted up towards Nimbus's hill. They plinked and plonked against the giggling clouds, who found the sensation even more ticklish. Hee ooh, that tingles. The clouds jiggled and wobbled, and their collective movement created a soft, whirling up draft. Down below, Cora stepped outside her inside-out forest cottage to clear her head. She looked up and saw a most delightful sight. Dozens of Pippin's teacups were now nestled within Nimbus's fluffy, laughing clouds, being carried in a slow, graceful spiral above the village. It looked like a floating tea party for the sky. But then a single drop of her giddy, gooseberry-tainted paint fell from her brush. It dripped onto a passing ladybug, who immediately felt an urge to try walking backwards. The drop then splashed onto a daisy, which began to gently hiccup. Hic. The daisy's hiccup sent a tiny ripple through the air, which traveled upwards and tickled the underside of Fluffernutter the cloud. He-hi-ci, Fluffernutter shuddered, and in doing so he tilted. A single teacup, the one that whispered happy secrets, slid from his fluffy embrace and began to tumble down towards the village square. Pippin, who had been following the trail of his floating collection with a worried whimper, saw the falling teacup. He gasped. Nimbus from his hill saw it too and gave a concerned whistle. Cora, her painter's eyes keen, saw the trajectory. All three of them rushed towards the village square, their peculiar problems momentarily forgotten in the face of a potential, albeit gentle, disaster. The teacup pirouetted through the air, whispering its tiny secret as it fell. Psst. The moon enjoys a good cup of chamomile, heading straight for the roof of the upside-down tea shop. They arrived all at once in a quiet whoosh of dragon wings, a soft thump of a cloud landing, and the gentle pat-pat of a dream painter's slippers. They stood there looking at each other, and then at the descending teacup. The problem was clear, but the solution was not. "Oh dear," whispered Pippin, his voice like the rustle of old silk. "My whispering teacup." "My cloud hiccuped," wailed Nimbus, wringing his dandelion fluff crook. "It was my paint," Cora admitted sadly. "It's gone all giddy." They watched, helpless, as the teacup drifted closer. But then Cora's eyes, so used to seeing the world in shades of dreams and starlight, noticed something. The upside-down tea shop had a peculiarity they had all forgotten. Because it was upside down, its roof was actually a wide, flat, and perfectly sturdy floor. And on that floor-like roof, the tea shop's owner had, that very morning, laid out a large, plush, and incredibly soft rug to air out in the sun. The whispering teacup landed. F-whoomp. It didn't break. It didn't even clink. It simply sank into the deep, forgiving pile of the rug, coming to a rest as gently as a sigh. It lay there perfectly safe, still whispering its happy little secret to the fibers of the rug. There was a moment of stunned silence, and then a collective sigh of relief that ruffled the leaves of the inside-out trees. Pippin, Nimbus, and Cora looked at each other again, and this time they began to smile. The solution had been so simple, so unexpectedly straightforward. The very absurdity of their world, the upside-down tea shop with its rug-strewn roof, had saved the day. "Well," said Nimbus, scratching his head, "that was easier than combing a giggling cloud." "And much quieter than a bouncing teacup," added Pippin with a relieved chuckle. Cora smiled, her eyes twinkling. "It seems our little problems have all mixed together," she said. "Perhaps they can unmix in the same way." And so they set to work. Nimbus guided his flock of giggling clouds down to the village square. The clouds, still chuckling softly, formed a soft, bouncy staircase up to the tea shop's roof. Pippin, careful as a careful thing, climbed the cloudy steps and retrieved his whispering teacup, placing it safely in the curl of his tail. Then Cora had an idea. She brought out her pots of paint. She didn't try to fix the giddy gooseberry tint. Instead, she embraced it. She asked Nimbus if she could paint a few of his clouds. He agreed, curious. With delicate strokes, she painted one cloud with a pattern of waltzing badgers and another with swirling, sleepy violets. The paint, with its hint of playful energy, sank into the cloud stuff and settled. The clouds stopped giggling. Instead, they began to hum a low, soothing lullaby. Inspired, Pippin brought out his collection of chiming teacups. He carefully hung them from the branches of the inside-out trees. When the breeze blew, instead of causing giggles, it stirred the teacups into a gentle, wind-chime melody that floated over the village. And Cora, realizing the value of a little silliness, kept a small portion of her giddy gooseberry paint. She decided that once a week she would paint one deliberately silly dream for someone, a dream where rabbits wore tiny spectacles and read poetry to daffodils, or where pillows were made of marshmallow and whispered jokes. It became a beloved tradition, something the villagers looked forward to, a night of harmless, joyful absurdity. That evening, as the lavender steam puffed from the chimneys and the cobblestones hummed their sleepy tune, Pippin, Nimbus, and Cora sat together on the roof of the upside-down tea shop, which now felt like a cozy, rug-covered patio. Nimbus had brought a small, contented cloud for them to sit on. Pippin had brought a thermos of warm, cinnamon tea, which he poured into 3 sturdy, non-collectible mugs. And Cora had brought the quiet, happy feeling of a problem not just solved, but transformed into something new and wonderful. They sipped their tea, listening to the gentle plink-plonk of the teacup wind chimes and the soft hum of the painted clouds. The backwards river gurgled its polite, reverse lullaby, and the first stars began to peek out, ready for Cora's brushes. It had been a day of gentle absurdity, of magical mishaps that led not to disaster, but to a deeper, warmer friendship. And as the moon rose over the upside-down mountains, perhaps sipping its own cup of chamomile, the village of Tumbleweed Teacup settled into a peaceful, perfectly silly, and wonderfully cozy night. Story 11. In a valley cupped between gentle hills, where the streams whispered secrets to the stones, there lived a young person named Kalen. Kalen felt more than anything like a seed waiting in dark, uncertain soil. They were quiet, their footsteps soft as falling petals, and they carried within them a quiet hum of something waiting to be born. Their home was a small cottage at the edge of the whispering woods, a place where the very air seemed to listen. And it was here that the first of the changes began. It started not with a dramatic event, but with a feeling. On a morning when Kalen felt a flicker of unexpected courage after standing up for a smaller creature, they noticed that the tips of their hair, which they had always thought a rather plain brown, now held a delicate, shimmering dust like pollen kissed by the dawn. When they brushed their fingers through it, the dust drifted away to settle on the windowsill, and by afternoon a tiny, star-shaped flower had bloomed there, pale blue and smelling of fresh rain. Kalen was bewildered. They showed no one, keeping this quiet miracle to themselves, a secret held close to their heart. But the world around them seemed to be responding in kind. The small, struggling garden behind their cottage, which had previously yielded only a few stubborn herbs, began to change. When Kalen spent an afternoon feeling content and humming an old tune, a patch of earth suddenly sprouted velvety moss that glowed with a soft, internal light as dusk fell. When a wave of frustration over a tangled skein of yarn passed through them, the ivy on the cottage wall rustled, its leaves turning a deeper, more thoughtful shade of green. It was during one of these confusing, beautiful days that the mentor appeared. Kalen was sitting by the brook, watching the water striders skate across the surface, feeling that familiar ache of being a seed in the dark. An old woman, her back as straight as a young sapling despite her silver hair, settled on the mossy bank beside them. She carried a basket woven from living willow switches, and her eyes held the deep, knowing calm of a forest pool. "The water is patient," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "It does not fret that it is not yet the sea." Kalen looked at her, surprised but not afraid. "How do you know what it's waiting for?" they asked. The woman, who introduced herself as Anya, smiled. "Everything knows what it is waiting for deep down. The acorn knows the oak, the caterpillar knows the wing. The trick is to listen to the knowing, not the waiting." And so began a gentle tutelage. Anya did not visit every day, but always when Kalen needed her most. She never gave direct instructions, but instead offered stories and observations that were like keys for locks Kalen hadn't known were there. One afternoon, as a soft rain began to fall, Kalen confessed their fear of the changes happening to them. "It feels strange, like I am a shell that no longer fits." Anya pointed to a chrysalis hanging from a low-hanging branch of a nearby lilac bush. It was a jewel-like thing, emerald and gold, trembling slightly. "It is a comfortable prison, a shell," she mused. "It is safe and known, but the life inside knows it was made for more than safety. It was made for the sky. The struggle to break free is not a punishment, Kalen. It is the strengthening of the wing." As she spoke, Kalen felt a warmth spread through their chest. They looked down at their hands and saw that the skin on their palms was now traced with faint, silvery lines, like the veins on a moth's wing or the map of a forgotten constellation. It was not frightening. It was beautiful. These small victories began to build. Kalen learned to tend their inner garden of feelings. When sadness came, they would sit with it, not pushing it away, and soon the weeping willow by the brook would shimmer with dewdrops that tasted of clean, honest sorrow. When joy bubbled up, the wild roses by the fence would burst into blooms of impossible crimson, their fragrance so potent it could lift the heart of anyone who passed by. Their own body continued its gentle metamorphosis. The pollen dust appeared more frequently, now in different hues, a warm gold for contentment, a soft violet for moments of deep understanding. They began to weave small crowns from the flowers that sprang up in their wake, wearing them not as a disguise, but as a celebration. Anya taught them about the magic of the valley, how it was a place of sympathetic growth. "The land feels what you feel, Kalen," she explained one evening as they sat watching fireflies blink their coded messages in the twilight. "But it does not judge. A storm is not bad, it waters the roots. A frost is not cruel, it brings a necessary rest. Your emotions are the same, they are the weather of your soul, and this valley, it simply responds. It helps you see what is growing within." The most significant change began on a night of a full moon, when the world was painted in shades of silver and blue. Kalen had been grappling with a deep-seated feeling of not belonging, a loneliness that felt as vast as the sky. They walked into the heart of their garden, which was now a thriving, magical place full of glowing fungi and flowers that chimed softly in the breeze. The feeling was a heavy cloak around their shoulders. They sat on a smooth, cool stone and simply let the loneliness be. They didn't fight it or wish it away. They just acknowledged its presence, this old, familiar ache. As they sat there, a profound quiet settled over them. It was not an empty quiet, but a full one, like the silence at the center of a snowflake. And from that quiet, understanding blossomed. The loneliness was not a void, but a space waiting to be filled with their own true self. As this realization dawned, a wonderful thing happened. From their own heart, a soft, radiant light began to pulse. It was a gentle, golden light, the color of pure acceptance. The light spread outwards from their chest, washing over the garden. Where it touched, the flowers turned to face them, their colors deepening and becoming more vibrant. The moss at their feet began to glow with a steady, warm luminescence. And then from their back there was a feeling not of pain, but of release. Two magnificent, delicate wings unfurled. They were not the wings of a bird or an insect, but something entirely their own, vast and semi-transparent, like stained glass made from morning mist and captured sunlight. They were patterned with the same silvery lines that traced their palms, and they shimmered with all the colors their emotions had ever produced. Kalen stood, their feet barely touching the ground. They were not a seed anymore. They were not even a flower. They were something that could ride the wind, something that could see the world from a new perspective. Anya was there, as always, at the perfect moment. She stood at the edge of the glowing garden, her face a picture of serene joy. She did not clap or cheer. She simply bowed her head in a gesture of deep respect. "The cocoon was not your prison, little one," she said softly. "It was your cradle, and the garden was not your reflection, it was your teacher. You have learned its greatest lesson, that to be rooted is not the opposite of being free, it is what makes flight possible." Kalen took a tentative step, then another, their new wings catching the moonlight and scattering it into 1,000 tiny rainbows across the grass. They felt a lightness they had never known, not just in their body, but in their spirit. The changes were not something that had happened to them. They were something that had unfolded from them. They did not fly away into the night, leaving their old life behind. That was not the nature of this transformation. Instead, they walked back to their cottage, their wings folding softly against their back like a cloak of living light. The garden continued to glow around them, a testament to the journey. The finale of this tale is not an ending, but a true and gentle beginning. Kalen still lives in the cottage at the edge of the whispering woods. Their hair still shimmers with enchanted pollen, their hands are still mapped with starlight, and their magnificent wings unfold when they feel the call of the wind or the swell of a heartfelt emotion. They have become the mentor of their own valley, a quiet guide for other seeds waiting in the dark, showing them through their very being that change is not something to be feared, but a natural, beautiful unfurling. And on quiet nights, if you listen closely, you can hear the soft chime of the flowers in Kalen's garden, a lullaby of growth and acceptance, a gentle reminder that we are all in a state of becoming, and that the most magical transformations begin with the simple, brave act of listening to the seed of truth within our own hearts. The story is over, but Kalen's journey, like yours, is just beginning its next beautiful chapter. Story 12. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered in soft, shimmering clouds and nebulas bloomed like watercolor flowers across the velvet darkness, there drifted a small, forgotten world named Lumin. Lumin was a gentle planet, covered in crystalline forests that chimed softly when the solar winds blew, and its inhabitants were beings of pure light and color who communicated through shifting hues and radiant patterns. One such inhabitant was a young Luminian named Kalen, whose natural color was a warm, buttery gold, though he often shimmered with curiosity in streaks of azure and violet. Kalen loved nothing more than drifting to the edge of the whispering expanse, a vast, quiet field of asteroids and drifting space moss, to watch the distant stars pulse and dance. It was there, on an evening when 3 moons hung like pearls in the sky, that he first saw the stranger. The stranger was small and stocky, with 6 delicate limbs and a body that seemed to be made of polished river stones. Its large, dark eyes reflected the starlight, and from its throat came a soft, humming vibration that felt like a question. This was Finn from the rocky world of Geodex, where beings spoke not in colors, but in resonant frequencies and gentle tremors. At first Kalen flashed a bright, startled yellow, and Finn responded by tucking all 6 limbs close, emitting a low, uncertain drone. They hovered there, 2 lonely souls adrift in the vastness, separated not by space, but by the inability to share a single thought. But then Kalen remembered something his elder had once told him. When words fail, kindness has its own tongue. Slowly, Kalen let his light soften to a gentle rose gold, the color of friendship on his world. He extended a beam of light toward Finn, not as a probe, but as an offering. Finn hesitantly reached out one stone-like hand, and when the light touched it, a soft chime echoed between them. It wasn't a word, but it was a start. Over time, they met again and again at the edge of the whispering expanse. Kalen learned to interpret the subtle vibrations Finn emitted, a contented purr when watching a meteor shower, a worried buzz when solar flares crackled too close. Finn, in turn, began to understand the language of Kalen's colors, the deep blue of sadness, the sparkle of silver for excitement, the warm orange of comfort. They realized they needed a place of their own, a shelter where they could be safe from the occasional meteor storm and where they could learn more about one another in peace. Together, they ventured into a nearby asteroid belt, finding a large, hollow asteroid veined with luminous minerals. At its heart was a cavern filled with slow-growing crystal flowers that glowed with a soft, internal light. Here, they began to build their sanctuary. Kalen used his light to encourage the crystal flowers to grow into archways and gentle seating nooks. Finn, with his strong stone limbs, carved small pools into the floor and filled them with collected stardew that shimmered with captured starlight. They called it the Starlight Haven, a place that was part garden, part observatory, part home. In the center they placed their greatest treasure, a harmony stone, a rare crystal that amplified their unique ways of communicating, allowing Kalen's colors to manifest as soft chimes and Finn's vibrations to bloom into faint, beautiful hues around him. Of course, there were misunderstandings. One afternoon, Kalen noticed Finn gathering smooth, gray pebbles from a corner of the cavern and arranging them in a perfect circle. To Kalen, circles were a symbol of completion and joy, so he pulsed a brilliant, happy magenta. But Finn immediately stilled, his hum turning sharp and distressed. He had arranged the stones as a geodexian sign of mourning, and Kalen's bright color felt like a mockery. For a long moment, the haven felt cold. But then Finn did something unexpected. He slowly picked up one of the pebbles and placed it in Kalen's beam of light. As Kalen held it, he felt a slow, gentle vibration from the stone, a memory of Finn's sadness and an explanation. Kalen's light dimmed to a soft, sympathetic indigo, and he carefully placed the pebble back, pulsing a gentle rhythm of understanding. They had stumbled, but they learned. Even well-intentioned joy must sometimes make space for sorrow. Another time, Finn brought what he thought was a great delicacy, a cluster of glowing blue moss that geodexians considered a treat. He offered it to Kalen with a cheerful, rising hum. Kalen, touched by the gesture, enveloped the moss in his light, only to have it dissolve into sparkling dust. On Lumin, such direct light was used for cleansing, not consumption. Finn hum faltered into confusion, but Kalen quickly swirled his light into a playful spiral, showing Finn without reproach how he ate, by absorbing gentle starlight through the crystal flowers. They both shimmered and hummed with laughter, the kind that needs no translation. Their favorite moments were the quiet ones, when they would sit together in the Starlight Haven, watching the galaxy through the crystalline ceiling. Finn would emit a low, steady vibration like a cello's deepest note, and Kalen would wrap them both in a blanket of soft, amber light. They didn't need to share stories in the way others might. Instead, they shared presence. Kalen would pulse with the rhythm of distant pulsars, and Finn would answer with the tremor of passing comets. In those moments, they weren't a being of light and a being of stone. They were simply friends, woven into the same quiet tapestry of the cosmos. One day, a violent solar storm swept through the whispering expanse. The haven shuddered, and a large crack appeared in the ceiling, threatening the delicate environment within. Kalen flashed in frantic oranges and reds of alarm, while Finn's vibrations became a frantic, scattered buzz. They needed to act quickly, but their usual methods weren't enough. Kaelin's light couldn't mend stone, and Finn's strength couldn't fuse crystal. For a moment, despair hung heavy in the air. Then, Kaelin remembered the Harmony Stone. He focused his entire being, not on emitting light, but on channeling it into the stone. A brilliant, steady beam of white light shot into the crystal. Finn, understanding, placed his hands upon the stone and focused all his energy into a single, pure, resonant note. The haven filled with a blinding light and a sound like 1,000 wind chimes singing in unison. Where the crack had been, a new structure now grew, a beautiful, intertwined lattice of crystal and solid rock, stronger and more beautiful than what was there before. They had created something new together. When the storm passed, they sat beneath their new, shared architecture, weary but deeply connected. Kaelin glowed with a soft, contented gold, and Finn hummed a slow, peaceful rhythm. They had learned that the universe was vast and full of differences, but that kindness was a force more powerful than gravity. It could build bridges across the void, turn misunderstandings into laughter, and weave separate hearts into a single, warm constellation of friendship. And so the Starlight Haven remained, a secret sanctuary where a being of light and a being of stone could always return. A place where the language was not color or sound, but the quiet, unwavering certainty that no matter how far apart their worlds were, they had built a home in the space between. And on quiet nights, if you passed by that certain asteroid in the whispering expanse, you might just see a soft, golden glow from within and hear a gentle, humming melody, a lullaby of cosmic friendship singing the stars to sleep. Story 13. In the quiet hamlet of Silverwood Glen, where the cobblestone paths were worn smooth by generations of gentle footsteps, there existed a peculiar sort of magic. It was not the loud, flashy kind, but a softer, more subtle enchantment that hummed in the whisper of the wind through the pines and chimed from the countless crystal bells that hung from every eave. The people of Silverwood lived in harmony with the woods and the sky, and each evening as the great clock tower in the village square struck 7, they would gather to watch the stars emerge, one by one, like shy, silver flowers blooming in a vast, dark garden. It was the starlight, the villagers believed, that kept their little world in balance. The baker's bread rose a little higher, the weaver's threads shone a little brighter, and the colors of the wildflowers in the meadow seemed just a touch more vivid under the gentle gaze of the constellations. But one evening, as the clock tower finished its 7 soft, bronze chimes, a hush fell over the small crowd. Something was wrong. The sky, usually so generously scattered with light, seemed sparse. A patch of darkness, shaped rather like a teapot, gaped where the constellation of Serenia the shepherd should have been. The stars were not just dimmed, they were gone. A gentle murmur of confusion rippled through the villagers. They looked to Oliver, a quiet, thoughtful boy who spent his days mending clocks and his nights charting the heavens with a brass telescope his grandfather had left him. Oliver had a way of noticing things others missed, the way a spider's web caught the first light of dawn, or the secret pattern in the falling of maple seeds. He stood on the steps of the clock tower, his brow furrowed not in worry, but in deep curiosity. "They'll be back," he said, his voice calm and reassuring. "But we must find out where they've wandered off to." The first clue came from the oldest among them, Ilara, who hummed a nursery rhyme as she knitted by her fire. "When the shepherd's stars take flight, and the moon is washed in silver light, seek the path the rainbows keep, where the silent color watchers sleep." No one had thought of the rhyme in years. It was just a silly verse sung to children. But Oliver, who listened to the world with more than just his ears, felt there was truth woven into the simple words. "The color watchers," he murmured. "The chroma blossoms in the whispering meadow." The chroma blossoms were flowers of legend, said to change their hue based on the mood of the sky. They were notoriously shy and had not been seen in many seasons. If anyone knew about the missing stars, it would be them. The next morning, Oliver packed a small satchel with a honey-sweetened bun, a flask of lavender tea, and his most detailed map of the glen. The map was a beautiful, hand-drawn thing, filled with illustrations of landmarks, and along its borders, the very constellations that were now incomplete. As he traced the path to the Whispering Meadow, his finger paused over a small, inked drawing of a badger set near a babbling brook. His grandfather had scribbled a note beside it. Badgers are fine judges of character and better listeners than most. His journey began to the soft, percussive rhythm of a gentle rain beginning to fall, pattering on the broad leaves of the guardian oaks that lined the path. The air smelled of wet earth and pine. He followed the old map, his boots making soft squelching sounds in the damp moss. After a while, he came upon the badger set. A large, gruff-looking badger was sitting at its entrance, watching the rain with a thoughtful expression. "Good morning," Oliver said, bowing slightly. "I am looking for the chroma blossoms. Have you seen them?" The badger sniffed the air. "The color watchers, they have been quiet, but last night I saw a most peculiar thing. The stream behind my home, it flowed backwards for a full minute. It gurgled a strange, melancholic tune as it did. This was a red herring, but a delightful one. A backwards flowing stream." Oliver thanked the badger and decided to investigate. He found the stream, which was now flowing quite normally, chuckling over its stony bed. But nestled in the roots of a willow tree, where the water had briefly reversed, he found a smooth, gray river stone that was warm to the touch and pulsed with a soft, inner light. It wasn't a star, but it was a piece of magic he had never seen before. He pocketed it, feeling it was important. Pressing on, the rain eased into a faint mist, and the Whispering Meadow opened before him. It was a wide, rolling field, but it was monochrome. Every flower, from the tall foxgloves to the tiny clover blossoms, was a shade of silvery gray. They were silent. The chroma blossoms were here, but they had closed themselves off from the world. Oliver sat on a large, flat rock at the meadow's edge and opened his flask of lavender tea. He didn't demand answers. He simply sat, sipping his tea, and listened. He listened to the wind sigh through the gray petals. He listened to the distant chime of the village bells carried on the breeze. He listened with his whole heart. After a long while, a small, tremulous voice, like the ringing of a tiny bell, spoke from a flower at his feet. It was a blossom that had been a brilliant blue, but was now a sorrowful gray. "You are not like the others who have come seeking," the chroma blossom said. "You listen." "I am trying to understand," Oliver replied softly. "The stars are missing, and you have lost your color. I think these things are connected." The flower shivered. "The great clock in the sky is sad. Its heart, the constellation of the shepherd, has grown dim. We color watchers reflect the sky's heart. When it is sad, we fade." "But why is the sky sad?" Oliver asked. The chroma blossom was silent for a moment. "The music has stopped. The wind chimes in the village, the song of the stream, the chime of the clock tower. They have fallen out of harmony. The stars are the notes in the sky's great song. When the music on the ground is discordant, the song in the heavens falters." Oliver thought of the backwards flowing stream the badger had mentioned, and its melancholic gurgle. He thought of the warm, pulsing stone in his pocket. He thought of the nursery rhyme, "Seek the path the rainbows keep." The path wasn't a physical one. It was a path of harmony. He thanked the chroma blossom and promised to try and help. As he stood to leave, he placed the warm river stone at the base of the flower. A faint rosy pink blush began to creep into its petals. Returning to the village, Oliver went straight to the clock tower. He didn't look for broken gears or tangled weights. He listened, and he heard it. A faint, almost imperceptible dissonance. One of the great bells, the one that chimed the note of G, was ever so slightly out of tune with the others, creating a subtle, unhappy vibration that resonated through the entire glen. But how to fix it? He remembered his map and the constellations drawn along its border. He laid it out on the floor of the clock tower. There was Serenia the shepherd, her stars connected by silver lines. And there, beside her, was Lyra the harp. The pattern of the harp strings mirrored the arrangement of the clappers inside the clock tower's bells. He had an idea. He gathered the villagers in the square that evening. The sky was still missing its shepherd. "The stars haven't left us," Oliver explained to the concerned faces. "They've just stopped singing. Our clock tower is out of tune, and its song is what keeps the celestial music playing." He asked the villagers to bring their wind chimes, their musical instruments, even their singing voices. The blacksmith brought a set of tuned metal pipes, the baker brought a set of ceramic bowls filled with different levels of water, and the children brought their simple, wooden flutes. Under Oliver's direction, they found the true, pure note of G, the note the clock tower's bell was missing. Then, as the clock struck 7, instead of its usual chime, the bell ringer, following Oliver's instructions, struck the bell in a new, harmonious sequence, the pattern of the constellation Lyra the harp. The moment the correct, resonant G rang out, clear and pure, something magical happened. A collective gasp rose from the crowd. High above, in the dark, teapot-shaped patch of sky, a single point of light flickered, then shone steadily. Then another and another, until the entire constellation of Serenia, the shepherd, was back in its rightful place, brighter and more beautiful than ever. And as the starlight washed over the village, the sound of the clock tower's chimes seemed to weave together with the gentle music the villagers were making, creating a single, harmonious melody that floated up into the night. It was a song of community, of listening, and of shared wonder. The next morning, a delegation from the village journeyed to the Whispering Meadow. The gray was gone. In its place was a riot of color so vibrant it took their breath away. Reds, blues, yellows, and purples danced in the sunlight, and the chroma blossoms chimed softly in the breeze, a happy, tinkling chorus. Oliver placed the now cool river stone, which had helped the first blossom remember its color, in the center of the meadow as a monument to their shared experience. The badger came to see the spectacle, giving a gruff nod of approval. From that day on, the people of Silverwood Glen paid closer attention to the music of their world. They listened to the harmony of the wind chimes, the rhythm of the rain, and the melody of their own hearts. And every evening, as the clock tower chimed its 7, now perfectly tuned, notes, they would look up at the friendly, winking stars, knowing that their little village was forever in tune with the grand, gentle music of the universe. And in that knowing they found a deep and abiding comfort, a cozy mystery solved not by force, but by a quiet boy who knew how to listen. Story 14. The attic smelled of cedar and memories, a scent as familiar to the boy as his own breath. Up there, beneath the slanted roof where dust motes danced in the slanted afternoon light, was his favorite refuge. It was a place of quiet wonders, where forgotten things whispered stories if one knew how to listen. Today, however, the whispers were different. They weren't the soft rustle of old party dresses or the faint crinkle of yellowed newspaper. Today there was a hum, a low, resonant thrum that seemed to vibrate from a small, brass-bound chest tucked behind a broken rocking horse. The chest was no larger than a loaf of bread, its wood dark with age, its brass fittings tarnished to a soft, greenish glow. It wasn't locked. With a gentle push, the lid swung upward on silent hinges. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a compass. But it was unlike any compass he had ever seen. Its face was not marked with north, south, east, and west. Instead, it bore 4 curious words, etched in a delicate, looping script: courage, wisdom, kindness, and home. The needle, a sliver of pearlescent shell, did not point north. It quivered, spinning in slow, lazy circles before settling, with a soft click, on the word courage. As his fingers brushed the cool brass, the hum intensified, not in his ears, but in his very bones. The world in the attic seemed to soften at the edges, the light turning to liquid gold. The trunk, the rocking horse, the stacks of old books, they all seemed to lean in, listening. It was then that a voice, dry and rustling like autumn leaves, spoke from a shadowy corner. "Took you long enough." The boy started, clutching the compass to his chest. From behind a rolled-up carpet emerged a badger, his fur a striking blend of silver and black, and spectacles perched precariously on his nose. He shuffled forward, sniffing the air. "I'm Bernard," the badger said, adjusting his spectacles. "Keeper of the quiet things, and you've just woken the heartwood compass. Quite a day for it, too." He tapped a claw on the compass's face, where the needle still pointed firmly to courage. "It senses a need, a journey to be taken. Not a long one in miles, mind you, but a significant one in steps." "But where does it light?" the boy whispered, his voice barely disturbing the dusty air. "It leads where you need to go," said another voice, this one soft and melodic, like wind chimes in a distant garden. A great horned owl with feathers the color of moonlit bark glided down from the rafters, landing soundlessly on a trunk. Her enormous, knowing eyes blinked slowly. "I am Alara. I watch the paths between heartbeats. The compass does not guide your feet, child. It guides your spirit." Bernard nodded, his spectacles glinting. "The needle points to the quality you must find to help someone. Right now, it seeks courage. And courage, my boy, often means facing the things that make your heart feel small." The compass began to pulse with a gentle, warm light, and the needle tugged, not physically, but with a feeling deep in the boy's stomach, pulling him toward the attic door. With Bernard shuffling at his heels and Alara soaring ahead to perch on the banister, he descended the stairs, the old wood creaking a familiar, comforting song beneath his feet. The compass led him not out into the wide world, but through the quiet, familiar spaces of his own home. It guided him past the kitchen, where the kettle was beginning its evening whistle, and down the hallway to his grandfather's study. The door was ajar. The pulling sensation intensified, a gentle, insistent pressure right behind his ribs. Inside, his grandfather sat in his worn armchair, staring out the window at the gathering dusk. A book lay open and forgotten on his lap. The room, usually filled with the scent of pipe tobacco and old paper, felt still and heavy. His grandfather's shoulders, usually so straight, were slumped. The boy understood. His grandfather's old friend, a man who had visited every Sunday for chess, had moved far away across the country. The silence in the room was a new, unwelcome guest. Courage, the compass seemed to whisper in his mind. The boy's own heart felt small. He was shy, often letting others speak first. But the compass was warm in his hand, and Bernard was nudging his ankle reassuringly. Alara, from her perch on the bookshelf, gave a soft, encouraging hoot. He took a step into the room. Then another. The floorboards sighed under his weight. "Grandfather," he said, his voice a little louder this time. His grandfather turned, a faint, sad smile touching his lips. "Hello, my boy." The compass needle suddenly spun, clicking softly until it settled on a new word, kindness. What could he do? What act of kindness could fill this quiet, empty space? He looked at Bernard, who was thoughtfully polishing his spectacles with a paw. He looked at Alara, who swiveled her head almost completely around, her gaze falling upon the chessboard, set up in the corner, its pieces waiting for a game that might never come again. An idea small and fragile as a bird's egg hatched in his mind. He walked over to the chessboard. Would you teach me," he asked, "to play?" His grandfather's eyes, which had been cloudy with memory, cleared. A genuine light returned to them. "Teach you? Well, now, I suppose I could." He rose from his chair, his movements slow but purposeful. "The king moves one square at a time," he began, his voice gaining strength. "But the queen is the most powerful piece on the board. She can go anywhere." As his grandfather explained the knight's L-shaped journeys and the bishop's diagonal sweeps, the boy felt the compass grow warm once more. The needle quivered and clicked onto its third word, patience. He was not a natural. He moved his pawns into danger, forgot to protect his king, and sacrificed his rook for no good reason. But he listened. He watched his grandfather's kind, weathered hands move the pieces, and he tried to see the board as he saw it, a world of possibilities and strategies. He didn't get frustrated. He simply tried again. Bernard had curled up by the fireplace, his soft purring a steady, rhythmic counterpoint to the tap-tap-tap of the chess pieces. Alara watched from the mantelpiece, her eyes half-closed in contentment. After a long while, the boy managed a move that made his grandfather sit back and chuckle. "A clever block," he said, admiration in his tone. "Very clever indeed." In that moment, the heavy silence was gone. It had been replaced by the soft sounds of a shared evening, the gentle clink of porcelain as his mother brought in 2 cups of cocoa, the rustle of the badger shifting in his sleep, the distant, melodic chime of the grandfather clock in the hall striking 7. The boy looked down at the compass in his lap. The pearlescent needle was spinning slowly, peacefully, before it came to its final rest with a definitive, soft click. Home. It wasn't pointing toward the door. It was pointing at his grandfather, at the chessboard, at the steaming mug of cocoa, at the purring badger and the watchful owl. It was pointing at the feeling in the room, a feeling of warmth, of connection, of a sadness shared and thus made lighter. The journey was over. He hadn't traveled any miles at all. Yet he had ventured into the uncertain territory of a heavy heart, and with a little guidance from a magical compass and his peculiar friends, he had found his way through. Later, as he climbed back into the attic to return the compass to its chest, Bernard and Alara were waiting. "A journey well traveled," Alara said, her voice like a lullaby. "Indeed," Bernard agreed, yawning widely. "Courage to begin, kindness to act, patience to see it through, and the wisdom to find your way home. That's the only map anyone ever really needs." The boy placed the compass back on its velvet bed. The hum had faded to a contented silence. As he closed the lid, he knew the magic wasn't truly in the brass or the shell or the etched words. The magic was in the choice to be brave, to be kind, to be patient. The compass was merely a reminder, a key that had helped him unlock a door he already possessed. Back in his own bed, with the scent of cedar and memories still clinging to his pajamas, he listened to the gentle sounds of the sleeping house, the soft creak of a settling floorboard, the whisper of the wind outside his window, the distant, rhythmic purr of a badger from somewhere in the dreams of the house. And he knew, with a certainty that warmed him more than any blanket, that the most extraordinary secrets were not hidden in attics or chests, but in the quiet, courageous, and kind moments of an ordinary day. And with that comforting thought, he drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep. Story 15. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm orange light dancing across the room like a host of gentle spirits. The log settled with a soft sigh, sending a shower of sparks spiraling upward into the darkness of the chimney. Outside, the wind whispered through the pines, a hushed lullaby for the sleeping world. But inside, in this circle of warmth and light, a story was waiting to be told. It's a story about a quiet boy, a forgotten path, and the light we sometimes find when we are brave enough to look into the dark. His name was Leo, and he was a boy who carried a quietness inside him, a stillness that often felt heavier than it should. While other children in his village of Oakhaven would whoop and chase each other through the sun-dappled lanes, Leo preferred the company of the woods at the edge of town. He wasn't unhappy, not exactly. He just felt that the world was a vast, humming tune, and he hadn't yet found his part to play. He spent his days tending to his small, sun-starved garden and sketching the shapes of leaves and the patterns of bird wings in a worn leather journal. One afternoon, deep in the amber glow of autumn, Leo was following a particularly stubborn squirrel along a game trail he thought he knew well. The squirrel, a bundle of chattering energy, darted off the path and behind a curtain of ancient, weeping ivy that cascaded down a mossy stone outcrop. On a whim, Leo pushed the ivy aside. Instead of the solid rock he expected, he found a narrow opening, just wide enough for him to slip through. The air that drifted out was different, cooler, and carrying a scent of damp earth, blooming night flowers, and something else, something like the memory of cinnamon and old books. His heart beat a little faster, a soft thrum against his ribs. This was a new path. And a new path, however faint, promised a new story. Taking a deep breath, he stepped through. The world changed in an instant. The familiar sounds of Oakhaven woods, the distant bark of a dog, the creak of a farmer's cart, vanished, replaced by a profound, living silence. He found himself in a twilight glen he had never seen on any map. The trees here were immense, their trunks wide as cottages, and their canopies so thick they wove the sky into a tapestry of deep green and gold. Soft, phosphorescent mosses clung to the roots and stones, casting a gentle blue-green glow that pulsed faintly, like the breathing of the earth itself. Fireflies, or what looked like fireflies, drifted lazily through the air, but their light was a steady, warm amber, not a blink. They were like living embers, and their light filled the glen with a cozy, perpetual dusk. This was the Emberwood. Leo stood transfixed, his own quietness feeling suddenly small in the face of this immense, whispering peace. He took a hesitant step forward, the thick carpet of moss swallowing the sound of his footfall. It was then that he noticed he was not alone. Sitting on a large, flat mushroom cap, no taller than Leo's knee, was a creature. It had large, luminous eyes the color of melted honey, and delicate, translucent wings that shimmered with the same ember light that filled the glen. Its skin had the rough, textured bark of an ancient tree, and from the top of its head sprouted a tiny, glowing sprout that flickered softly. It was weaving a cloak from strands of spider silk and dried lavender, its small fingers moving with a practiced, peaceful rhythm. It looked up, and its honey-gold eyes met Leo's. There was no fear in its gaze, only a deep, ancient curiosity. "You are off the worn paths," the creature said, its voice like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. The human paths. Leo, who was rarely lost for words because he so seldom used them, found himself speaking easily. I followed a squirrel." The creature gave a small, chiming laugh. "Ah, the gatekeeper, he is a reliable scout. I am Thistle." It gestured with a tiny hand to the space beside it. "You have found the Emberwood. Few of your kind do any more. You carry a quiet with you. The wood likes quiet." And so an unexpected friendship was kindled in that twilight glen. Leo visited the Emberwood every day after that. He learned that Thistle was a glimmerling, one of the caretakers of the forest. Thistle, in turn, was fascinated by Leo's world. The concept of gardening, of coaxing life from seeds, was a strange and wonderful magic to the glimmerling. Their days were spent in simple, profound companionship. Thistle showed Leo the secret language of the forest, how the pulsing of the moss indicated the health of the great trees, how the amber fireflies, which were called sunsparks, stored the memory of the day's light in their bodies to keep the gloom at bay. Leo showed Thistle his sketches, and the glimmerling would trace the lines with a delicate finger, marveling at the capturing of a moment. But as the days grew shorter in the world above, Leo noticed a change in the Emberwood. The gentle glow of the mosses was beginning to dim. The light of the sunsparks flickered more weakly, and their flight paths became sluggish and uncertain. A deep, unseasonable chill was settling into the air, and the comforting scent of cinnamon and old books was being overtaken by the smell of cold stone and decay. "What's happening?" Leo asked one afternoon, his breath misting in the air. The cozy dusk of the glen was deepening into a worrying gloom. Thistle's honey-gold eyes were clouded with a sorrow so old it seemed to weigh down his small shoulders. "The heartstone is fading," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "It is the great crystal at the center of the emberwood. For countless seasons it has gathered the warmth and light of the world, sharing it with all of us, keeping our home in its gentle balance. But its light is growing old. It is tired." He led Leo on a path they had never taken before, a winding trail that descended between the roots of the largest tree Leo had ever seen. At the center of the wood, in a vast, circular clearing, stood the Heartstone. It was a magnificent geode as tall as a man, its exterior a rough, dark gray rock. But its heart was hollow, and within that hollow should have blazed a core of pure, warm, golden light. Now it was barely an ember. A faint, dull orange glow pulsed irregularly from its center, like a dying heartbeat. The light that had once sustained the entire emberwood was guttering out. A profound sadness settled over Leo. He had finally found a place where his quiet nature was not a burden but a gift, a place that felt more like home than home itself, and now it was slipping away into a cold, eternal night. "Can it be fixed?" Leo asked, his voice thick with emotion. Thistle shook his head slowly, the tiny sprout on his head dim. "The old stories say it cannot be rekindled by glimmerling hands alone. Its light was born from a connection to all living things, a shared warmth. Our kind, we have grown too isolated, too content in our own glow. We have forgotten how to share our light with the world, and in turn, the world has forgotten how to fuel ours." He looked up at Leo, a fragile hope in his eyes. "But you are different. You came here seeking nothing. You came with a quiet heart, ready to listen. Perhaps that is the kind of spark that is needed now." Leo stared at the dying stone. He felt the immense weight of the Glimmerling's hope, the fate of this entire hidden world, resting on his small, quiet shoulders. He was just a boy who liked to garden and draw. What could he possibly do? That night, back in his own room, Leo couldn't sleep. The image of the fading Heartstone burned behind his eyes. He thought about what Thistle had said. A shared warmth. He looked at his own small hands. They were good for tending plants, for holding a pencil. They weren't made for grand magic. But then he thought of his garden. He thought of the tiny, pale seedlings he nurtured on his windowsill, how he gave them water and turned them toward the sun, and how they, in return, gave him their green, growing life. It was a kind of sharing, a kind of warmth. The next day he went to the Emberwood with a new determination. He brought his gardening trowel and a small pouch of the richest soil from his compost heap. He found Thistle and the other Glimmerlings huddled near the Heartstone, their own natural lights dimmed to near nothingness in their despair. "I have an idea," Leo announced, his voice firmer than it had ever been. "It might not work, but it's all I have." The Glimmerlings watched, their large eyes wide, as Leo began to work. He didn't try to chant magic words or perform a dramatic ritual. He simply did what he knew. He carefully cleared a small patch of earth at the base of the great Heartstone. He mixed in the rich, dark soil from his pouch, feeling its life and potential between his fingers. Then from his pocket he took a single, perfect acorn he had found that morning, a tiny, brown vessel holding a mighty oak tree within it. "This is a promise," he said softly, more to the acorn and the stone than to the Glimmerlings. "A promise of growth and shade and a home for others. It's a piece of my world." He planted the acorn in the prepared soil, patting the earth gently around it. Then he sat back, his heart pounding. Nothing happened. The Heartstone gave another weak, faltering pulse. The gloom seemed to press in closer. A few of the glimmerlings turned away, their hopes dashed. But Leo wasn't finished. He closed his eyes, pushing aside his own fear and disappointment. He thought not of saving the world, but of simple things. He thought of the warmth of the sun on his face in his own garden. He remembered the sound of his mother's laughter. He pictured the clever, bright eyes of the squirrel that had led him here. He felt the steadfast friendship of Thistle, a warmth that had filled a lonely space inside him he hadn't even known was there. He gathered all these small, quiet, personal moments of warmth and connection, and he imagined them not as thoughts but as light. He imagined this light, his light, flowing from his heart, down his arm, and through his fingertips as he gently laid his hand upon the cold, rough surface of the hearthstone. For a long moment there was only silence and the cold. Then a single brilliant spark, like the first star appearing in a twilight sky, ignited deep within the hearthstone's core. A collective gasp rippled through the glimmerlings. Leo opened his eyes. The spark held, then grew, pulsing once, then twice, stronger each time. It was not the same uniform golden light as before. Now, woven through the gold were threads of soft green, like new leaves, and the deep blue of a quiet evening, and the warm orange of a friendly hearth. It was a light made of many lights. As the new light bloomed within the hearthstone, it spilled out into the clearing. It touched the mosses at its base, and they flared back to life, their blue-green glow brighter and more vibrant than ever. The light washed over the waiting glimmerlings, and the little sprouts on their heads burst into brilliant, joyful flame. Thistle's own light shone so brightly his bark-like skin seemed to be made of living gold. But the most wonderful thing was what happened next. Emboldened by Leo's act, one of the glimmerlings, a small female named Nettle, fluttered forward. She placed her tiny hand on the stone next to Leo's and closed her eyes. A new thread of light, the color of fresh lavender, wove itself into the hearthstone's glow. Then another glimmerling came forward, adding a thread of silvery light, like morning dew. One by one, every glimmerling in the clearing came to lay a hand upon the stone, each contributing their own unique hue, their own personal warmth to the collective light. The hearthstone was no longer a solitary beacon. It had become a symphony of light, a tapestry woven from the shared joys, hopes, and friendships of an entire community. Its light poured out through the emberwood, banishing the chill forever. The sun sparks danced in joyous, blazing arcs, painting the canopy with streaks of amber. The great trees themselves seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves rustling in a happy chorus. Leo stood back, his heart so full he thought it might burst. He had not saved the emberwood alone. He had simply been the first to remember how. He had provided the first small spark, and in doing so, had reminded the glimmerlings that their greatest strength was not in their individual glows, but in their willingness to share them. Thistle flew up and landed on Leo's shoulder, his small light warm and comforting. "You see," the glimmerling said, his voice full of wonder. "You thought you had no magic, but your quiet heart was the greatest magic of all. It knew how to listen, and it knew how to share its warmth. You have not just saved our home, Leo, you have helped us make it new." As the seasons turned, Leo remained a steadfast friend to the emberwood and its people. The acorn he planted grew into a strong young sapling, its leaves a vibrant, healthy green, nurtured by the new, shared light of the hearthstone. It stood as a permanent bridge between his world and theirs. And Leo himself was transformed. The quiet boy was still there, but the stillness inside him was no longer heavy. It was a deep, peaceful pool, reflecting the light he had found and helped to kindle. He had discovered his part in the world's great tune. It wasn't a loud, crashing cymbal or a soaring melody. It was the soft, steady, essential hum of a warm hearth on a cold night, the sound of a heart that had learned to give its light freely, and in doing so had found itself illuminated. Back in his room in Oakhaven, with the fire crackling its own gentle song in the hearth, Leo would sometimes look out his window toward the woods. He would see, just for a moment, a soft, multicolored glow deep among the trees, a friendly wink from a hidden world that was now, and would forever be, a part of him. And in that warmth, in that quiet, comforting light, he would close his eyes, his own small heart glowing steady and true, and drift into the most peaceful of dreams. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. In the sleepy valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into plum-colored sunsets and cobblestone paths glistened with morning dew, a peculiar mystery began to unfold. It started with old Mrs. Thimblewick's prize-winning roses. Overnight, their vibrant petals turned as clear as raindrops, though they still smelled sweeter than honeycake. Then came the floating teacups in Mr. Bramble's bakery, drifting lazily above the scone trays without spilling a drop of chamomile brew. Finally, the village children discovered their knitted mittens humming soft lullabies whenever worn. Whispers fluttered through the maple groves like autumn leaves. What magic is this? Young Clara, with eyes like moss agates and a curiosity as deep as the wishing well, decided to unravel the riddle. She tucked her notebook into her apron pocket, filled her pockets with sugar-dusted biscuits, and set out beneath a sky streaked with dove-gray clouds. Her first clue came near the brook, where she found dewdrops hovering midair like tiny crystal bells. "Something's dancing where it shouldn't," she murmured, sketching the phenomenon with a charcoal pencil. Seeking wisdom, Clara climbed the hill to the cottage of Elder Rowan, whose beard held more stories than the village library. His home smelled of dried lavender and slow-brewed wisdom tea. "Ah," he chuckled, strorting his silver beard as Clara described the floating dewdrops. "Nature's shyest children are stirring, but mischief without malice needs gentle eyes to see it." He gifted her a spyglass carved from moonstone, a lens that revealed invisible footprints glittering like crushed starlight on the mossy banks. Following the trail, Clara wandered into the whisperwood, where ancient trees murmured secrets to the wind. There she met Flicker, a squirrel with fur like spun copper and a tail that shimmered when excited. "Troubles brewing by the Glimmer Pond," he chattered, nibbling Clara's offered biscuit. "The pond sprites are restless, their queen's crown has gone missing." Flicker led her through fern-choked paths to the pond, where water lilies glowed like submerged lanterns. Sure enough, tiny, translucent sprites darted frantically beneath the surface, their usual joyful bubbles replaced by worried sighs. Clara observed quietly. The sprite's magic, usually confined to polishing pebbles and guiding tadpoles, was spilling into Willowbrook, unintended ripples of their distress. Using Elder Rowan's spyglass, she spotted faint scorch marks near a hawthorn bush. "Fireflies don't burn leaves," she mused. Flicker scampered up the tree, returning with a clue, a single thread of iridescent silk, finer than spider web. "Moon moth silk," he declared. "Only night gardeners weave it." Under a buttermilk moon, Clara and Flicker crept to the night garden, a hidden meadow where lunar moths tended blossoms that bloomed only in starlight. There, perched on a foxglove trumpet, sat Seraphina, a moth woman with wings like stained glass. Her antennae drooped guiltily. "I borrowed the crown," she confessed, voice like rustling petals. "The queen's crown holds starlight to help our midnight blooms, but when I returned it, it vanished from the pond's edge." Her wings fluttered anxiously, scattering prism dust. Clara pieced it together. The scorch marks were from Seraphina's hurried flight, the silk thread a snag from the crown. But who took it? Back at Glimmer Pond, Clara studied the muddy shore. Among the sprite footprints, she spotted larger, webbed impressions. "Frogs don't wear crowns," giggled Flicker. Then, a glint beneath a willow root. There lay the crown, tangled in fishing line beside a dented tin pail. Old Finn, the nearsighted fisherman, often mended nets here at dawn. At daybreak, Clara found Finn by his boat. He admitted, scratching his head. "Thought it were a fancy bobber. Took it home for me tackle box." Finn's cottage overflowed with useful finds, bottle cap medals, button brooches, and there, gleaming among fish hooks, the Sprite Queen's crown, a delicate circle of water reeds and captive starlight. The resolution bloomed like dawn. Clara returned the crown to the tearful queen, who rewarded Willowbrook with a promise. Henceforth, sprites would borrow magic openly. Each morning they'd weave dewdrop chimes in Mrs. Thimblewick's garden, float teacups as Bramble's bakery alarms, and stitch humming tunes into mittens to warm small fingers. Seraphina gifted Finn firefly lanterns for night fishing, while Elder Rowan displayed the moonstone spyglass in the village hall, a reminder that mysteries unravel sweetest with kindness and watchful eyes. That evening, as Clara curled by her hearth, the mittens on her hands hummed a soft, contented melody. Outside, the clear roses caught the moonlight like living stained glass, and the air shimmered with the gentle magic of secrets understood. In Willowbrook, even the quietest puzzles nestled into place, cradled by friendship and the soft, sure rhythm of a world where every mystery ended with a lullaby. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its light dancing across the walls like a troop of gentle, golden sprites. It was on nights like these, when the wind whispered secrets against the window pane and the world outside seemed to hold its breath, that the best stories were born. So pull your blanket a little closer, settle into the cushions, and let me tell you a tale not of roaring bonfires, but of a quiet, steady glow. A story about a boy, a hidden world, and the warmth that can be found in the most unexpected of places. In a small, quiet village nestled in a valley that always seemed to be caught in a gentle sigh, there lived a boy named Leo. He was a thoughtful child, with eyes the color of the forest floor, after a rain and a heart that listened more than it spoke. While other children raced through the cobblestone streets playing games of chase and conquest, Leo preferred the company of the old woods that cradled the village. He would spend hours tracing the veins on leaves, watching the patient journey of a ladybug, or simply sitting with his back against the rough bark of an ancient oak, listening to its slow, woody heartbeat. Leo's world was one of soft sounds and muted colors, and he was, if not unhappy, then perhaps a little lonely. He felt things deeply, the sadness in a wilting flower, the joy in a sunbeam finding its way through the canopy, and such feelings are heavy to carry alone. One afternoon, as autumn was painting the world in shades of flame and gold, Leo was following a path he'd never noticed before. It was a shy little trail, barely more than a suggestion woven between the ferns and tree roots. A curious feeling like the tug of a forgotten dream drew him forward. The air grew cooler, the light softer, filtered through a dense ceiling of intertwined branches. And then the path simply ended at a great, moss-covered stone wall, so ancient it seemed more a part of the mountain than built upon it. There, nestled in a crevice where the stone met the earth, was a small, perfect door. It was no taller than Leo's knee, crafted from dark, polished wood, and inlaid with a single, swirling pattern that looked like a captured eddy of smoke. It had no knob, no keyhole. As Leo knelt, his breath catching in his throat, he noticed that the center of the swirling pattern held a small, smooth stone. It was dull and gray, no different from any other pebble in the stream. But then, as the last of the day's light began to fade, something miraculous happened. The stone began to glow. It was not a bright, flashy light, but a deep, pulsing warmth, like the heart of a banked fire, or an ember holding its secret heat in the darkness. It cast a soft, orange-red radiance onto the tiny door, making the wood grain seem to swim and shift. Hesitantly, Leo reached out and touched the glowing stone. It was wonderfully warm, a comfort that seeped right into his bones. The moment his fingers made contact, the tiny door swung inwards without a sound, revealing not a dark space behind the stone, but a tunnel filled with the same gentle, ember-like light. Without a second thought, for his quiet heart told him this was a thing of wonder, not of fear, Leo crawled inside. The tunnel was short, and on the other side, he emerged into a world that stole his breath away. He was in a vast, hidden grove, entirely enclosed by the towering stone walls of the mountain. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, night-blooming jasmine, and something else, something like cinnamon and old parchment. Above, the sky was not the darkening blue of evening, but a perpetual soft twilight, lit by thousands of tiny, floating lights that drifted like lazy fireflies. But these were not insects. They were living embers, each one pulsing with that same deep, warm glow as the stone in the door. They floated amidst leaves that shimmered with a silvery sheen, and settled on flowers that looked as though they were woven from moonlight and shadow. This was the Ember Glade. Leo stood for a long time, simply breathing it in. The silence here was different from the woods he knew. It was a living silence, filled with the soft hum of the drifting embers and the distant, musical trickle of water. His wonder was interrupted by a small, frantic sound. A series of tiny, distressed chirps came from a cluster of bell-shaped flowers nearby. Crouching down, Leo saw a most extraordinary creature. It was a small, furry animal, about the size of a squirrel, with velvety, smoke-gray fur and ears too large for its head. Its most remarkable feature was its tail, which ended in a tuft that glowed with a soft, steady, golden light. But the little creature was in trouble. Its glowing tail was tangled in the sticky, thread-like vines of the bell flowers, and it was tugging and chirping in clear alarm. "SHHH, it's all right," Leo whispered, his voice barely disturbing the tranquil air. "I'll help you." His fingers, accustomed to the delicate work of untangling knotted string and carefully arranging his collections of feathers and stones, were perfect for the task. He worked slowly, gently loosening the sticky threads one by one, speaking to the creature in a low, soothing murmur. The creature stopped struggling and watched him with wide, intelligent eyes that reflected the floating embers like tiny, star-filled pools. Finally, with one last careful pull, the little creature was free. It shook itself and its tail tuft flared brightly for a moment, casting a warm circle of light around them both. It then scurried up Leo's arm and nuzzled its soft face against his cheek, its chirping now a happy, purring trill. "You're welcome," Leo said, a real, unburdened smile spreading across his face for the first time in a long while. A soft, rustling sound made them both turn. From behind a tree with bark that looked like layered silver emerged another figure. This one was taller, about Leo's height, and walked on two legs. He had the same large, luminous eyes and velvety skin, but his form was more human-like. He wore simple clothes woven from what looked like moss and spider silk, and in his hand he carried a staff topped with a crystal that held a captive, pulsing ember. He regarded Leo not with fear, but with a calm, deep curiosity. "You have helped a Glimmerwing," the boy said, his voice as soft and smooth as the flow of a deep underground river. "They are the keepers of light in our grove. We are in your debt." "I'm Leo," he said, finding his voice. "I am Finn," the boy replied with a slight bow of his head. "You are the first of your kind to find the Ember Glade in many, many turnings of the seasons." Finn explained that this hidden world was a sanctuary, a place where gentle, nocturnal beings lived in harmony, their lives governed by the soft light of the embers. The Glimmerwings, like the one Leo had rescued, tended to the floating lights, ensuring they never dimmed. There were others, too, the whisperers who spoke to the roots of the trees, the stream singers whose voices made the water chime like crystal bells. "But something is wrong," Finn said, his large eyes clouding with worry. He led Leo to the center of the grove, where the largest tree Leo had ever seen stood sentinel. Its trunk was as wide as a cottage, and its branches, laden with leaves that shimmered like beaten copper, stretched up to form the very ceiling of their twilight world. Nestled in the great fork of the tree was a single, enormous ember, as large as Leo's head. But its light was faint, flickering weakly like a candle guttering in the wind. "This is the heart ember," Finn explained. "It is the source of all light and warmth in our grove. From it all the smaller embers are born, but for many moons now its glow has been fading. The grove grows colder, the lights drift lower, and a stillness is settling over everything. We do not know why." Leo looked at the struggling light, and a profound sadness settled in his chest. He understood this feeling, the fear of a light going out, of warmth leaving, of a beautiful, quiet world growing dim. He knew what it was to feel a chill that wasn't just of the air. "Maybe I can help," Leo said, his voice quiet but firm. And so began Leo's true journey. His days in the village became a secret double life. By day, he was the quiet boy who walked in the woods. By night, he would slip through the tiny door and enter the Ember Glade, where Finn became his guide and fast friend. Their investigation was not a grand, heroic quest with clashing swords and roared challenges. It was a gentle mystery, unfolding like the slow, intricate patterns of smoke rising from a calm fire. They walked the grove together, their path illuminated by the Glimmerwing, who Leo had named Spark for the cheerful way his tail flared, riding happily on his shoulder. Leo, with his patient, observant nature, noticed things the grove folk, who had lived there for eternity, had come to take for granted. He noticed how the silvery leaves of the trees seemed duller at their tips. He heard a strain in the chiming of the streams, a note of weariness. He felt a subtle, persistent coldness seeping up from the ground, a chill that the fading light of the heart ember could no longer keep at bay. He spent hours sitting with the oldest of the whisperers, a being so ancient its form was more like gnarled wood than flesh, learning that the stories of the grove were stored in the roots of the great trees. He learned that the heart ember did not just give light, it was tied to the vitality of the grove itself, fed by the joy, the peace, and the harmony of all who lived there. The chill you feel, the old whisperer rasped, its voice like the rubbing of two branches together, is not of this season. It is the chill of forgetting, of silence where there should be song, of stories left untold. One evening, as Leo and Finn were resting by one of the singing streams, sharing a piece of sweet, nutty bread Finn's mother had baked, Leo spoke of his own world. He talked about the village, about the other children whose games were too loud and fast for him, about the loneliness that sometimes felt like a cold stone in his pocket. Finn listened, his large eyes full of understanding. "Your world has a chill, too," Finn said softly. "It does," Leo admitted. "But it's different. It's inside me." Perhaps, Finn mused, the chills are related. A forgotten story here, a lonely heart there, maybe they feed each other. Sorrow has a way of seeping through the cracks in the world. It was this conversation that sparked the idea in Leo's mind. The problem wasn't something that could be fixed with a magic spell or a physical tool. The heart ember was fading because the connection between the beings of the grove was weakening. The stories were being forgotten. The songs were being left unsung. His own loneliness was a mirror of the grove's growing stillness. He had an idea. It was a small idea, a quiet idea, but it felt true. The next night he asked Finn to gather everyone in the grove, all the glimmerwings, the whisperers, the stream singers, at the foot of the great tree. When they had all assembled, their faces lit by the worryingly faint pulse of the heart ember, Leo did not make a grand speech. He simply sat down on a smooth, moss-covered stone, with Spark nestled in his lap, and he began to tell a story. It was the story of how he had found the grove. He described the shy path, the mysterious door, the wonder of seeing the glowing stone. He told them about meeting Spark, about the fear in the little creature's eyes, and the relief when it was free. He described his friendship with Finn, their long walks, their shared silence, and their conversations. He spoke of the beauty he saw in their world, the shimmer of a leaf, the melody of a stream, the gentle drift of a living ember. He spoke not as a hero, but as a friend. And as he spoke, something began to happen. A glimmerwing, inspired, fluttered up to a low-hanging branch and began to trace patterns in the air with its glowing tail, illustrating the tale. A stream singer, hearing its home described with such affection, began to hum a soft, new melody, one of discovery and friendship. One of the older whisperers, its memory stirred, began to recount an ancient tale of the grove's founding, a story no one had heard in generations. One by one, others joined in. Stories were shared. Songs were sung. Laughter, a sound that had become rare in the grove, chimed through the air like another stream. They shared memories of bright days and comforted each other about the colder times. They reforged the connections that had grown thin. Leo watched, his heart feeling fuller and warmer than it ever had. He was no longer just an observer, he was a part of this. He was weaving his own thread into the tapestry of the grove. And as the stories flowed and the songs rose, the great heart ember above them began to change. Its faint, guttering flicker steadied. Then it swelled. A wave of pure, golden warmth pulsed out from it, washing over the entire grove. The light grew brighter and brighter, not harshly, but with a deep, resonant power that felt like a collective sigh of relief. The floating embers throughout the grove brightened in response, rising higher, their hum becoming a joyful chorus. The chill that had plagued the grove melted away, replaced by a profound, comforting warmth. The silvery leaves on the trees seemed to polish themselves, and the stream's song regained its clear, crystalline tone. The grove was healed. Not by a mighty deed, but by remembrance, by shared stories, and by the simple, powerful warmth of friendship. Finn looked at Leo, his luminous eyes shining with unshed tears of joy. "You didn't bring a new light, Leo," he said. "You helped us remember how to kindle our own." The time came for Leo to return to his own world. The journey through the ember glade had transformed him as surely as fire transforms wood. He had gone in a lonely boy and was emerging with a heart that had learned to connect, to share, and to find warmth by giving it away. At the tiny door, Spark nuzzled his hand one last time, his tail glowing with fierce affection. Finn placed a hand on his shoulder. "The door will always be here for you, my friend," he said. "You are a part of this grove now, and it is a part of you." Leo crawled back through the tunnel and emerged into the crisp night air of his own woods. The door closed silently behind him, the stone in its center once again a dull, gray pebble. But as he touched it, he felt a residual warmth, a secret promise held within. He walked back to his village under a sky filled with cold, distant stars, but he did not feel the chill. A new warmth glowed within him, steady and true, the ember of a friendship that crossed the boundaries of worlds. He knew now that his quiet nature was not a flaw, but a gift. He was a listener, a storyteller, a keeper of small, important warmth. Back in his small room, as he lay in bed, he no longer felt the ache of loneliness. He could almost hear the faint, chiming song of the streams from the ember glade, a lullaby carried on the edges of his memory. He closed his eyes, and in his mind he saw the great heart ember, burning bright and steady, its light a promise that even in the deepest darkness, warmth and friendship could always be found, if only one knew how to look. And with that comforting thought, the gentle glow of a hidden world nestled in his heart, Leo drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, his dreams filled with floating lights, whispering trees, and the enduring warmth of a friendship that had saved a world. Sleep well, little listener. May your own heart be a hidden grove, filled with its own gentle, enduring light. The fire crackles softly, casting dancing shadows that seem to beckon you deeper into the story. Tonight we journey to the heart of the Elderglen, an ancient forest where time moves like the slow, deep breaths of the earth itself. Here, beneath a sky thick with stars, moonlight doesn't just fall, it weaves itself into the very air, turning spiderwebs into silver lace and dewdrops into scattered diamonds. And when the world sleeps, the Elderglen truly wakes, humming with a quiet, profound magic. Our tale begins with a small, rather weary hedgehog named Fern. Fern was usually a creature of dusk and dawn, but tonight, a strange restlessness prickled beneath her spines. Sleep eluded her. Her cozy burrow, lined with fragrant dried clover and downy milkweed silk, felt strangely confining. Outside, the forest sighed a long, low sound like the earth settling. It wasn't just the wind in the pines, it was the trees themselves, murmuring in their slow, woody language. Fern knew this language, as all true dwellers of the Elderglen did. It spoke of deep roots drinking from hidden springs, of sunlight stored in broad leaves, and tonight it spoke of a subtle shift, a sigh of change carried on the cool air. Pushing aside her mossy door, Fern stepped into the silvered night. The air was crisp, tasting of frost to come and damp earth. Moonbeams thick as cream poured through the canopy, illuminating a path of moss-covered stones that gleamed like polished jade. Each step she took released the scent of crushed thyme and damp loam. Nearby, the whispering brook babbled its endless song, a constant, soothing counterpoint to the rustling leaves overhead. Its language was one of movement and connection, tales of mountain snowmelt, journeys through sun-dappled glades, and the secrets carried by minnows. Fern paused by the brook, dipping her snout to drink. The water was achingly cold and sweet. As the ripples settled, she saw reflected not just the moon, but clusters of tiny, soft green lights clinging to the undersides of broad ferns nearby. Moon moss, it was called, glowing with its own gentle bioluminescence, like captured starlight. The sight calmed her a little, but the restless feeling persisted, a quiet hum beneath her fur. Trouble sleeping, little root tapper. The voice was deep, soft, and seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. It vibrated through the soles of Fern's paws. She looked up into the gnarled branches of an ancient oak, wider than 10 hedgehogs laid nose to tail. high above, two great luminous eyes blinked slowly. Silas, the elder owl. He was as much a part of the forest as the bedrock beneath it, his feathers the color of tree bark and shadow, his face etched with the wisdom of countless seasons. Silas, Fern whispered, her voice small in the vast quiet. The trees, they sigh differently tonight, and the stones feel expectant. She placed a small paw on a large, smooth stone warmed slightly by the day's sun. It hummed faintly, a low, resonant thrum she felt rather than heard. The stone spoke the oldest language of pressure, time, and stillness. Silas tilted his great head, moonlight catching the silver edges of his feathers. They do, little one, they speak of the great turning. The season of deep sleep draws near. The forest prepares to rest, to dream beneath the frost. He ruffled his feathers softly, the sound like dry leaves skittering across stone. Restlessness before the quiet is natural. It is the forest gathering its breath, settling its accounts. But why does it make me feel so adrift? Fern asked, tracing the cool, damp moss on the stone. A gentle breeze sighed through the leaves above, a susurrus that sounded like distant, whispered secrets. Listen, listen. Perhaps, Silas mused, his voice a soothing rumble, the forest senses you have not yet found your piece of the puzzle. Every creature, every leaf, every drop in the brook has a role in the turning. What small task waits for Fern? Fern thought. She gathered seeds, she tended the moss near her burrow, she listened to the brook's stories. But Silas's words resonated. There was a feeling, a quiet pull, like the tug of the moon on the tides, drawing her deeper into the Elderglen, towards the starlight clearing a place rarely visited, except on nights of potent magic. Follow the moon path, Silas suggested gently, not commanding, but offering a key. Listen to the stones, they remember the way with a soft whoosh of silent wings. He melted back into the shadows of the oak, leaving Fern with the comforting sounds of the night. The drip, drip, drip of sap from a pine, the distant plink of a water drop falling into a still pool, the soft crunch of her own paws on the frost-kissed moss. Taking a deep breath, Fern set off. She followed the broadest moonbeam, a river of silver light cutting through the trees. She paused often, placing her paw on the cool, smooth stones that marked the path. Each hummed its own unique note, a deep bass thrum from a granite boulder, a higher, crystalline chime from a piece of quartz. Together, they formed a silent melody guiding her steps. The whispering brook's voice grew fainter, replaced by the deeper sigh of older trees, ancient beeches, whose bark felt like cooled leather beneath her touch, murmuring of long summers and deep winters endured. The air grew colder, sharper, smelling of damp stone, and something else, something sweet and faintly electric. The forest grew denser, the canopy thicker, yet the moonlight seemed brighter here, concentrated. Fern pushed through a curtain of hanging moss, beads of moisture glistening like tiny moons, and gasped. The starlight clearing lived up to its name. It wasn't large, but the canopy opened completely to the vast, star-strewn sky. The Milky Way arched overhead, a river of diamond dust. But the true wonder lay below. The entire clearing floor was carpeted in luminous blue and green moss, pulsing with a soft, internal light. Giant, translucent mushrooms like frozen moonbeams glowed with a gentle white radiance, casting long, soft shadows. Fireflies, larger and brighter than any Fern had seen, drifted lazily, their golden light weaving patterns in the air. It was pure, breathtaking bioluminescence, a secret heart of light held within the sleeping forest. In the very center of the clearing stood a figure Fern had only heard tales of, Elderroot, the oldest tree in the Elderglen. Not an oak or a beech, but a colossal willow. Its trunk was a tapestry of gnarled bark, silvered by moonlight and time. Its long, trailing branches, tipped with the last golden leaves of autumn, swept the glowing moss like gentle fingers. The air around it shimmered faintly, humming with an ancient, peaceful power. Fern approached slowly, awestruck. The humming of the stones was louder here, harmonizing with a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to come from elderroot itself. It wasn't a sound heard with ears, but felt in the bones, a slow, steady pulse like the heartbeat of the earth. "Welcome, child of the turning earth," the voice wasn't spoken. It blossomed directly in Fern's mind, warm and deep as rich soil, as comforting as the crackle of the fire you hear now. You feel the sigh of the great turning. "Yes, elderroot," Fern whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Silas said, "I might have a piece of the puzzle." A sense of profound understanding washed over her, like sinking into warm, sun-baked earth. "Look," the voice resonated. Fern looked down at her feet, amidst the glowing moss. Nestled there, almost hidden, were clusters of tiny, perfect berries. They weren't glowing themselves, but they reflected the starlight and the bioluminescent moss with an intense, silvery sheen. Moonberries. Rare, precious, said to hold the essence of the autumn moon. They have ripened under the turning moon, elderroot's thought flowed. Their time is now, before the deep frost seals the forest sleep. They carry the dream seeds of renewal. They must be shared, scattered where the sleepers dream, so their essence nourishes the roots of spring. Fern understood. This was the quiet task. The restlessness had been the forest's gentle nudge, the sighing trees and expectant stones its subtle directions. She carefully, reverently, began to pluck the moonberries. They were cool and smooth in her paws, smelling faintly of frost and distant stars. The clearing watched her. The glowing moss pulsed softly, the fireflies danced intricate patterns above, the ancient willow hummed its deep, grounding song. The gentle patter of a light, icy rain began, kissing the leaves high above, a soothing, rhythmic whisper adding to the symphony of the night. She gathered a small pouchful, the berries shining like captured starlight. As she worked, a profound peace settled over her, deeper than any sleep. The restlessness melted away, replaced by a warm sense of purpose, of being perfectly woven into the Elderglen's grand tapestry. She was part of the sigh, part of the turning. "Well done, little keeper," Elderroot's thought brushed her mind like a trailing willow branch. "Carry the moon's promise to the dreamers. The forest rests easier knowing its treasures are tended." Fern bowed her head, a deep feeling of gratitude filling her small chest. She turned, the pouch of moonberries held gently. The path back seemed clearer now, the stones humming a comforting, familiar tune. The rain fell a little heavier, a soft shush-shush-shush on the canopy, but beneath the trees, Fern walked in a pocket of quiet peace. She stopped by the whispering brook, scattering a few moonberries along its banks. They gleamed like fallen stars against the dark water, destined to nourish the roots of water plants dreaming below. She left some near the entrance to the rabbit warren, where deep sleepers would unknowingly breathe in their renewing essence. Finally, she placed a few precious berries near her own burrow entrance, a promise for the spring to come. Her task complete, Fern slipped back inside her cozy burrow. The scent of clover and milkweed welcomed her. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a delicious, bone-deep weariness. The forest sighs outside were no longer unsettling, but a gentle lullaby, the sigh of contentment, of settling into rest. The drip, drip, drip of rain from the eaves, the distant murmur of the brook, the deep, resonant hum of the resting earth, it was a symphony of peace. She curled into her nest, the pouch of remaining moonberries glowing softly beside her, a tiny piece of the starlight clearing brought home. Outside, the Elderglen settled deeper into its seasonal slumber. The moonberries, scattered and nestled into the earth, began their quiet work, weaving dreams of green shoots and warm sun into the fabric of the frozen months. The great turning was complete. Fern closed her eyes, her breath slowing, matching the deep, restful rhythm of the ancient forest. She drifted into sleep, not adrift, but anchored, cradled by the wisdom of owls and trees, the language of stones and streams, and the soft, luminous promise of renewal that glowed even in the deepest dark. The fire crackles softly now, mirroring the gentle pulse of the Elderglen's heart, a reminder that even in stillness life dreams and prepares, ever so gently, to bloom again. Sleep well, little dreamer, sleep well. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, a steady, whispering voice of light and warmth in the quiet room. Its golden light danced upon the walls, painting them with shifting patterns of amber and deep orange, and the scent of burning applewood filled the air, sweet and smoky. It is in this circle of warmth and light that our story begins, not with a bang or a shout, but with a quiet, lingering sort of sadness. In a small, tidy cottage at the edge of a great, whispering forest, lived a young boy named Kalen. He was a thoughtful child, with eyes the color of the forest floor after a rain, and a heart that often felt too big for his small chest. You see, Kalen felt a profound loneliness, a hollow space inside him that the cheerful chatter of the village children or the busy love of his parents could not quite fill. He felt different, as if he were a puzzle piece from another box, and he spent most of his time wandering the fringes of the woods, listening to its secrets, hoping to find where he might truly belong. One evening, as the autumn sun bled into a violet and tangerine horizon, Kalen was returning from one such walk. The air was growing chilly, and he pulled his woolen cloak tight around his shoulders. His path took him past the workshop of old Alara, the village woodcarver, a woman as gnarled and wise as the ancient oaks she loved. Her door was ajar, and a soft, buttery light spilled out onto the cobblestones. Drawn by the warmth, Kalen peeked inside. Alara was not carving that night. Instead, she was sitting by her own small fire, polishing a smooth, dark river stone she held in her palm. It was about the size of a goose egg, unremarkable at first glance. But as Kalen watched, his breath caught in his throat. From deep within the stone's core, a gentle, pulsing light began to glow. It was the color of banked embers, a deep, warm red that pulsed with a slow, steady rhythm, like a sleeping heart. "Come in, child," Alara said without looking up, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "The night air is too cold for lingering." Kalen stepped inside, the warmth of the workshop enveloping him like a blanket. "What is that?" he asked, his eyes fixed on the stone. Alara held it out to him. "This is an emberstone. It is a very old thing, and a very rare one. It does not create its own light, you see. It only reflects what is already there." She placed it in his hand. It was surprisingly warm, and the gentle pulse of light within it seemed to sync with the beat of his own heart. "Reflects what light?" Kalen asked, turning the stone over. It felt alive. "The light inside," Alara said simply. "The warmth of a kind heart, the spark of a brave spirit, the glow of a hidden truth. For most, it remains a dull, cold rock, but for those who carry a special light within them, it awakens." Kalen stared at the emberstone in his hand. Its deep red glow was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. "Why is it glowing for me?" Old Alara smiled, the wrinkles around her eyes deepening like well-trodden paths. "That, my boy, is a question only you can answer, but the stone has chosen to speak to you. It wishes to go with you." "With me, where?" "On a journey," she said, her gaze drifting towards the dark line of the forest. "There is a place deep within the woods, a hidden world known as the Sylvan Glade. It is a place of immense, ancient magic, but its heart is growing cold. Its light is fading. I believe the emberstone is the key to warming it again, and I believe you are the one who must carry it there." A journey into the deep woods. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at Kalen. But as he looked down at the stone, its steady, ember-like glow seemed to pour courage into his veins. The hollow feeling inside him shifted, not filling, but changing into a sense of purpose. "How will I find it?" he whispered. "The stone will guide you," Alara said. "Listen to its pulse. It will beat faster when you are on the right path, and slower when you have strayed. Trust it, and trust yourself." And so, with the emberstone tucked safely in a leather pouch tied around his neck, Kalen set out the very next morning. He left a note for his parents, promising to return, his pack filled with bread, cheese, and a heart full of trepidation and hope. The forest welcomed him not with a roar, but with a sigh. The tall pines formed a cathedral ceiling high above, their branches filtering the sunlight into shifting, dappled patterns on the mossy floor. The air was cool and smelled of damp earth and pine resin. For hours he walked, the only sounds the crunch of his own footsteps and the distant calls of unseen birds. He held the emberstone in his hand, feeling its rhythmic pulse. For a long time it beat slow and steady. Then, as he paused at a fork in the game trail, considering which way to go, he felt it. A quickening, a distinct thump-thump-thump against his palm, when he looked towards the path that led deeper into the shadowy, thicker part of the woods. Taking a deep breath, he followed that path. The forest grew denser, the light fading to a perpetual twilight. Strange bioluminescent fungi clung to the trees like pale, ghostly lanterns. Kalen's loneliness began to creep back in, amplified by the profound silence. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't notice the route snaking across the path until it was too late. He tripped tumbling down a small, leafy embankment, landing with a soft thud in a bed of ferns. He was unhurt, but his pouch of food had torn open, and his supplies were scattered. As he sat up, brushing dirt from his trousers, a wave of despair washed over him. He was lost, his food was gone, and the great, silent forest seemed to press in on him from all sides. The emberstone around his neck felt heavy and cold. It was then that he heard a sound, a soft, sniffing noise. He looked up and saw a pair of bright, intelligent eyes peering at him from behind a fallen log. A moment later, a small, red fox stepped cautiously into view. It was a beautiful creature, with a coat like polished copper and a bushy tail tipped with white. It didn't run away. Instead, it tilted its head, studying him with a curious expression. "Hello," Kalen said softly, his voice small in the vast quiet. The fox took a step closer, then another. It sniffed the air, then cautiously approached a piece of cheese that had fallen from Kalen's pack. It nibbled at it, then looked back at Kalen as if to say thank you. "I suppose you can't have it," Kalen said with a sigh. "I don't have much use for it now." The fox finished the cheese, and then, to Kalen's astonishment, it sat down, wrapping its tail neatly around its paws. It wasn't afraid. In fact, it seemed to be keeping him company. "Are you lost too?" Kalen asked, feeling a little silly for talking to a fox. The fox simply blinked. But in that moment, a wonderful thing happened. The emberstone, which had grown dim, began to glow again. A soft, warm pulse of light emanated from it, and the fox's eyes widened, reflecting the gentle crimson glow. It didn't startle. It seemed comforted. Kalen reached out a hand, slow and steady. The fox hesitated for only a second before it stretched its neck and gently nudged his fingers with its cool, damp nose. A feeling of pure, uncomplicated friendship flowed through Kalen, warm and sweet as honey. The hollow space inside him didn't feel so empty anymore. "I'm Kalen," he said, "and I'm going to the Sylvan Glade." The fox gave a soft, chuffing sound, then stood up and trotted a few paces down a path Kalen hadn't even noticed, hidden behind a curtain of ivy. It looked back at him, waiting. You know the way?" Kalen asked, incredulous. The fox flicked its tail, a clear gesture of "follow me." And so, Kalen's solitary journey transformed into a shared one. He named his new companion Ember, for the color of his fur and for the light of the stone that had brought them together. Ember proved to be an excellent guide. He knew which berries were safe to eat, where the clearest streams trickled, and the safest places to rest as the deep violet of night draped itself over the forest. As they traveled, Kalen talked. He told Ember about his loneliness in the village, about feeling out of place, about the weight of the strange stone and the task he had been given. Ember, of course, could not reply with words, but he listened with his whole body, his ears swiveling to catch every syllable, his presence a quiet, steadfast comfort. In turn, Kalen learned to listen to the forest as Ember did, to the warning chatter of a squirrel, the direction of the wind, the subtle messages in the rustling leaves. One afternoon they came to a wide, rushing river, its waters gray and swollen with recent rains. The bridge that had once spanned it was nothing more than a few rotten planks dangling from crumbling stone pillars. How will we cross? Kalen wondered aloud, his heart sinking. Ember trotted along the bank, his nose twitching. He stopped at a place where a great, ancient willow tree leaned far out over the water, its long, trailing branches brushing the surface of the river. He looked from the branches to Kalen and back again, a clear idea forming in his clever mind. Understanding dawned on Kalen. It was a risky, terrifying idea. But as he looked at the determined set of Ember's shoulders and felt the confident pulse of the Emberstone against his chest, he knew it was their only choice. He would have to swing across. Gathering a handful of the strongest, most flexible willow branches, he took a deep breath. Fear was a cold stone in his stomach, but beneath it was a new feeling, trust. Trust in Ember, trust in the stone, and trust in his own growing strength. With a running start, he leaped, clutching the branches. For a heart-stopping moment, he swung out over the churning, cold water. The branches creaked and strained, but they held. He landed, stumbling but safe, on the far bank. He turned immediately, his heart in his throat. Ember. The little fox took a few steps back, then ran and leaped with all his might. He wasn't heavy enough to swing the branches down. He scrabbled desperately at the air, starting to fall. Without thinking, Kalen lunged forward, lying flat on the bank and stretching his arms out as far as he could. His fingers brushed against Ember's fur, caught hold of a leg, and he pulled with all his might, hauling the dripping, shivering fox to safety. They lay on the bank for a moment, panting, soaked but triumphant. Ember shook himself, spraying water everywhere, and then licked Kalen's cheek. The Emberstone was glowing so brightly it cast their shadows long and dancing on the rocks behind them. Kalen realized he wasn't just carrying the stone's light anymore, he was creating it. The light of courage born from friendship was shining from within him. The land on the other side of the river was different. The air grew colder and the trees were skeletal and silver, their leaves long gone. A profound silence hung over everything, a silence that felt old and weary. The very light seemed thin and gray. The Emberstone's pulse was a frantic, urgent drumbeat against Kalen's chest. They followed the stone's guidance into a narrow canyon between two sheer cliffs of pale, smooth rock. At the end of the canyon was an archway, woven from the living roots of two immense, sleeping trees. This was the entrance to the sylvan glade. But the glade was not what Kalen had imagined. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, frozen in time. Trees of silver and gold, with leaves like crystal, stood motionless. Flowers made of frosted glass dotted the landscape. A still black pool lay at its center, reflecting the bleak, colorless sky. But it was utterly silent and utterly cold. There was no birdsong, no rustle of life, no warmth. The magic here was not sleeping, it was dying. In the center of the glade, beside the dark pool, stood a figure. It was a creature of light and shadow, shaped like a tall, slender woman, but she was made of woven willow branches and pale, fading moss. Her eyes were closed, and she seemed to be woven into the very fabric of the glade, her feet like roots sinking into the earth. This was the guardian, the spirit of the sylvan glade, and she was fading away. Kalen approached slowly, Ember at his heels. The cold was seeping into his bones. He held the emberstone out before him. "Hello," he called softly, his voice echoing in the crystalline silence. The guardian's eyes fluttered open. They were the color of a winter sky, vast and empty. Who comes to this forgotten place?" Her voice was a whisper, the sound of wind through bare branches. "My name is Kalen. I was sent, I was guided here by this." He opened his hand, revealing the emberstone. It glowed, but its light seemed small and feeble against the immense, consuming cold of the glade. The guardian's pale eyes focused on the stone. A flicker of memory passed over her face. "The Heartstone, it has been an age since I felt its warmth." She looked at Kalen, her gaze piercing. "But its light alone is not enough. It is a mirror, child. It can only reflect what is brought to it. The glade's own heart has grown cold with loneliness and the weight of forgotten years. Its light has gone out." Kalen understood then. The journey wasn't about delivering a magical object. It was about what he had become on the way. The stone hadn't been guiding him to the glade. It had been guiding him to himself. He thought of his own loneliness, the hollow feeling that had sent him into the woods. He thought of the warmth of old Alara's fire, the steadfast friendship of Ember, the courage he had found at the river. He thought of all the small, quiet lights that had guided him, kindness, trust, bravery. He knelt by the dark, still pool, the emberstone held tightly in his hand. He didn't know any grand spells or magical words. So he simply began to speak. He spoke of the things he had learned. He spoke of the comfort of a shared silence, the strength found in a helping hand, the way a single act of kindness could light up the darkest path. He poured all the warmth he had found on his journey, the warmth of friendship, of purpose, of a heart no longer feeling alone, into the stone. And the emberstone responded. It began to glow, not with a pulse, but with a steady, brilliant, sun-like radiance. The deep red of embers flared into gold and soft white. The light poured from the stone, not as a beam, but as a gentle, flowing warmth, like liquid sunlight. It touched the frozen flowers, and their glass petals began to shimmer with soft, living colors. It touched the silver trees, and their crystal leaves began to chime softly, a sound like 1,000 tiny bells. It touched the dark pool, and the water cleared, reflecting not a gray sky, but the brilliant, warm light of the stone itself. The light flowed up the guardian's roots, through her body of willow and moss. Color returned to her, the rich brown of soil, the vibrant green of new growth. She stood taller, her eyes now the deep, warm green of a summer forest. A slow, beautiful smile spread across her face. The sylvan glade was waking up. A breeze, warm and sweet with the scent of blooming things, whispered through the trees. From hidden nests and burrows, creatures began to emerge. Shimmering moths, birds with feathers like jewels, small, shy animals Kalen had never seen before. The silence was replaced by a symphony of life, chirping, buzzing, rustling, a joyful noise that was the very sound of the world being born anew. The guardian placed a hand, now warm and solid, on Kalen's shoulder. "You did not bring the light, child," she said, her voice now strong and melodic. "You became the light. You reminded this place of what it had forgotten, that the truest magic, the warmth that can melt the coldest frost, is the magic of connection. Thank you." Kalen looked at Ember, who was chasing a glowing butterfly, his copper fur blazing in the new light. The hollow space inside him was gone, filled to the brim with a quiet, profound joy. He had found where he belonged. It wasn't a place on a map, it was a feeling he carried within him. He spent a day and a night in the sylvan glade, resting and marveling at its restored beauty. When it was time to leave, the guardian gave him a small, smooth seed from the oldest tree in the glade. "Plant this where your heart feels most at home," she said. "It will grow into a reminder." The journey back was different. the forest seemed brighter, friendlier. He and Ember retraced their steps, the emberstone now resting quietly against his chest, its great task complete. When he finally emerged from the tree line and saw the familiar smoke rising from his village chimneys, it felt like returning to a dream. He went straight to Alara's workshop. The old wood carver was waiting, as if she had known the very moment he would arrive. She took the emberstone from him. It was dark and cool once more, a simple river stone. "Its work is done," she said, placing it on a shelf among other curiosities. "And so is yours for now." Kalen shook his head. "No, it's just beginning." He told her everything about Ember, the river, the frozen glade, the guardian. As he spoke, he realized the story itself was a kind of light, warming the small workshop. He went home to his parents, who hugged him tight, their worry melting into relief and pride. That evening, in the soft soil of his own backyard, under the watchful eye of Ember, who had decided the village was not so bad if Kalen was there, he planted the seed from the sylvan glade. And as the seasons turned, a strange and wonderful tree began to grow. Its bark was silvery, its leaves a shimmering gold green, and on the coldest, darkest winter nights, its branches would glow with a soft, ember-like light, casting a gentle, warm radiance over Kalen's home. Kalen was never lonely again. He had learned that the world is full of hidden glades and silent guardians, and that every heart carries an ember waiting to be kindled. He had learned that the most important journeys are the ones that lead you back to yourself, and that the truest warmth is found not in a solitary fire, but in the shared light of friendship. So as the fire in the hearth now burns down to a bed of glowing, pulsing coals, and the room is filled with a deep, peaceful quiet, remember Kalen's story. Remember that even on the darkest nights, there is always a light within you, waiting to be shared. Carry that warmth with you into your dreams, and know that you, too, belong. Sleep well, and may your dreams be as gentle and full of wonder as a sylvan glade, restored. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a sleepy village, where the roof slanted just so, and the windows winked with warm lamplight, lived a quiet child named Leo. The cottage had been in their family for generations, and every corner held whispers of stories past. But the place Leo loved most was the attic, a dusty, shadowy space filled with forgotten treasures and the gentle scent of old wood and memories. One rainy afternoon, with drops pit-patting against the window panes like tiny fingertips, Leo decided to explore the attic more thoroughly than ever before. Under the soft glow of a hanging lantern, between a stack of yellowed books and a basket of woolen blankets, Leo's fingers brushed against something cool and smooth. It was a small wooden music box, carved with intricate patterns of twisting vines and sleeping birds. Its surface was worn with age, but it hummed with a strange, gentle warmth. With a soft click, Leo opened the lid. Instead of a melody, a soft, silvery light spilled out, and a voice like wind chimes whispered, "I have been waiting for you." Leo started, nearly dropping the box. "Who's there?" they whispered, their voice barely a breath. "The keeper of stories," the voice replied. "This music box does not play songs, it plays memories, but it has been silent for many years and its magic is fading. To restore it, you must find 3 lost harmonies, the laughter of a friend, the comfort of a stranger, and the courage of your own heart." Leo's eyes widened. They were not usually one for adventures, preferring the safety of books and familiar corners. But the music box seemed to pulse with hope, and its light wrapped around their fingers like a promise. And so, with the music box tucked safely in their pocket, Leo's journey began, not across mountains or seas, but through the landscape of their own quiet bravery. Their first guide was an old tortoise-shell cat named Barnaby, who often napped in a sunbeam on the attic stairs. He stretched lazily as Leo descended, his purr rumbling like a tiny, contented thunderstorm. "Off on an adventure are we," he mused, blinking amber eyes. "I may be old, but I know a thing or two about finding what's lost." Barnaby led Leo to the village square, where children were chasing each other, their laughter ringing like bells. "The laughter of a friend is close," Barnaby said, curling his tail thoughtfully. "But it isn't about volume, you know, it's about sincerity." They approached a little girl named Maya, who was sitting alone on a bench, looking sadly at a broken jump rope. Leo hesitated, their usual shyness rising like a wall. But the music box pulsed gently, encouraging them. "Would you like help with that?" Leo asked softly. Maya looked up, surprised. With patience and clever fingers, Leo tied the rope back together, and soon the two were jumping and laughing, a true, bright sound that seemed to make the very air sparkle. As they laughed, a shimmering, golden note floated from Maya's smile and settled into the music box with a soft ping. One harmony found. Next, Barnaby led them to a small bakery at the corner of a cobblestone street. The air was rich with the smell of cinnamon and warm bread. "The comfort of a stranger," the cat murmured, leaping onto a windowsill. "Sometimes it appears where you least expect it." Inside, an elderly baker was wiping flour from her brow. Her eyes were kind, but her hands trembled slightly as she placed loaves into baskets. Leo watched quietly, then noticed a small bird had flown in and was trapped, fluttering anxiously near the ceiling. Without a word, Leo found a broom and gently guided the bird toward an open window. The baker watched, her worried expression softening into a smile. "Thank you, dear," she said, her voice as warm as her oven's. "It's a small thing, but you've brought comfort to us both." She handed Leo a freshly baked muffin, still warm from the oven. As Leo accepted it, a soft, amber glow drifted from the baker's hands into the music box, which chimed gently this time, like a distant bell. Two harmonies found. Now only one remained, the courage of your own heart. And for this, Barnaby could not guide them. "This part of the journey," he said, rubbing against Leo's leg, "you must walk alone." Leo returned home as evening settled, painting the sky in hues of lavender and soft orange. The cottage was quiet, but the attic felt different now, less dusty, more welcoming. Leo sat cross-legged on the rug, the music box open in their lap. Its light was brighter now, swirling with gold and amber, but it still waited for that final, silvery note of courage. Leo thought about the day, how they had spoken to Maya, helped the baker, listened to the wise old cat. Each step had required a deep breath, a quiet gathering of bravery they hadn't known they possessed. Taking one more breath, Leo closed their eyes and whispered, "I may be small, and I may be quiet, but I am brave in my own way." And from their own chest, a soft, silver light emerged, warm and steady, and drifted into the music box. With a sound like 100 gentle bells, the music box began to play. But it wasn't a tune of notes, it was a melody of memories. Leo heard their grandmother's laughter, the crackle of long-ago fires, the rustle of turning pages, and the whisper of kind words spoken through generations. The attic seemed to sigh in contentment, and even the shadows looked friendly now. Barnaby purred loudly from his perch on a trunk, and outside, the first stars began to gleam like diamonds scattered on dark velvet. Leo realized that the greatest adventures aren't always about going far away. They are about listening closely, loving bravely, and discovering that magic often lives in the most ordinary of places, waiting for a willing heart to find it. And as the music played on, wrapping the room in a soft, glowing harmony, Leo knew that this was only the beginning of many gentle adventures to come. With the music box cradled in their hands and a purring cat at their side, Leo smiled, feeling for the first time that the world was not so large and frightening after all, but rather cozy and kind and full of secret songs just waiting to be heard. Deep within the heart of the world, cradled between the shoulders of sleeping mountains, lay the ancient forest of Lumin. It was a place where time moved not in hours, but in breaths, not in days, but in the slow, graceful turning of seasons. The moon was its sun, and silver moonbeams were its daylight, filtering through a canopy of ancient oak and whispering pine to dapple the forest floor in patterns of liquid mercury. The air itself was a living thing, thick with the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and the sweet, almost honeyed perfume of night-blooming jasmine. Moss, soft as velvet and deep emerald green, clothed every stone and curled up the gnarled trunks of trees so old they remembered when the stars were first set in the sky. This was a realm of quiet magic, a symphony of subtle sounds that played only for those who knew how to listen. On this particular night, when the moon was a perfect, luminous pearl in a sky of crushed sapphire, a little bat named Pip found himself wide awake and unusually restless. Pip, whose wings were like finely tooled leather and whose ears were large enough to catch the faintest whisper of the world, usually spent his nights in joyful, swooping flight, chasing moths that glittered like flying embers. But tonight, a strange silence had fallen over his usual hunting grounds near the chittering cricket hollows. The familiar, comforting hum of the forest's nightlife was muted, replaced by a curious, waiting hush. Feeling a prickle of unease, Pip fluttered from his upside-down perch in a hollow cedar and decided to seek counsel. He knew of only one being in Luminwood who understood the deep, old rhythms of the forest, the great sentinel, an oak tree so vast and ancient that its roots were rumored to drink from the same underground streams that fed the mountain's heart. His flight was a quiet rustle of membrane and air. He navigated not by sight alone, but by the gentle, pulsing glow of the forest's bioluminescent wonders. Ghost mushrooms clustered at the base of trees, casting a soft, blue-green light that illuminated his path. Will-o'-the-wisps, those playful, floating sprites of light, bobbed and weaved between ferns, their glow a warm, golden yellow. The very lichen on the north sides of the trees emitted a faint, star-like shimmer. It was as if the forest had swallowed a piece of the starry sky and let it grow from the ground up. After a time, he arrived in a wide, starlit clearing. At its center stood the great sentinel. It was more a small mountain of wood and life than a tree. Its bark was deeply furrowed, like the wise, lined face of a very old guardian, and its branches spread out like benevolent arms, holding up the sky. Moonlight silvered its last remaining autumn leaves, which clung on with a tenacious, rustling grip. Pip alighted softly on a low-hanging branch, his tiny claws finding a secure purchase. He did not need to speak. In Luminwood, communication was often a matter of presence and intention. He simply waited, his small body trembling slightly. A deep, resonant hum, felt more in the bones than heard by the ears, began to emanate from the tree. It was the sound of sap moving with glacial slowness, of roots stretching deep into the earth, of countless seasons held in memory. Little one of the air, a voice murmured, not in words, but in a wave of pure understanding that washed over Pip. It was a voice like the sound of wind through a vast, empty canyon, peaceful and immense. You carry a question in your quiet heart. The stream has been whispering of it. The stones have been dreaming it. What troubles your flight? Pip, gathering his courage, sent his own thought out, a fluttering, worried impulse. The music is gone, great one. The cricket songs, the frog choirs, the night is too quiet. It feels empty. The great sentinel was silent for a long moment, a silence filled only with the gentle shhhhh of the wind combing through its leaves, a natural, soothing ASMR that usually calmed every creature. But tonight, even that sound seemed tinged with sorrow. The music is not gone, the tree finally responded, its meaning unfolding in Pip's mind like a slow-blooming flower. It has only changed its tune. The forest is preparing for the great slumber. The season of long nights and short days is upon us. The magic is turning inward, as it always does. Pip cocked his head, confused. But why must it be so quiet? Why must the magic hide? Come, the sentinel's thought was an invitation. listen more closely. There is a secret language being spoken all around you. You have only forgotten how to hear it. Guided by the ancient tree's presence, Pip closed his eyes and stilled his busy mind. He focused not on the absence of sound, but on the presence of what was there. First he heard the stream. It was not babbling joyously as it did in the summer. Now its voice was a lower, more thoughtful murmur, the water flowing over smooth, mossy stones with a sound like a deeply contented sigh. Rest, renew, it seemed to say with every lap against the bank. The stones themselves, still warm from the vanished sun, added a soft, percussive click and clack as the water shifted them minutely, a language of deep earth and patient time. Then he heard the trees. It wasn't just the wind. Each species had its own voice. The pines released a low, sustained whistle, a hymn of eternal green. The bare branches of the ash trees clicked together like gently tapping bones, speaking of letting go and trusting in the return. The great sentinel itself hummed its foundational note, a bass tone that held the entire symphony together. The forest does not fall silent, the sentinel explained. It simply speaks a different dialect, the language of preparation, the poetry of rest. The creatures you miss are not gone. They are listening too. They are storing the warmth of summer memories in their hearts and the wisdom of autumn in their dreams. Pip felt a wave of understanding, but also a new worry. But what about the light? The little glowing lights, will they sleep too? Follow the path of the fallen star, the tree murmured cryptically, and then its conscious presence seemed to recede, becoming one again with the deep, humming earth. Pip knew the audience was over. He took to the wing again, his heart a little lighter, but his mission changed. He was no longer seeking an answer to silence. He was on a quest to understand the new language of the forest. He flew towards the Whispering Glen, a place where the bioluminescent fungi were most dense. As he flew, a soft, misting rain began to fall. It was not a storm, but a gentle benediction. The sound of countless tiny droplets kissing the broad leaves of ferns and the needles of pines created a layered, rustling whisper, a natural ASMR tapestry that was incredibly soothing. Each drop that hit a still pool in the stream created a perfect, expanding ring of silver in the moonlight, accompanied by a soft plink. In the Whispering Glen, he found his friend, a fox named Rowan. Rowan's coat was the color of autumn itself, and her eyes held the keen, gentle wisdom of one who knew every hidden path and secret of the wood. She was sitting patiently, watching the rain-washed ghost mushrooms glow even brighter, their light reflecting in her intelligent eyes. "The sentinel sent you," she said, her voice a soft rustle of dry leaves. It wasn't a question. Pip fluttered down to land on a stone beside her. "It said to follow the path of the fallen star. What does that mean?" Rowan gave a slow, knowing blink. "It means we have a journey to make before the deep snows come. The starlight nectar is fading. It is what gives the will-o'-the-wisps their joy and the deep moss its constant shimmer. If it fades too much, the long night of winter will be truly dark, and the forest's heart might forget how to wake in the spring." A shiver that had nothing to do with the cool air ran through Pip. He understood now. The quiet wasn't just about sound. It was about the fading of the forest's inner light, its magical vitality. The seasonal cycle was in danger of becoming an endless winter of the spirit. "What can we do?" Pip asked, his voice small. "We must go to the Heartstone," Rowan said, rising gracefully. "It lies in the crystal cavern at the source of the silver thread stream. It is the wellspring of the forest's luminescence, but its light dims if it is not reminded of the world above. It needs to hear the stories of the season, to feel the connection to the sleeping life. We must be its messengers." And so their journey began. Pip flew low, a silent scout, while Rowan moved with a fluid grace through the undergrowth. They traveled through landscapes of breathtaking beauty and profound peace. They passed a field of slumbering fireflies, their light dampened, resting in the curled leaves of a fern bank. They heard the deep, rhythmic breathing of a badger family, already tucked away in their set, dreaming of spring earthworms. They saw the last of the autumn leaves, glowing like captured moonlight, as they spiraled down in the gentle rain. The sounds of their journey were a lullaby for the waking world. The soft squelch of Rowan's paws on wet moss, the distant, melodic hoot of a tawny owl, the great sentinel's nightly messenger, the ever-present whisper of the wind, and the steady, heartbeat-like rhythm of the rain. Finally, they reached the source of the silver-thread stream, where it bubbled forth from a crack in a wall of dark rock, veiled by a curtain of glowing ivy. Pushing through the ivy, they entered the crystal cavern. It was a place of pure, silent magic. The entire cavern was lined with crystals that pulsed with a soft, internal light, breathing in time with the forest itself. In the center of the cavern, resting in a small, clear pool, was the Heartstone. It was a perfectly smooth, opalescent orb, about the size of a fox's head. But its light was indeed flickering weakly, like a tired firefly. "It has been lonely," a new voice sighed. This one was the voice of the water dripping from the cavern's ceiling, each plink and plop forming a word. It misses the rustle of the leaves it cannot see. It misses the scent of the night flowers it cannot smell. Pip and Rowan approached the stone. They knew what to do. They had been guided here not by a map, but by the wisdom of the forest itself. Rowan lay down beside the pool, her nose nearly touching the water, and she began to whisper. She whispered the story of the summer sun on her back, of the taste of ripe blackberries, of the sight of fawns taking their first wobbly steps. Her words were not loud, but they were vivid, painting pictures in the quiet. Pip, fluttering above the Heartstone, began to chitter and click, not in the language of echolocation, but in the language of memory. He told the story of his nightly dances with the moths, of the feeling of a sky full of stars on his wings, of the joyous, chaotic chorus of the cricket hollows at their peak. They poured their memories into the cavern, their voices blending with the dripping water and the deep, resonant hum of the crystals. They were reminding the Heartstone of the world it served. They were singing the forest back to itself. As they shared their stories, a wonderful change began to occur. The Heartstone's faint pulse grew stronger and steadier. A warm, gentle light blossomed from its core, flowing outwards like liquid honey. It filled the crystals in the walls, which brightened in response, their light reflecting and magnifying until the entire cavern was ablaze with a soft, radiant luminescence. The light did not stay contained. It flowed out with the stream water, a river of liquid starlight pouring out into the forest. Outside, the will-o'-the-wisps suddenly bobbed with renewed energy, their golden light burning bright and joyful. The ghost mushrooms and glowing lichens shone, with an intensity that turned the night forest into a breathtaking cathedral of light. The very air seemed to sparkle. The magic had been renewed. The cycle was secured. Exhausted but filled with a deep, profound joy, Pip and Rowan made their way back to the clearing of the Great Sentinel. The rain had stopped and the sky was clear, the moon and stars shining down upon a forest that was once again peacefully, beautifully alive in its slumber. The silence was no longer empty. It was full. It was the sound of roots dreaming, of seeds sleeping in their earthy beds, of the stored magic waiting for its time to bloom. It was a restorative silence, a necessary pause in the great melody of life. Pip found his perch in the cedar hollow. As he drifted into his own daytime sleep, he listened to the forest's new old language. The sighing stream, the whispering trees, the gentle wind, it was all a lullaby. It was the sound of the world holding its breath, not in fear, but in anticipation, resting deeply and securely in the knowledge that after every long night without fail, the dawn would always come. And high above, the wise old owl, who had watched their entire journey from his high branch, gave one soft, low hoot, a sound of approval and peace that echoed through the starlit, luminous woods, a perfect full stop to the night's gentle story. The forest was safe. The magic was sleeping, and all was well. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so, under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. In the heart of the world, where the sun's final rays surrendered to the velvet embrace of night, there lay an ancient forest known as the Silverwood. Here, moonlight did not merely fall. It wove itself through the canopy like liquid silver, pooling in clearings and tracing the edges of leaves with a gentle glow. The air itself hummed with a quiet magic, a rhythm as old as the stars, and every creature that called this place home knew the forest's heartbeat in time with the turning seasons. It was in this realm of whispered enchantments that a young owl named Orin lived. His feathers were the soft gray of twilight mist, and his eyes held the luminous gold of the moon at its fullest. Though he was still learning the ways of the night, Orin felt a deep restlessness within him, a longing to understand the greater mysteries that rustled through the Silverwood. One evening, as a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a tiny drumbeat upon the broad leaves above, Orin perched on the limb of a grandfather oak. The rainfall was not a storm, but a soothing whisper, washing the dust from the ferns and causing the moss-covered stones below to glisten like scattered emeralds. It was then that a soft voice, like the rustle of parchment leaves, spoke from the shadows. "You listen to the rain, little one," said the voice. "But do you hear what it says?" From the deeper darkness emerged Sylvanus, an elder owl whose feathers were patterned with the wisdom of countless seasons. His presence was as calming as the forest itself, and when he blinked, his eyes shone with the light of forgotten constellations. "I hear the drops, Elder," Orin replied respectfully, "but I do not understand their words." Sylvanus gave a gentle, knowing nod. "Then it is time for you to learn the secret languages of the Silverwood. For every tree, every stream, every stone has a story to tell, if one knows how to listen." With that, Sylvanus spread his wings, a silent, graceful motion, and led Orin deeper into the forest. The rain softened to a drizzle, and the world around them seemed to awaken in the misty aftermath. They came upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted in thick moss, soft and cool beneath the touch. In the center stood a circle of ancient stones, their surfaces smooth and etched with the passage of time. "Place your wing upon the stone," Sylvanus instructed. Orin did so, and a warmth spread through his feathers. At first he felt only the cool, damp surface, but then a vibration, a hum that traveled up his bones and into his heart. It was not a sound heard with ears, but a feeling understood by the soul, the stone's memory of fire and ice, of roots embracing it, of tiny creatures finding shelter in its cracks. It spoke of patience, of standing firm through seasons of sun and snow, and of the quiet strength found in stillness. It remembers," Orin whispered, his eyes wide. "All things remember," Sylvanus said softly. "Now listen to the stream." Nearby, a brook babbled over a bed of smooth, water-worn pebbles. Orin leaned close, and as he did, the bubbling melody shifted. It was no longer just the playful chatter of water, but a laughing, flowing song, a tale of journeys from mountain peaks, of valleys embraced, of carrying life to thirsty roots and reflecting the faces of the stars in still pools. The water spoke of movement, of release, of trusting the path ahead, even when the way was not clear. As the night deepened, the true magic of the silverwood began to unveil itself. In the dimness between the trees, soft lights flickered to life, clusters of bioluminescent fungi glowing with an ethereal blue-green light, like fallen stars taking root. Delicate, luminous moths drifted through the air, their wings dusted with light, tracing patterns only the night could read. Fireflies joined the dance, their golden pulses answering the rhythm of the stream and the whispers of the wind through the pines. Sylvanus led Orin to the heart of the forest, where the oldest tree stood, a mighty silver birch known as the Sentinel. Its bark shimmered as if woven from moonlight itself, and its leaves rustled with a language older than any creature present. The Sentinel holds the memory of the seasons, Sylvanus explained. It knows the magic of cycles, of rest and renewal. Orin watched as the tree's leaves, though silver by night, began to shift. They shimmered with the fresh, vibrant green of spring, then deepened to the lush fullness of summer, blushed with the fiery gold of autumn, and finally faded to the bare, crystalline beauty of winter, all in the span of a few heartbeats. It was a vision of the eternal dance of life, death, and rebirth, a cycle that asked for trust rather than fear. But why show me this, elder? Orin asked, his voice filled with wonder. I am only one small owl. You feel a restlessness, do you not? Sylvanus's eyes were kind. A sense that something is missing, that you are not yet whole. Orin nodded, his heart aching with the truth of it. That feeling is the seed of understanding, the elder owl said. Just as the forest rests in winter to gather strength for spring, so too must we sometimes be still to hear our own hearts. Your journey is not to find something outside yourself, but to remember what you already carry within. As if in response to his words, a gentle wind swept through the clearing, rustling the leaves of the Sentinel. The sound was a soft sigh, a lullaby of the earth, and it carried with it the scent of damp soil, night-blooming jasmine, and distant rain. The luminous fungi pulsed in time with the breeze, and the stream's song rose in a harmonious chorus. It was then that Orin noticed a change within himself. The restlessness that had gnawed at him began to soften, like a knot loosening its grip. He closed his eyes and listened, not with his ears alone, but with his entire being. He heard the steady, slow breath of the sleeping badger in its set, the cautious steps of the fox on her nightly hunt, the dreams of the mice nestled in their grassy nests. He felt the roots of the trees stretching deep into the earth, drawing nourishment from the dark, quiet soil. He sensed the stars above, distant and constant, weaving their light into the forest's magic. When he opened his eyes, the world had not changed, and yet it was entirely new. He understood now that he was not separate from the silverwood. He was a part of its song, a note in its eternal melody. The secret languages were not meant to be mastered, but to be felt. The wisdom was not to be collected, but to be lived. Sylvanus, seeing the peace settle over the young owl, gave a soft, approving hoot. You have listened well, Orin. Remember this night when the restlessness returns. Remember that even in the deepest silence, the world is speaking, and in the darkest winter, the seeds of renewal are already sleeping. Together they sat in the starlit clearing as the night deepened around them. The bioluminescent glow softened to a gentle radiance, the stream's song faded to a contented murmur, and the wind settled to a whisper. High above, the moon drifted behind a wisp of cloud, casting the forest into a comfortable darkness, like a blanket drawn over a sleeping child. Orin knew his journey was just beginning, but the path no longer seemed daunting. He had learned that wisdom was not a destination, but a manner of travel, a way of moving through the world with open eyes and a listening heart. And as the first hints of dawn tinged the horizon with the soft pink of rose quartz, the silverwood settled into a peaceful, contented silence, holding its magic close until the next moonrise. The elder owl spread his wings once more, a silent promise that guidance would always be near, and Orin understood that the greatest magic of all was not in the glowing fungi or the speaking stones, but in the gentle, unbreakable bonds of friendship and the timeless rhythm of the natural world, a rhythm of rest, renewal, and eternal, quiet grace. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months." With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers." Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other. Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. How do we learn to listen, Bramble? With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, by being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song. And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls that seemed to breathe in time with the rhythm of the night. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, a gentle lullaby for the slumbering world. But within the warm circle of firelight, a story waits to be told, a tale of quiet magic and unexpected journeys, of friendships that glow like embers in the darkness, and transformations that happen not in grand explosions, but in the slow, steady warmth of understanding. Our story begins with a young boy named Rowan, who lived in a cottage at the edge of a great, whispering wood. Rowan was a quiet child, with a heart that noticed things others often overlooked, the way morning dew clung to a spider's web like a necklace of diamonds, the particular scent of rain on dry earth, the hidden pathways of field mice through the tall grass. But lately a restless feeling had settled in his chest, a quiet yearning for something he could not name. It was a hollow sort of feeling, like an unlit fireplace in the depths of winter. One afternoon, as the sun bled orange and purple across the sky, Rowan was gathering kindling at the wood's edge when he noticed something unusual. Tucked between the gnarled roots of an ancient oak tree was a stone unlike any he had ever seen. It was smooth and oval, fitting perfectly in the palm of his hand, and its color was a deep, smoky gray. But as the twilight deepened, the stone began to change. From its very core, a soft, pulsing light emerged, the color of warm embers at the heart of a fire. It didn't blaze or flash, but glowed with a gentle, rhythmic light, as if it held a tiny, sleeping star within. Fascinated, Rowan picked it up. The stone was warm to the touch, and holding it sent a curious sense of calm through his restless spirit. He tucked it safely into his pocket and carried it home, the ember glow a secret companion in the growing dark. That night he placed the stone on his windowsill. As he lay in bed, its gentle pulse painted his ceiling with soft, shifting patterns of light, and for the first time in weeks he felt a flicker of peace. He fell asleep to its quiet rhythm, and as he slept, he dreamed. Not a dream of wild adventures, but of a path of dappled sunlight that wound deep into the heart of the forest, a path that seemed to call to him. The next morning the yearning in his chest was stronger, now accompanied by the memory of the dream path. The ember stone on his windowsill was dormant again, a simple gray rock in the daylight. But Rowan knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that he had to follow that path. He packed a small satchel with a crust of bread, a wedge of cheese, and a flask of cool water, and with the ember stone tucked securely in his pocket, he stepped into the woods. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of damp moss and pine resin. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy overhead, creating pools of gold on the forest floor. Rowan walked for what felt like hours, the only sounds the crunch of his own footsteps and the cheerful chirping of unseen birds. He had no map, but he felt a strange pull, an internal compass guided by the memory of his dream and the faint, reassuring warmth of the stone in his pocket. Just as he began to wonder if he had been foolish, he saw it, a narrow, almost hidden trail, exactly as it had appeared in his dream. Ferns bowed over it, and it was carpeted with a thick layer of bronze pine needles. Taking a deep breath, Rowan stepped onto the path. The further he walked, the more the world seemed to change. The light grew softer, tinged with a golden-green hue. The trees were older here, their trunks wide and wise, their branches woven together like the vaulted ceiling of a great, natural cathedral. He heard the gurgle of a hidden stream and felt the temperature shift to a perfect, gentle coolness. He had entered a part of the forest he had never known existed, a hidden world nestled deep within nature's embrace. It was here in this enchanted stillness that he heard a sound that was out of place, a soft, distressed chittering. Pushing aside a curtain of hanging ivy, Rowan found the source. A small, fox-like creature was trapped. Its back leg was caught in a tangle of thorny vines that seemed to have grown around it, tightening their grip. The creature's fur was the color of autumn leaves, and its eyes were large and intelligent, now wide with fear and pain. Around its neck was a delicate collar of woven bark, from which hung a single, polished acorn that gleamed in the dappled light. Rowan's heart ached for the little animal. He approached slowly, his hands held open to show he meant no harm. "SHHH," he whispered, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "It's all right. I'm going to help you." The creature stilled, watching him with a wary but hopeful gaze. Rowan worked carefully, his fingers gentle as he began to untwist the tough, prickly vines. The thorns scratched his hands, drawing tiny beads of blood, but he didn't stop. He spoke to the creature in a low, soothing murmur, telling it about the ember stone, about his cottage, about the restless feeling in his chest. He didn't know if it understood his words, but it seemed to understand his tone, its panicked breathing slowly calming. After what felt like a long time, the last vine snapped free. The creature scrambled back, shaking its freed leg. It looked at Rowan, then at his scratched and bleeding hands, and its large eyes softened. It took a tentative step forward, then another, until it was close enough to gently nuzzle Rowan's injured hand with its cool, damp nose. A wave of warmth, not from the stone but from somewhere deep inside, spread through Rowan. The hollow feeling in his chest lessened just a little. The fox creature then turned and began to limp away, pausing every few steps to look back at him. Rowan understood. He was being invited to follow. Their journey continued, but now it was different. He was no longer alone. His new companion, whom he decided to name Pip for its small, chittering voice, led him deeper into the hidden world. Pip's limp soon vanished, and it moved with a graceful, silent fluidity, its bushy tail held high. As they walked, Pip would occasionally stop to point its nose at a particularly beautiful cluster of glowing mushrooms, or a bird's nest woven from silver thread and spider silk, sharing the wonders of its home. They came to a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, covered in velvety moss and intricate carvings worn smooth by time. In the center of the circle burned a small, perpetual fire that gave off no smoke, its flames a silent, mesmerizing dance of gold and blue. sitting beside the fire, was an old woman. Her hair was long and silver, flowing over her shoulders like moonlight, and her eyes held the deep, knowing calm of the forest itself. She was weaving a basket from river reeds, her fingers moving with a practiced, peaceful rhythm. She looked up as they approached, and a smile touched her lips, as gentle as a sunbeam. "Ah," she said, her voice like the sound of wind through pine needles. "The boy with the quiet heart and the ember stone, and you found Pip. I see you've already begun your journey." Rowan was startled. "You know about the stone." The woman gestured for him to sit by the fire. The warmth it gave off was not just for the skin, but seemed to seep into his very bones, soothing his tired muscles. Pip curled up at her feet, looking completely at home. "I am a keeper of this wood," she said. "And I know the signs. The emberstone does not glow for just anyone. It awakens for those who are on the cusp of a change, whose inner light is ready to burn more steadily. Tell me, Rowan, what is it you are seeking?" Rowan looked into the silent flames, trying to find the words for the feeling that had plagued him. I don't know," he admitted softly. "It's just a feeling, like I'm waiting for something, or like a part of me is missing." The keeper nodded slowly. "A mystery of the heart," she mused. "They are the most gentle and the most persistent of mysteries. They do not shout, they whisper. They do not unravel in a day. They unfold like the petals of a night-blooming flower, or the patterns in smoke rising from a fire." She pointed a long, graceful finger at the stone in his pocket, which had begun to glow again, its ember light pulsing in time with the silent fire. "The stone is a guide, not an answer. It responds to the light you carry within. The restlessness you feel is the friction of your own spirit, growing. Like a seed pushing through the soil, it is uncomfortable, but it is necessary." She told him then of the Glimmerwood, the true name of this hidden realm. It was a place where the boundary between the world of things and the world of feelings was thin as a dragonfly's wing. Here inner light could manifest as soft glows, and sorrow could make the streams run slow and quiet. "Your journey is not to a place, but through yourself," she explained. "The path you are on will show you what you need to see. Pip will be your guide, for he knows the hidden trails of the heart, and the emberstone will be your lantern, showing you the way when the path seems dark. But remember, its light is fed by your own courage and kindness." As she spoke, Rowan felt the truth of her words settle over him. The mystery was not something outside of him to be solved, but something inside of him to be understood. He thanked the keeper, and with a renewed sense of purpose, though a quiet one, he and Pip continued on their way. The path led them through landscapes that seemed to reflect the chambers of a heart. They walked through a meadow where the flowers chimed softly like tiny bells when the breeze touched them, a place of pure, simple joy. They crossed a bridge over a stream that flowed with water as clear as crystal, which the keeper had said mirrored one's own clarity of thought. Pip drank from it, and Rowan cupped his hands, the water tasting of clean, cold mountain air. Later they entered a grove of weeping willows, their long, trailing branches creating a private, shadowy space. The air here was still and carried a faint, melancholic scent. As Rowan walked beneath the canopy, memories rose to the surface of his mind, not loud or painful, but soft and bittersweet. The day his old dog, Badger, had passed away. The time he had felt lonely in a crowd of laughing children. The emberstone in his pocket dimmed, its pulse slowing. Pip pressed close to his side, a warm, living comfort. Rowan stopped and sat on a mossy log, letting the feelings wash over him. He didn't fight them or try to push them away. He simply acknowledged them, sitting with them as one would sit with a friend who was sad. He realized that this sadness, this loneliness, was a part of him, too. It wasn't an enemy to be defeated, but a color in the vast tapestry of his heart. As this understanding dawned, the emberstone began to glow a little brighter, its warm light pushing back the shadows of the grove. The hollow feeling in his chest shifted, no longer an empty space, but a space that could hold both joy and sorrow. Pip chittered softly as if in approval, and led him out of the willow grove. The greatest test came as dusk began to settle. The path descended into a narrow, dark ravine. No moonlight reached its depths, and the air grew cold. This was the ravine of doubt, Pip conveyed through a series of gestures and empathetic looks. Here shadows seemed to move of their own accord, and whispers echoed off the stone walls, voices that sounded like his own, asking, "Are you lost? What are you even doing here? You're just a boy. You'll never find what you're looking for." A cold knot of fear tightened in Rowan's stomach. The Emberstone's light, which had been his steady companion, flickered uncertainly. The darkness felt heavy, pressing in on him. He wanted to turn back. He looked at Pip, whose eyes were wide with a shared anxiety, but who stood his ground, refusing to retreat. Rowan closed his eyes, blocking out the intimidating shadows. He thought of the Keeper's words. Its light is fed by your own courage and kindness. He thought of the warmth he'd felt when he freed Pip. He thought of the quiet strength he'd found in simply acknowledging his own sadness in the willow grove. He took a deep, shaking breath and focused on that warmth, on that strength. He pulled the Emberstone from his pocket and held it in his cupped hands, not as a magic tool, but as a focus for the light he carried inside. "I am not lost," he whispered to the darkness, his voice small but firm. "I am on my path." As he spoke, the Emberstone responded. It did not flare into a blinding beacon, but its glow grew steady and strong, pushing back the immediate darkness around them in a firm, unwavering circle of warm, ember-like light. The whispering voices faded into silence. The shadows ceased their menacing dance. The light was just enough to see the path forward, one step at a time. Pip let out a happy chirp and nudged his hand, and together they walked through the ravine, protected by the steady, true light of Rowan's own spirit. When they emerged on the other side, they found themselves at the shore of a vast, still lake. The water was a perfect mirror, reflecting the first stars peppering the twilight sky. And in the center of the lake, on a small island, grew a single, magnificent tree. Its bark shimmered with a soft, silver light, and its leaves were not green, but 1,000 shades of gold, crimson, and orange, as if it captured an eternal autumn sunset. It was the Heartwood tree, the keeper of the Glimmerwood's deepest peace. A small wooden boat, seemingly carved from a single piece of driftwood, was tied to a post at the water's edge. Rowan and Pip climbed in, and the boat began to move of its own accord, gliding silently across the glassy surface of the lake. The only sound was the gentle dip of the paddle and the soft lapping of water against the hull. As they reached the island, Rowan felt a profound sense of calm. The air was still and fragrant, and the light from the tree bathed everything in a warm, golden glow. He stepped onto the soft grass and approached the tree. There was no grand revelation, no booming voice from the heavens. Instead, he simply felt whole. He sat with his back against the warm, shimmering bark of the heartwood, and Pip curled up in his lap. He held the Emberstone in his hand, and now its light was constant, no longer pulsing but burning with a soft, unwavering flame. He looked out over the still lake at the reflection of the starry sky and the glorious tree, and he understood. The restless feeling was gone. It had been the feeling of his own heart, stretching and growing, learning to hold more of the world, the joy and the sorrow, the courage and the fear, the light and the shadows. He hadn't been missing a piece, he had been becoming more complete. The journey had transformed him, not into someone new, but into more fully himself. The mystery was solved not by finding an answer, but by realizing he had been living the question all along. He had come seeking a magical solution, but the true magic was the friendship he'd found in a small, fox-like creature, the wisdom shared by a quiet keeper of the wood, and the steady, growing light of his own kind and courageous heart. After a long, peaceful while, the little boat carried them back across the lake. The path home seemed shorter, easier. When he arrived at the edge of the whispering wood, right near his own cottage, dawn was just beginning to blush the eastern sky. Pip chittered a soft goodbye, nuzzling his hand one last time before turning and disappearing back into the depths of the glimmerwood, a flicker of autumn leaves in the morning mist. Rowan walked into his cottage. The fire in the hearth had died to ashes, but the room was warm with the memory of its glow. He placed the ember stone on the mantelpiece. It no longer pulsed but rested, its deep gray surface holding a permanent, soft inner light, a quiet reminder of the journey and the friendship and the light within. He was no longer restless. He was no longer yearning. He was simply Rowan, a boy with a quiet heart who knew that even the smallest light could illuminate the darkest path, and that the greatest transformations often happened in the silence of one's own soul. And as you, dear listener, rest your head upon your pillow, let the warmth of this story settle around you. Let the image of the gently glowing stone and the steadfast friendship bring you comfort. Remember that within you, too, burns a steady and true light, a quiet ember that can guide you through your own journeys, both waking and in dreams. The fire in the hearth has burned low now, its whispers growing softer, its light fading to a warm, dark red. The story is told. The world is quiet. It is time to close your eyes, to let your breathing grow slow and deep, and to drift into a restful sleep, carried on the gentle currents of the glimmerwood and the peaceful, resolved heart of a boy named Rowan. Sleep well. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its golden light dancing across the room like 1,000 tiny fireflies. Shadows swayed upon the walls, and the scent of cedar smoke and cinnamon filled the air. Outside, the world was hushed beneath a blanket of fresh snow, but here, by the warmth of the flames, all was cozy and safe. In a small village nestled between ancient hills and whispering pines, there lived a quiet child named Kalin. While other children raced through the meadows or climbed the gnarled oak trees, Kalin preferred the company of old books and the gentle hum of the spinning wheel in grandmother's cottage. Often they felt a little out of place, like a single star trying to shine in a sky already crowded with constellations. One evening, as the first frost painted delicate patterns upon the window panes, Kalin's grandmother beckoned them closer to the fire. Her voice was like the rustle of autumn leaves, soft and full of secrets. "Come, child," she said, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. "I have something for you." From a small wooden chest, she drew out an object wrapped in velvet the color of midnight. As she unfolded the cloth, a soft, warm light spilled into the room. It was a lantern, not of metal or glass, but carved from what looked like petrified honeycomb, and within it glowed something that pulsed like a sleeping heart. "This," grandmother said, her voice barely above a whisper, "is an ember lantern. It does not hold fire, but memory, the memory of light from places few have ever seen. It has been in our family for generations, waiting for the right keeper." Kalin reached out, their fingers trembling slightly as they took the lantern. It was warm to the touch, and the light within swirled like molten gold. "What does it do?" they asked, their voice full of wonder. "It guides," grandmother replied. "Not along roads you can see with your eyes, but paths you feel in your heart. When the time is right, it will show you the way." That night, Kalin fell asleep with the ember lantern on their bedside table, its gentle glow casting soft shapes upon the ceiling. And in their dreams they heard a melody, a distant, humming tune that seemed to call from deep within the woods. The next morning, a thick mist had settled over the village, softening the edges of cottages and fences, muffling the sounds of waking life. Kalin dressed quietly and, almost without thinking, took the ember lantern from its place. As they stepped outside, the lantern's light brightened, pulsing in time with that strange, dreamlike melody. Curiosity tugged at Kalin's heart. They followed the light, leaving the village behind and venturing into the forest where the trees stood tall and silent, their branches heavy with snow. The world was so still that Kalen could hear their own heartbeat, and the soft crunch of their boots in the snow seemed to echo in the vast, white silence. For hours they walked, the ember lantern glowing ever brighter, its light cutting through the mist like a beacon. Just as the sun began to dip below the tree line, casting long blue shadows across the snow, Kalen came upon a sight that made them catch their breath. There, half hidden behind a curtain of frozen ivy, was a door set into the side of an enormous, ancient oak. It was carved with intricate patterns of leaves and stars, and from beneath it spilled a warmth that smelled of earth and honey. The ember lantern pulsed joyfully, as if greeting an old friend. Hesitantly, Kalen reached out and pushed the door. It swung open without a sound, revealing not a hollow tree, but a passageway that sloped gently downward, lined with roots that glowed with a soft, bioluminescent light. The air grew warmer, and the humming melody grew louder, now accompanied by the gentle sound of trickling water. Kalen stepped inside, and the door closed behind them. But instead of fear, they felt a strange sense of homecoming. The passage opened into a vast, underground cavern, where the ceiling was studded with glowing crystals like a starry sky, and a slow, clear river wound its way between banks of soft moss and luminous flowers. This was a hidden world, a place of gentle light and deeper quiet. And there, sitting by the river with a fishing rod made of willow, was a creature unlike any Kalen had ever seen. It was small and stout, with fur the color of mossy stones, and eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. It turned as Kalen approached, and its face broke into a warm smile. "Ah," it said in a voice like stones smoothing in a stream. "You've come at last. I am Thistle." Kalen stood frozen for a moment, then remembered their manners. "I'm Kalen," they said softly. "And this lantern brought me here." Thistle nodded, setting aside the fishing rod. "The ember lantern knows its own. It remembers the light of this place, you see. It was made here long ago, from the crystal that grows only in these caves." The creature gestured around them. "Welcome to the Glimmer Delve." Over the next few hours, Thistle showed Kalen the wonders of the Glimmer Delve. They walked along the riverbank where flowers chimed softly when touched, and through meadows of glowing grass that swayed in a breeze that seemed to come from nowhere. Thistle explained that this was a place of balance, where light and shadow, sound and silence lived in harmony. "But something is changing," Thistle said, their voice growing somber. "The heart crystal, the source of all light in the Glimmer Delve, has begun to dim. The flowers chime less brightly, the river flows more slowly, and even the air feels heavier. I have tried everything I know, but I fear the balance is shifting." Kalen looked at the ember lantern in their hand. Its light, too, seemed softer than before. "Can I help?" they asked. Thistle's eyes softened. "Perhaps the heart crystal does not respond to force or haste. It responds to memory, to stories, to kindness, to the quiet moments that often go unnoticed. You carry an ember lantern, which holds a piece of its light. You may be able to remind it how to shine." Together they journeyed deeper into the cavern, following the river to its source, a vast crystalline chamber where a massive crystal, twice as tall as Thistle, stood pulsating with a faint, weary light. This was the heart crystal, and Kalen could feel its sadness like a weight in the air. Thistle placed a paw on the crystal's surface. "It has grown lonely," they murmured. "For centuries, keepers like me tended to it, sharing stories and songs. But I am the last of my kind, and my voice alone is not enough." Kalen stepped forward, holding up the ember lantern. As its light touched the heart crystal, a soft shimmer ran through the chamber. Then, without quite knowing why, Kalen began to speak. They spoke of grandmother's cottage, of the smell of baking bread, and the sound of the spinning wheel. They described the way frost painted the windows, and how firelight made stories dance upon the walls. They talked about feeling out of place, and yet how the lantern had made them feel chosen. As Kalen spoke, the ember lantern glowed brighter, and the heart crystal began to hum in response, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through the stone beneath their feet. Encouraged, Kalen shared more, small, tender memories they hadn't realized they cherished. The time they helped a fallen bird back to its nest. The first snowflake they ever caught on their tongue. The way their grandmother's laughter sounded like bells. With each memory the crystal brightened, its light growing warmer, stronger. Thistle joined in, adding their own stories, of underground rivers that sang, of glowing mushrooms that bloomed only once a century, of generations of keepers who had loved this place. And then something miraculous happened. The heart crystal began to project their memories into the air around them, soft, glowing images that danced and swirled like living paintings. Kalen saw Thistle as a young keeper, learning to fish in the glowing river. Thistle saw Kalen reading by firelight, safe and content. They saw each other's joys and sorrows, hopes and fears, and in that sharing they understood they were not so different after all. The chamber filled with light, brighter and more beautiful than before. The flowers on the riverbank chimed in celebration, and the air itself seemed to sparkle with joy. The heart crystal was restored not by magic or force, but by friendship and shared memory. Thistle turned to Kalen, their eyes shining. You have given it what it needed most, connection. You have reminded it that it is loved. Kalen smiled, feeling a warmth spread through their chest that had nothing to do with the lantern. And you've reminded me that I have something to offer, too. As the balance restored itself, Kalen knew it was time to return home. Thistle walked with them to the oak tree door, the ember lantern now glowing with a steady, confident light. You will always be welcome here, Thistle said, placing a small, smooth stone in Kalen's hand. It glowed with the same soft light as the cavern. Whenever you feel lost or alone, hold this. It will remind you that you carry a light within you, one that can brighten even the darkest places. Kalen hugged Thistle, feeling the rough warmth of their fur. I'll come back, they promised, and I'll bring more stories. The journey home felt shorter, as if the forest itself was guiding them back. When Kalen stepped into grandmother's cottage, the fire was still crackling, and the smell of cinnamon still hung in the air. Grandmother looked up from her knitting, her eyes gentle. You've been on a journey, she said, not as a question, but as a statement. Kalen nodded, placing the ember lantern on the table. I found where the light comes from, they said softly. And I learned that it lives in stories and in kindness and in not being afraid to share who you are. Grandmother smiled, her face crinkling like a well-loved map. Then the lantern has found its true keeper. That night, as Kalen lay in bed, the ember lantern glowed peacefully on the bedside table. They held Thistle's stone in their hand, its light soft and steady. Outside, the snow continued to fall, wrapping the world in a blanket of silence and peace. And as sleep began to pull them into dreams, Kalen realized that the journey had transformed them. They no longer felt like a star alone in the sky, but like part of a constellation, connected to others by light and story, by memory and friendship. They had discovered that the greatest magic was not in glowing alone, but in helping others to shine. The fire in the hearth whispered its last embers, and the room grew dark save for the gentle light of the lantern and the stone. And in that quiet, comforting glow, Kalen drifted into a deep and restful sleep, knowing that somewhere beneath an ancient oak, a friend was smiling up at a crystal sky, remembering them too. And all was well. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where mist clung to the meadows like cobwebs at dawn. It was a quiet place where days unfolded with the gentle rhythm of rain on rooftops and the scent of baking bread. Young Theo, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a quiet disposition, often felt like a misplaced stitch in its comfortable tapestry. While others chased butterflies or built forts, Theo found solace in the dusty corners of his grandmother's attic, drawn to forgotten things. One rainy afternoon, while seeking shelter from a sudden downpour, Theo unearthed a small, unassuming wooden box tucked beneath a pile of yellowed lace. Inside, cushioned by velvet as soft as a moth's wing, lay a teacup. It wasn't grand porcelain or gleaming silver. It was simple earthenware, the color of warm honey, with a single hairline crack running from its rim. But as Theo's fingers brushed its surface, a shiver ran through him, not cold, but a hum, like the low note of a distant bell. He felt a warmth spread up his arm, carrying with it the faint scent of cinnamon and sunshine. Curiosity, a quiet but insistent friend, tugged at him. Theo filled the cup with rainwater dripping from the eaves. As the first drop touched the crack, something extraordinary happened. The water didn't leak. Instead, the crack shimmered faintly, like trapped starlight, and the water inside changed. It wasn't just water anymore. Looking into the cup, Theo saw not his reflection, but a miniature scene. A sun-drenched meadow he'd never seen, filled with flowers that pulsed with soft, internal light. A wave of profound peace washed over him, settling into his bones like warm honey. This was the cup of whispers, his grandmother later murmured, her voice hushed with reverence. It showed not just places, but the hidden heart of things, their truest, calmest essence. Theo felt a shift within himself, a connection to the cup's quiet magic. But the village began to change subtly. Flowers in Widow Hemsley's garden wilted overnight, their colors leaching away. The cheerful babble of the brook behind the mill became a fretful murmur. The comforting warmth of freshly baked bread seemed to vanish too quickly. The cup of whispers, Theo discovered, showed him the lack of peace as well. When he peered into it near the wilting flowers, he saw only gray mist and heard a faint, discordant sigh. The heart of Willowbrook was fading. The journey began not with footsteps on a road, but with a growing conviction in Theo's own heart. He needed to understand why the village's quiet magic was unraveling. His first helper arrived unexpectedly. Bartholomew, a portly badger with spectacles perched precariously on his snout, emerged from the roots of the ancient oak by the brook one twilight. Bartholomew was the keeper of deep roots, possessing an encyclopedic, if somewhat slow and methodical, knowledge of the valley's hidden history and natural rhythms. He spoke in measured tones, punctuated by thoughtful snuffles. "Disturbance," Bartholomew rumbled, adjusting his spectacles as he peered at the wilting flowers. "The balance is askew, the ley lines beneath us, they hum a troubled tune." He explained that the valley's magic, woven from the land's natural peace, and the villagers' quiet contentment, was like a tapestry. A thread had snapped. The second helper was Pip, a skittish finch with feathers the color of spun gold and a voice like tinkling bells. Pip was the messenger of sunbeams, flitting everywhere, seeing everything in bright, fleeting glimpses. The old stone. Pip chirruped one morning, landing on Theo's windowsill. By the north field, it looked sad. Dark moss grows where sunlight used to kiss it. Pip's perspective was fragmented, but vital. She noticed the small things others missed. Theo, Bartholomew, and Pip became an unlikely trio. Bartholomew provided the slow, deep understanding, the history of the standing stones that anchored the ley lines, the way the brook's song reflected the village spirit. Pip brought bright flashes of insight, a patch of unnaturally dark earth near the mill, the way the wind soughed mournfully around the old well. Theo, guided by the cup of whispers, learned to interpret its visions. Near the standing stone Pip mentioned, the cup showed only jagged shards of darkness where once there had been a warm, amber glow. The heart of the stone was wounded. The challenge wasn't a dragon or a dark wizard. It was a fracture, a deep, unseen crack in the ancient foundation stone of the northern boundary, likely caused by a recent, unnoticed tremor. This fracture was draining the valley's inherent peace, its quiet magic seeping away like water from a broken vessel. Force was useless. Trying to mend the stone physically would be like trying to glue back a shattered dream. Wisdom was needed. Theo gathered his friends under the gnarled branches of the oak. Bartholomew snuffled thoughtfully. The magic is the land's breath, the village's calm heart. The fracture is a wound in that calm. Pip flitted nervously. Can we sing to it, make it happy again? Theo looked into the cup of whispers. He saw the valley not as it was, but as it could be, vibrant, peaceful, whole. He saw the fracture not as a jagged scar, but as a line waiting to be filled with light. Not force, Theo murmured, understanding dawning. Connection, we need to remind the valley of its own peace, its own wholeness. We need to weave the calm back together. It wasn't about fixing the stone. It was about healing the feeling the stone represented. Bartholomew nodded slowly, a deep rumble of approval in his chest. Pip chirped excitedly. Their plan was gentle, woven from the very essence of Willowbrook. On the night of the full moon, when the hidden currents of the world flowed strongest, they gathered at the fractured stone. Theo placed the cup of whispers carefully on the ground before it. Bartholomew, connecting his paws to the earth, began a low, resonant hum, a sound like roots growing deep into bedrock, steady and grounding. Pip, fluttering above, sang a melody pure and bright as sunlight on dew, weaving threads of joy and hope into the air. Theo closed his eyes, holding the image of the valley's heart from the cup, the peaceful meadows, the singing brook, the warm kitchens. He poured his own quiet wish for wholeness into the cup. As he focused, the hairline crack on the cup of whispers began to glow, not with the trapped starlight of before, but with a soft, golden radiance. This light spilled out not as a beam, but as a gentle mist, flowing towards the fracture in the standing stone. It wasn't an explosion, but a sigh of relief. The golden mist seeped into the dark crack in the ancient stone. Where it touched, the jagged darkness softened, filled with a warm, honey-colored light that pulsed gently, like a heartbeat. Bartholomew's hum deepened, resonating with the stone. Pip's song soared, clear and sweet. Theo felt the cup of whispers grow warm in his hands, a conduit for their combined intention not to force, but to remind, to reconnect. Slowly, steadily, the light filled the fracture completely. It didn't vanish, it became a luminous seam, a beautiful scar of mended magic. As the last tendril of mist settled, a wave of profound peace washed outwards, silent but immense. It flowed through the grass, rustled the leaves, and settled over Willowbrook like a warm blanket. Theo opened his eyes. The standing stone stood whole, the luminous seam fading to a soft, warm glow that matched the earthenware cup. In the cup of whispers, the water now showed the meadow bathed in moonlight, flowers glowing softly, utterly serene. The heart of the valley was whole again. The next morning, Widow Hemsley's flowers bloomed with impossible brilliance. The brook sang its cheerful song. The scent of baking bread seemed richer, warmer, lingering longer. Willowbrook hadn't changed drastically, it was simply more itself. More peaceful, more content, more deeply woven with quiet magic. Theo understood now. His journey hadn't taken him far in miles, but deep within himself and his connection to the world. He learned that the greatest magic wasn't in grand displays, but in quiet attention, in gentle connection, and in the courage to mend what was broken with understanding rather than force. He learned that even a crack like the one in the cup or the stone could hold light and become a thing of beauty, a testament to healing. Bartholomew returned to his roots, his spectacles glinting with quiet satisfaction. Pip continued her sunbeam messages, her song a little brighter. And Theo. He still visited the attic, but now he often sat by his window, the simple honey-colored cup in his hands. He'd fill it with water or tea and gaze into its depths, not always seeing visions, but always feeling the deep, resonant peace of his mended home, a gentle hum in his heart. The cup of whispers rested beside his bed, a quiet guardian, its hairline crack a luminous thread in the moonlight, a reminder that even the smallest things and the quietest hearts can hold extraordinary secrets and the power to heal. And with that comforting warmth settling around him like the softest quilt, Theo drifted into a peaceful sleep, the scent of cinnamon and sunshine a gentle lullaby in the quiet night. The soft hum of the emergency pod's engines faded into the twilight as Kip, a lanky human botanist with perpetually dirt-smudged glasses, stumbled onto the mossy surface of an uncharted planet. The air smelled of lavender and ozone, and the sky rippled with curtains of emerald light that made his wrist computer flicker uselessly. He'd been collecting atmospheric samples near their Andromeda belt when his shuttle malfunctioned, and now his only company was the chirping of unseen creatures and the uneasy knowledge that his oxygen reserves would last precisely 72 hours. 3 valleys away, a small amphibious being named Tull pressed all 6 of her suction-cupped hands against the cracked windshield of her own crashed vessel. Her people communicated through bioluminescent patterns that danced across their skin, but the swirling colors beneath her opalescent scales had dimmed to a worried gray. The Gretharians had warned her about solo missions to primitive worlds, yet how could she resist studying the rumpled green planet that local traders called the world where time naps? Now her translation pendant was shattered, her hydration tanks were leaking, and the strange pink sun made her gills itch. Their meeting happened at dawn near a crystalline stream, where Kip was testing edible fungi and Tull was seeking biocompatible water. When the human tripped over a half-buried rock and sent his specimen jar clattering into the shallows, Tull's frilled head emerged from behind a waterfall, her neck spines flaring cobalt blue with alarm. Kip froze, one hand hovering near his rusted multi-tool. Back on Earth, first contact protocols had been a mandatory seminar, but nothing had prepared him for the reality of a 4-foot-tall alien resembling a cross between a seahorse and a living watercolor painting. Hello," Kip ventured, palms raised. Tull blinked her lidless eyes, the patterns on her skin stuttering between cerulean curiosity and sunflower yellow caution. She trilled a series of notes that shimmered in the air like liquid glass, then gestured emphatically at the stream. When Kip didn't respond, she huffed a bubble of iridescent mist and pointed at his spilled jar, then at a cluster of violet mushrooms growing nearby. "You know about fungi." Kip adjusted his glasses, heart racing. Slowly he reached into his pack and withdrew his prized possession, a terraforming manual with pictographic diagrams. The pages fluttered open to an illustration of symbiotic root systems. Tull's scales bloomed peach pink. She waded ashore, water cascading off her translucent robes, and tapped a 3-fingered hand against the diagram. With the other 5 limbs, she began sculpting the damp soil into a miniature landscape, her touch making the dirt sparkle faintly. Kip watched in awe as mushrooms sprouted from her sculptures, releasing spores that glowed in time with her skin patterns. Their first misunderstanding came at sunset, as Kip attempted to share his protein rations. Tull recoiled from the offered meal bar, her scales flushing deep indigo, a color Kip would later learn signaled profound disgust. In her haste to retreat, she knocked over their collaborative soil model, destroying hours of work. That night, as twin moons rose, they sat on opposite sides of the stream, Kip nibbling his rejected snack and Tull sulking in a self-made bubble of briny mist. The breakthrough arrived via rainstorm. When fat, warm droplets began pelting the valley, Kip scrambled to waterproof his oxygen recycler, only to notice Tull standing perfectly still, her frills spread wide to catch the downpour. Where water touched her, the gray streaks in her scales revived into peacock hues. Emboldened, Kip placed his water collection tarp beneath her, multiplying the rainfall's effect. Tull's resulting chromatic display, swirls of gratitude in gold and silver, made his chest ache with unexpected joy. Over the next 2 days, their survival dance became a language. Tull taught Kip which lichens could purify air, her 6 hands demonstrating filtration techniques with ballet-like precision. Kip rigged a solar still from his shuttle's wreckage, grinning when Tull used the distilled water to grow an edible coral garden. They developed inside jokes. Tull would mimic the beeping of Kip's failing oxygen sensor, scales flashing crimson alarm, while Kip invented silly names for the planet's odd creatures, fluffle snoots for the fuzzy marsh dwellers, glow rumps for the bioluminescent tree climbers. The crisis struck on the 3rd morning. While exploring a cave system, Kip's foot plunged through what appeared to be solid ground. Tull lunged, gripping his wrist with 3 hands, while anchoring herself to a stalagmite with the others. As the human dangled over a bottomless crevasse, he noticed the cave walls were breathing, pulsing gently like a colossal lung. "Let go," Kip gasped. "You'll fall too." Tull's scales blazed ultramarine determination. With a sound like wind chimes made of ice, she hauled him upward inch by inch, her muscles quivering. When they finally collapsed onto safe ground, Kip's glasses sat crookedly on his nose, revealing tears he'd never admit to. Tull's normally iridescent skin had dulled to the color of weathered stone. That afternoon, as they limped back to camp, Kip noticed Tull's gills flaring irregularly. Her steps left faint scorch marks in the moss. Remembering his botany training, he gathered armfuls of the jelly-like lichen she'd shown him, pressing it against her overheating skin. Tull responded by sculpting an emergency oxygen extractor from clay and glowing spores, her movements sluggish but precise. As the planet's green auroras danced overhead that final night, their inventions hummed in harmony, Tull's bioreactor cleaning the air while Kip's jury-rigged cooling system regulated her temperature. They sat shoulder to frill, passing Kip's sketchbook back and forth. He drew the constellations as seen from Earth. She painted their patterns in bioluminescent algae. When Tull began sketching a star map with trembling fingers, Kip finally understood. Her people navigated by scent trails in the solar winds, and she'd been trying to chart a path home. The rescue came at dawn's first light, though neither expected it to arrive simultaneously. A Grotharian scout ship descended in a whirl of perfumed mist, just as a human salvage cruiser broke through the atmosphere. The companions stood between their respective rescuers, the ground beneath them carpeted with flowers that had bloomed overnight in response to Tull's restored health. Kip pressed the lichen-purified water capsule into Tull's primary hand. "For your next adventure," he said, knowing she couldn't understand the words but hoping she'd catch the meaning. Tull responded by plucking a scale from her wrist, a Grotharian gesture of kinship, and embedding it in the cover of his sketchbook. Where it touched the paper, tiny star maps bloomed like silver ink. Years later, when Kip's students asked about the framed scale in his laboratory, or Tull's crew inquired about the odd Earth book in her navigation suite, neither could fully explain the bond forged in those 3 days. But every harvest moon, when Earth's atmosphere rippled with auroras and the Grotharian scent trails aligned, they'd meet on that repaired planet, now officially named Silentung's Bridge, to replenish the lichen gardens and add another page to their shared sketchbook beneath the naps of time. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where seasons painted the world with gentle strokes. Spring brought carpets of bluebells, summer hummed with drowsy bees, autumn cloaked the hills in fiery hues, and winter tucked everything under a soft white quilt. Yet within this constant dance of change, young Silas felt like a stone in a rushing stream. He watched the world transform around him, buds bursting, leaves swirling, snow melting, with a quiet ache in his heart. Change felt overwhelming, unpredictable, and he clung fiercely to the familiar comfort of routine, his small cottage garden a meticulously ordered sanctuary against the valley's wild beauty. Silas possessed a peculiar magic, though he rarely used it beyond coaxing his prize-winning roses to bloom a week early. He could sense the inner life of plants, a gentle hum in his fingertips when he touched a leaf, a whispered feeling of thirst from the soil. but lately his magic felt stuck, like sap hardened in winter. It mirrored his own stillness, his resistance to the shifts within himself as he grew older. He longed for the simplicity of childhood, a time that now felt as distant and unchanging as the old oak on the hill. His closest friends, Kaelin and Mara, noticed his quiet withdrawal. Kaelin, whose laughter was as bright as sunbeams, bounced with the energy of a mountain stream, always eager for new adventures. Mara, thoughtful and serene like the deep forest pools, observed the world with quiet wisdom. One crisp autumn afternoon, as they sat beneath the ancient oak, its leaves shimmering gold and crimson, Kaelin nudged Silas gently. "You've been quieter than a hibernating hedgehog, Silas," Kaelin remarked, tossing an acorn into the air. "Even the squirrels are chattier. Is it the garden? Did those prize cabbages finally stage a rebellion?" Silas managed a small smile, tracing the rough bark of the oak. "No rebellion, it's just everything feels so loud. The leaves changing, the geese flying south, even Mistress Alara talking about turning her herb garden into a winter greenhouse. It's all movement. It makes my head spin." Mara reached over and placed a cool, smooth stone she'd found into Silas's palm. "Change is the valley's breath, Silas. It's how it lives. Like this stone," she said softly. "It seems unchanging, but look closer." She pointed to tiny flecks of mica catching the light. "Even the stillest things hold shifts within them, reflections of the world around." Silas sighed, closing his fingers around the stone. "I wish my magic felt like that. It used to feel flowing. Now it's thick like mud, and trying to make anything new happen." He shuddered, remembering a recent failed attempt to encourage a late-blooming clematis. The vine had merely trembled and dropped a few leaves, echoing his own frustration. "The whispering glade," Mara said suddenly, her eyes thoughtful. "Grandmother used to say it's a place where the valley's heart speaks, where magic listens to what's inside, not just what you try to force out. Maybe it could help you understand yours." The Whispering Glade was a place of legend, tucked deep within the oldest part of the woods. Few ventured there, speaking of strange lights and murmurs on the wind. Silas felt a familiar resistance coil in his stomach venturing into the unknown, leaving his ordered garden. But the ache of his stagnant magic, and the patient, hopeful looks of his friends, nudged him. He nodded, a small, hesitant movement. Their journey took them beyond the tended orchards and into the embrace of the ancient forest. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, painting the moss-covered ground in gold and green. Silas felt his breath catch with every unfamiliar rustle, every gnarled root he hadn't memorized. Kaelin bounded ahead, pointing out interesting fungi and chattering about bird calls, his energy a counterpoint to Silas's creeping anxiety. Mara walked beside Silas, her presence a steady anchor. "Listen," she murmured. "Not just with your ears. Feel the forest breathe." As they walked deeper, Silas began to sense it. Not the individual hums of specific plants, but a vast, slow presence. It wasn't threatening, but ancient and deep, like the roots of the mountains themselves. It felt patient. They reached a small clearing where the trees formed a protective circle. Sunlight streamed down onto a carpet of the softest moss, dotted with tiny, star-shaped white flowers that seemed to glow with their own inner light. The air hummed faintly, a sound felt more than heard. This was the Whispering Glade. "All right," Silas whispered, his voice swallowed by the immense quiet. "What do I do?" "Just be," Mara suggested. "Let the glade feel you as you feel it." Kaelin plopped down onto the moss. "Yeah, maybe try not trying." Silas took a deep breath, the scent of cool earth and something sweet and indefinable filling his lungs. He sat gingerly, crossing his legs, and closed his eyes. He focused on the feeling of the moss beneath him, cool and yielding. He listened to the silence, which wasn't silence at all, but a tapestry of tiny sounds. The rustle of a beetle, the distant drip of water, the sigh of wind through the highest branches. He felt the vast, slow pulse of the forest life around him. He thought about his fear. The fear of becoming someone he didn't recognize, of losing the comfort of the known. He thought about his magic, feeling stuck like a seed that refused to sprout. As his anxieties swirled, a curious thing happened. The gentle glow of the starflowers near him dimmed slightly. A patch of moss under his hand felt cooler, almost damp with sadness. He gasped, opening his eyes. The glade seemed to mirror his inner state. When he felt a surge of frustration, a nearby fern curled its fronds inward defensively. When a wave of his old resistance rose, the air in the glade grew still and heavy. His magic wasn't gone, it was deeply connected to everything here, reflecting his inner landscape back at him. "It sees you, Silas," Mara whispered, her voice barely audible. "It shows you what you feel." Tears pricked Silas's eyes. He hadn't realized how much he'd been holding inside. He took another deep breath, focusing this time not on the fear of change, but on the memory of his garden's quiet joy. He thought of the first rosebud unfurling under his care, the satisfaction of rich soil between his fingers. He thought of Kalen's infectious laugh, Mara's quiet wisdom, the unwavering support of his friends walking beside him into the unknown. As warmth spread through him, a feeling of gratitude replacing the icy knot of fear, the glade responded. The starflowers near him brightened, their glow pulsing softly like gentle fireflies. The moss warmed beneath him, feeling welcoming and alive. A tendril of ivy from a nearby oak stretched out slowly, almost shyly, and brushed against his arm. It wasn't demanding, just connecting. He understood. His magic wasn't about forcing things to be still or forcing them to change rapidly against their nature. It was about connection. About sensing the true rhythm, the inner life, and nurturing that. Like Mara's stone, he could be still on the surface, holding his core, while still being part of the changing world, reflecting its light. Change wasn't an enemy to be fought, it was the natural state of living things, including himself. His resistance, his fear, was what had clogged his magic, making it feel like mud. By accepting his feelings, by finding his center even amidst the flux, he could flow again. He reached out, not with a command, but with an open heart, towards a cluster of the glowing starflowers. He didn't ask them to change color or grow taller. He simply felt their delicate life force, their quiet contentment in the dappled light. He sent back a wave of appreciation, a sense of shared peace. In response, the flowers pulsed brighter, and a soft, golden light, warm and comforting, drifted from their petals and settled over Silas like a gentle, shimmering cloak. It didn't transform him, it felt like an affirmation, a recognition of the shift within. The walk back to Willowbrook was different. Silas still noticed the changes, the deeper autumn hues, the sharper bite in the air, but they didn't overwhelm him. He felt the forest's pulse alongside his own, a rhythm that included both stillness and movement. He carried the warmth of the glade's golden light inside him, a quiet hum of acceptance. Days turned into weeks. Silas didn't become like Kalen, bursting with constant new energy. He still cherished the quiet routines of his garden. But something fundamental had shifted. When Mistress Alara asked for help transforming her herb garden for winter, instead of feeling a spike of anxiety, Silas felt curiosity. He walked through her plot, sensing the lingering vitality of the summer herbs and the sleepy readiness of the soil for its winter rest. He didn't force anything. He simply helped her understand what the plants needed to transition comfortably, suggesting protective mulches and hardy winter varieties that resonated with the soil's quiet strength. His magic flowed easily now, a clear stream of connection guiding his actions. one frosty morning, Silas stood in his own garden. Winter was truly settling in. His prized roses were dormant, their stems bare. But in a corner, where he'd planted some late-blooming bulbs on a whim after returning from the glade, a cluster of deep purple crocuses had pushed bravely through the thin layer of frost. They glowed faintly, a soft echo of the starflower's light. He hadn't forced them, he'd simply planted them and trusted the season, trusted the life within them. Kalen and Mara found him there, sipping steaming chamomile tea. "Look at that," Kalen exclaimed, pointing to the crocuses. "Brave little things blooming in the cold." Mara smiled, her breath misting in the air. "They found their moment, didn't they? Just like someone else we know." Silas smiled, a deep, peaceful warmth spreading through him, more comforting than the tea. He looked at the crocuses, then at the dormant roses, then at the snow-dusted hills beyond. He felt the slow, sure pulse of the sleeping earth and the quiet hum of his own magic, no longer stuck, but flowing in harmony with the world's beautiful, inevitable rhythm. He didn't need to be a rushing stream or an unmoving stone. He could be Silas, rooted yet flexible, finding his own unique way to grow and glow within the ever-changing, ever-beautiful dance of life. The frost sparkled, the crocuses glowed, and the quiet peace of acceptance settled over the garden like the softest blanket, promising that even in stillness, transformation was always possible, always beautiful, and never truly alone. Deep in the whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of moss thicker than winter quilts and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by hurried human eyes. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, older than the stones in the creek bed. It was a place where the boundaries between the world and something more were as thin and shimmering as a spider's web kissed by dawn dew. Among the gnarled roots of a grandfather oak named Old Man Thistle lived a community of mosskin. Small folk barely taller than a buttercup, they wore tunics woven from spider silk dyed with crushed berries and lichen. Their leader was a gentle elder named Birch, his face as lined and wise as the bark of his home tree. Birch's granddaughter, a bright-eyed sprite named Fern with hair the color of sun-dappled ferns, was known for her boundless curiosity about the Whisperwood's deepest secrets. The Whisperwood thrived on a delicate balance, a symphony conducted by the seasons. In spring the lumina petals bloomed, their soft, internal light painting the forest floor with constellations that mirrored the sky above. Their sweet, honeyed scent summoned the dreamwing butterflies, whose iridescent wings scattered pollen carrying whispered wishes and gentle dreams. Summer brought the rain singers, tiny frog-like beings who lived in the crystal-clear pools. When clouds gathered, they climbed onto lily pads and sang complex, rhythmic songs that coaxed the rain down gently, drop by drop, ensuring no seedling thirsted. Autumn saw the leaf weavers, industrious squirrels with coats the color of russet leaves, meticulously guiding each falling leaf to blanket the earth, insulating roots and nurturing the soil with their decay. Winter belonged to the frost sprites, ethereal beings formed from the first breath of cold air. They danced silently on the frozen streams, tracing intricate, glittering patterns that held the promise of spring's return deep within their icy hearts. Fern loved listening to Birch recount the old ways beside their glowing hearth mushroom. The warm, earthy smell of the mushroom mingled with the comforting scent of cedar bark burning low. Birch's voice, soft as rustling leaves, wove tales of the great heartwood tree, rumored to stand at the very center of the Whisperwood. It was said to be the source of the forest's magic, its roots drinking deep from hidden springs of starlight, its leaves capturing the moon's silver song. The heartwood's rhythm pulsed through the forest, unseen but felt in the thrum of life, the unfurling of a bud, the steady beat of a woodpecker's drum. "Balance, little Fern," Birch would murmur, the firelight dancing in his kind eyes, is the forest's truest magic. Each creature, each season, each drop of rain and ray of sun plays its part. We listen, we respect, and we give back. That is the wisdom carried on the wind through countless turnings of the seasons. One unusually crisp autumn morning, Fern felt a strange unease prickling beneath her skin, like static before a storm, but without the storm's promise. The air, usually crisp and scented with ripe nuts and damp earth, felt thin, brittle. The lumina petals, usually fading gently as autumn deepened, seemed to dim prematurely, their soft glow flickering weakly. Worse, the rain singer's songs, normally a comforting counterpoint to the rustling leaves, sounded thin and faltering. The streams, fed by their magic, ran lower than they should. "Grandfather," Fern whispered, her voice small against the sudden quiet of the woods, "something feels wrong. The magic feels thin, like stretched spider silk." Birch's face, usually serene, creased with deep concern. He closed his eyes, placing a gnarled hand on the trunk of Old Man Thistle. Fern watched as a faint tremor ran through his fingers. "You feel truly, child," he murmured, his voice heavy. "The rhythm, the heartwood's song, it's fading, the balance is shifting." A ripple of worry spread through the Moskin community. The leaf weavers reported finding patches of earth where leaves crumbled to lifeless dust instead of nourishing the soil. The dreamwing butterflies fluttered listlessly, their colors muted. Even the frost sprites glimpsed early near the shaded creek banks seemed less substantial, their icy patterns melting too quickly. Birch gathered the Moskin elders under the vast canopy of a weeping willow, its long fronds brushing the moss like gentle fingers. The air was cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a scent that now held an undercurrent of anxiety. "The heartwood weakens," Birch announced, his voice carrying a weight that silenced the rustling fronds. "The ancient pact, the flow of magic that binds us all, is faltering. We must discover why." Fern stepped forward, her small frame trembling but her voice surprisingly steady. "I'll go, grandfather, to the great heartwood. I can follow the old paths, the ones you told me about." Her heart hammered against her ribs, but the image of the dimming lumina petals and the rain singer's strained songs spurred her on. Birch looked at his granddaughter, seeing not just the child, but the spark of the forest's future. He nodded slowly. "The journey is long and the paths are guarded by the forest's oldest memories. Go with the wisdom of the wind, little Fern. Listen to the whispers of the trees, the guidance of the stones. Seek the keeper." Equipped with a pouch of nourishing seed cakes, sweet with wild blueberries, a cloak spun from shimmering moth wings for warmth, and a tiny lantern crafted from a hollowed firefly abdomen that glowed with a soft, steady light, Fern set out. The deeper she ventured into the whisperwood, the stronger the sense of imbalance grew. The air tasted stale. The usual chorus of bird song was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the dry rattle of leaves. The scent of healthy decay was overpowered by a faint, acrid tang, like metal left in the rain. She crossed a meadow where lumina petals lay scattered, their light extinguished like fallen stars. The sight filled her with a profound sadness. Guided by Birch's teachings, Fern listened intently. She pressed her ear to the cool, damp bark of an ancient yew tree. A deep, sorrowful groan vibrated through the wood, speaking of choked roots and poisoned soil deeper within the forest. A cluster of smooth river stones, warmed by a rare patch of sunlight, hummed a warning of tainted water seeping from the direction of the distant mountains. A family of badgers, their faces etched with worry, spoke of strange, bitter smells carried on the wind from the north, where human settlements edged the forest. After days of travel, guided by the fading pulse of the forest's magic, and the subtle signs Birch had taught her to read the way moss grew thicker on one side of a tree, the specific constellation of mushrooms pointing the way Fern reached a hidden valley. It was shielded by towering, impossibly old sequoias whose bark felt like warm, living stone beneath her tiny hand. The air here was still thick with unease, but beneath it, Fern sensed a deep, resonant thrumming, weak but persistent. It was the heartbeat of the heartwood. In the center of the valley stood the great heartwood tree. It was magnificent beyond words, its trunk wider than a dozen Moskin homes, its branches reaching towards the sky like open arms, cradling the clouds. But Fern gasped. Great swaths of its bark were cracked and gray, like parched earth. Its leaves, normally a vibrant tapestry of emerald and silver, hung limp and dull, many already fallen, carpeting the ground in a sorrowful blanket. The air around it vibrated with a palpable sense of exhaustion and pain. The scent here was complex, the rich, ancient smell of deep wood, overlaid with the sickly sweetness of decay and a harsh, metallic tang that made Fern's eyes water. At the base of the immense trunk sat the keeper. Not a towering giant, but a figure woven from living vines, moss, and shifting shadows, shaped vaguely like an ancient, wise badger. Its eyes were pools of deep, still water reflecting the fading light. It radiated immense age and profound weariness. Little listener, the keeper's voice was the sound of wind sighing through deep canyons, low and resonant, echoing slightly in the quiet valley. You feel the fading song, you have journeyed far. Fern bowed low, her heart pounding. Keeper, the whisperwood is ill. The lumina dims, the rain singers falter, the balance breaks. We felt the heartwood's pain. What harms it? The keeper shifted, vines rustling like dry parchment. Its watery eyes seemed to gaze far beyond Fern. The harmony is frayed. From the north, beyond the stone-teeth mountains, comes a slow sickness. Humans dig deep, seeking bright stones that burn. They poison the earth's blood, the water that feeds my roots. They cut the ancient sentinels whose roots spoke to mine, whose leaves sang with the wind. The connection weakens, the magic starves. A deep sigh, like stones grinding together, escaped it. The old ways are forgotten, the pact of respect fades. Fern felt a chill deeper than winter's touch. But what can we do? We are so small, and the sickness comes from so far away. The keeper's form seemed to gather the fading light. Small you are, but connected. The heartwood's strength lies not just in itself, but in the web of life it sustains and which sustains it. The pact is not broken, only strained. The magic sleeps, it does not die. It needs remembrance. It needs the song. The song. Fern asked, hope flickering like her tiny lantern. The heart song, the keeper murmured. The song of belonging, of gratitude, of connection, sung not by one but by all. Sung with pure intent, it resonates with the heartwood's core, reminding it of the life that depends on its rhythm, strengthening the frayed threads. It is the oldest magic, passed down since the first leaf unfurled. Your elder knows the seed of it. Fern remembered. Birch on quiet evenings would hum a simple, wordless melody, a tune that felt like roots sinking into cool earth, like sunlight warming moss. He called it the forest's lullaby. But how can all sing? Fern wondered, looking at the vast, suffering tree. The creatures are scattered, frightened. The song starts small, the keeper whispered, its voice growing fainter, its form seeming to blend more with the shadows at the heartwood's base. Like a single raindrop finding the stream, it needs a conductor, a focus of pure heart. Carry the seed back, plant it with belief. Let the forest remember its own voice. Go now, little listener. Time flows like the tainted stream. Fern didn't hesitate. She turned and ran, the image of the dying heartwood burning in her mind, the keeper's words echoing, remembrance. The song. All. The journey back felt longer, the forest's distress more acute. The metallic tang seemed stronger, the silence heavier. When she finally stumbled into the mosskin hollow beneath Old Man Thistle, weary and coated in forest dust, Birch was waiting. The worry on his face deepened as he saw her expression, but also a flicker of hope. Fern poured out her tale, the dying heartwood, the poisoned earth's blood from the north, the forgotten pact, and the keeper's words about the heart song. A heavy silence fell over the gathered mosskin, the only sound the crackle of the hearth mushroom and the sigh of the wind through Thistle's branches, carrying the scent of distant decay. The heart song. Birch breathed, his eyes distant. I remember the tune passed from my grandmother's grandmother, but it is a whisper, Fern. How can a whisper reach the heartwood now? The keeper said it needs to start small, Fern insisted, her voice firm despite her exhaustion. But it needs to grow. It needs all of us. And it needs belief. We need to remind the forest who it is, what it means to be connected. Birch looked at his granddaughter, then at the worried faces of his people. He saw the dimming light of their own hearth mushroom. He saw the resolve in Fern's eyes, mirroring the determination he'd carried in his youth. He nodded slowly, a spark rekindling in his own gaze. Then we begin, here now, we sing the seed. Gathered under the protective boughs of Old Man Thistle, as the first true snowflakes of winter began to drift down like frozen whispers, the mosskin formed a circle. Birch closed his eyes, took a deep breath of the cold, pine-scented air, and began to hum. It was the simple, ancient melody, the forest's lullaby. It started soft, hesitant, a fragile thread of sound in the vast, troubled woods. Fern joined in, pouring all her love for the whisperwood, all her hope, all her belief in the keeper's words, into the notes. Her clear voice wove around Birch's deeper hum. One by one, the other mosskin added their voices, timidly at first, then stronger. The song wasn't loud, but it was pure. It spoke of cool moss underfoot, the scent of rain on hot earth, the taste of wild strawberries, the comforting darkness of a tree hollow, the joyful dance of fireflies on a summer night. It was a song of home, of belonging, of gratitude for the sheltering branches and the nourishing soil. As they sang, something remarkable happened. The hearth mushrooms glowed bright and, casting warmer, steadier light. The falling snowflakes seemed to dance gently to the rhythm. A family of field mice, drawn by the sound, peeked from their burrow, their tiny eyes wide. A weary robin huddled on a branch, puffed out its chest, and added a tentative, sweet trill to the melody. Word traveled, carried by the wind, by the chattering squirrels, by the silent flight of an owl. Fern, guided by the mosskin elders, journeyed to the rain-singers' pools. She hummed the melody to them. Their large, luminous eyes blinked, and then one brave singer climbed onto a half-frozen lily pad. Its song, usually reserved for rain, now wove the mosskin's melody into its own complex rhythms, creating a new, hopeful harmony that rippled across the water. The sound carried far. Fern visited the leaf weavers in their autumn-gilded dens. She sang the heart song's core. The squirrels, initially skeptical, found the tune settling into their busy hearts. As they worked, guiding leaves to the earth, they began to hum it, a steady, grounding rhythm that vibrated through the soil. The decaying leaves seemed to settle with more purpose, releasing their nutrients with a sigh of contentment. She sought out the frost sprites near the icy streams. Communicating through feelings and gentle touches on their shimmering forms, Fern shared the song's essence, warmth not of fire, but of connection. The sprites, embodiments of quiet winter, began to trace their frost patterns in time with the melody, their icy spirals holding the promise of the song within their delicate structures. The mosskin sang every dusk and dawn under Old Man Thistle. The rain-singers added their watery harmonies from their pools. The leaf-weavers hummed as they worked. The frost sprites danced their silent symphony. Birds picked up the tune, weaving it into their calls. Even the wind seemed to catch the melody, sighing it through the branches. It started as scattered notes across the vast whisperwood, like the first stars appearing at twilight. But gradually the notes found each other. The forest began to remember its own voice, its own deep connection. The pure collective intent, the gratitude, the belonging, the shared love for their home began to resonate. Deep in the hidden valley, the great heartwood tree shuddered. The weak, faltering pulse within its ancient core began to steady. A faint, silvery light, unseen for seasons, flickered deep within its cracked bark. The metallic tang in the air lessened, replaced by the faint, sweet smell of sap beginning to stir, even in winter's heart. The keeper, a shadowy figure at its base, lifted its head. The pools of its eyes reflected not just fading light, but a burgeoning spark. A deep, resonant thrum, felt more than heard, vibrated outwards from the heartwood, a counterpoint to the forest's growing song. The change wasn't instant, nor was it a cure for the deep sickness creeping from the north. But the balance, the vital harmony, began to knit itself back together, thread by shimmering thread. The lumina petals didn't suddenly blaze, but their fading light steadied. The rain singers found strength returning to their voices. The streams, while still low, flowed with a cleaner sound. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative but growing chorus of the heart song, woven through the natural sounds of the forest. Back under Old Man Thistle, the moskins sang with renewed vigor as the first true thaw began. Tiny green shoots, brave and bright, pushed through the snow near their hearth mushroom. The air, crisp and cold, carried the clean scent of melting snow, and underneath it, the undeniable fragrance of life stirring, of resilience. Birch placed a gnarled hand on Fern's shoulder as they sang, their voices blending with the drip of melting ice and the distant chorus of the forest. He looked not just at the returning green, but at his granddaughter, whose courage and belief had carried the seed of the song. The wisdom of generations, whispered under mossy roots, had found fertile ground in a young heart. The magic of the whisperwood hadn't died. It had merely been sleeping, waiting to be remembered, waiting for the pure, shared song of belonging to awaken it once more. The heart song continued, a gentle, constant hum beneath the rustle of leaves and the babble of streams. It was a lullaby for the forest itself, a reminder of the deep, unbreakable connection binding root to rock, creature to tree, season to season. And as the first fireflies of the coming spring blinked their tiny lanterns in the velvet dusk, they blinked in time with the song, a constellation of hope echoing the ancient rhythm of the great heartwood tree, strong and steady once again. The whisperwood breathed, its magic a soft, resilient glow in the gathering twilight, a testament to the enduring power of harmony, remembrance, and a song sung together. The village of Bramble Hollow nestled in a valley where twilight lingered like a contented sigh. Every chimney puffed cinnamon-scented smoke, and lanterns shaped like dandelion seeds cast buttery light on cobblestone paths. Young Milo, with eyes like polished acorns and a patchwork satchel always at his side, first noticed the strangeness one dewy morning. Overnight, every front gate in the village had sprouted identical clusters of moon-pale mushrooms, not harmful, but perfectly circular, glowing faintly as if storing starlight. Like tiny fairy tables. Mrs. Gable whispered, brushing flour from her apron as villagers gathered, murmuring in puzzlement. 2 nights later, the mystery deepened. All the copper wind chimes hanging from porches played the same 3-note lullaby at dawn, though no breeze stirred. Old Man Hemlock's prize-winning sunflowers now faced west instead of east, their golden heads bowed as if sharing a secret. A gentle unease settled over Bramble Hollow. "It's not mischief," declared Milo, tracing a glowing mushroom cap with his fingertip. "It feels thoughtful, like someone's trying to say hello but forgot how." Milo decided to solve the riddle. That evening he packed his satchel with a honey cake wrapped in wax paper, a woolen blanket, and his most important tool, grandfather's magnifying glass, its brass rim warm with memory. He nestled beneath the ancient whispering willow by the duck pond, its leaves sighing advice only patient ears could hear. As moonlight silvered the pond, ripples formed without wind, swirling into intricate spirals. Suddenly, a small creature emerged no taller than Milo's hand, with skin like river-smooth pebbles and hair of woven reeds. It carried a hollowed acorn cup, dipping it delicately into the water. Milo held his breath. A water nymph. Grandfather's stories were true. The nymph froze, eyes wide as dewdrops. Milo slowly unwrapped the honey cake, breaking off a crumb and placing it on a lily pad. The nymph tilted its head, then skated across the water to claim it. With gestures as fluid as the current, it pointed toward the northern woods, then mimed, dropping tiny seeds. "You're planting the mushrooms," Milo whispered. The nymph nodded, then vanished beneath the surface, leaving only a shimmer. The next clue came from Orla, the moss-bearded tortoise who napped by the library's warmth vents. "Saw shimmer dust near the wind chimes," she rumbled, blinking slowly. "Not pixies, too quiet." Following her advice, Milo sprinkled fine oat flour around Widow Peony's porch that night. At dawn, delicate, webbed footprints glowed in the flour, leading straight to the hollow oak near the sunflower patch. Inside the oak's knotted trunk, Milo found his mentor, Thistle, an ancient hedgehog whose spines held fragments of quartz that caught the light. "Ah, young observer," Thistle rasped, brewing pine needle tea over a glowworm lamp. "You seek the pattern weaver. She's shy, that one. Came from the crystal caves after the great rumbling shifted her home." Thistle explained the nymph was only helping a lonely friend who adored Bramble Hollow's cozy order, but didn't understand human ways. "She rearranges things to make them more beautiful, by her lights." Armed with understanding, Milo prepared. He left gifts where the footprints appeared, a smooth blue marble by the wind chimes, a spool of silver thread near the sunflowers. That night, under a plum-colored sky, he saw her. Perched on a sunflower, a tiny figure with moth-wing sleeves hummed softly. As her fingers brushed a wind chime, it chimed the same 3 notes, a melody Milo suddenly recognized as the village's bedtime bell. She was copying what she loved. "Hello," Milo whispered, holding out a mushroom-capped plate with a single blueberry. The sprite, her skin like opal, eyes like liquid amber, gasped but didn't flee. "Your patterns are lovely," Milo said gently. "But our gardens, they're like stories we've written ourselves." He sketched Bramble Hollow's map in the soil, showing how each garden was cherished just as it was. The sprite, whom he learned was named Lumina, trembled. "I only wanted to help the pretty sounds and colors stay," she chimed in a voice like tinkling ice. The solution came at dawn's first blush. Milo gathered the villagers. "Lumina needs a place to weave her patterns," he announced. In the communal meadow, children offered smooth stones, gardeners donated seeds and misses, Gabe baked seed cakes. Together they built Lumina a glittering mosaic courtyard, stones arranged in spiraling constellations, wind chimes tuned to her lullaby, and soil where moon mushrooms could glow freely. Lumina wept shimmering tears that sprouted into tiny, glowing flowers. "You made me a story," she whispered to Milo. Now, Bramble Hollow's twilight hums with new magic. Lumina's mosaics shift daily, telling tales of starlight and deep earth. The wind chimes sometimes play her lullaby just for sweet dreams, and sunflowers turn to watch children's laughter dance across the meadow. And every night, as Milo drifts to sleep, he sees a tiny opal hand placing a perfect, glowing mushroom cap on his windowsill, a silent thank you glowing in the dark, a secret shared between friends under the watchful, kind stars. All is calm, all is understood, and Bramble Hollow dreams on, cozier than ever before. In a valley nestled between gentle, rolling hills, there lived a young boy named Kalen. His world was one of quiet routines, of helping his grandmother tend their small garden and listening to the old stories she would tell by the hearth each evening. But Kalen often felt a peculiar emptiness, a quiet yearning he couldn't quite name. It was as if a part of him was waiting, like a seed buried deep in winter soil, for a warmth it could not yet feel. One evening, as the autumn sun dipped below the hills, painting the sky in shades of lavender and gold, Kalen's grandmother placed a small, smooth stone in his palm. It was unremarkable at first glance, a simple gray river stone, cool to the touch. "This was your grandfather's," she said, her voice soft as the wool of her shawl. "He called it an ember stone. He said it held a memory of light." Kalen turned the stone over in his hand. It felt inert, just a rock. But that night, as he lay in his bed, a sliver of moonlight fell across the windowsill where he had placed it. And in the heart of the stone, a faint, warm glow began to pulse, soft and rhythmic, like a sleeping creature's breath. A gentle heat radiated from it, not enough to burn, but enough to comfort, like a sip of warm tea on a chilly evening. He fell asleep watching its gentle thrum, and for the first time in a long while his dreams were not of searching, but of a soft, golden light. The next morning the stone was cold and gray once more. But the memory of its glow stayed with Kalen, a quiet ember in his mind. He began to carry the stone with him, tucked safely in his pocket. Days turned into weeks, and the stone remained dormant, a silent companion. Yet Kalen found himself noticing more, the way the morning dew caught the light on a spider's web, the intricate pattern of frost on a leaf, the comforting scent of wood smoke that always clung to his grandmother's clothes. His world, once simple, began to feel deeper, richer, as if he were seeing it through a new, softer lens. Then, on an afternoon when the world was hushed under a thick blanket of mist, Kalen followed the path that led into the ancient willow woods at the edge of the valley. The air was cool and damp, filled with the rich, earthy smell of decaying leaves and wet bark. The further he walked, the thicker the mist became, until the familiar path faded into a world of soft, gray silence. He was lost. A small panic began to flutter in his chest. He reached into his pocket, his fingers closing around the cool, smooth surface of the ember stone. Almost instinctively, he whispered into the quiet, "I wish I knew the way." And in the palm of his hand, the stone began to warm. The faint, golden glow returned, pulsing softly. It was not a beacon, but a gentle suggestion. He held it out before him, and as he took a tentative step forward, the glow seemed to brighten ever so slightly. Another step, and it dimmed. He changed direction, and the soft light grew stronger again. Guided by this quiet, pulsing light, Kalen ventured deeper into the woods. The mist began to change, too. It was no longer a cold, gray veil, but now swirled with hints of color, pale gold and the faintest blush of rose. The air grew warmer, carrying new scents, honeyed nectar and blooming night flowers. The sounds of the ordinary woods, the chatter of squirrels, the call of birds, faded away, replaced by a soft, melodic hum, like 1,000 distant bees singing a lullaby. He stepped through a curtain of hanging ivy, and the world transformed. He stood at the edge of a hidden glen he had never seen before, a place that seemed woven from magic and twilight. Giant bioluminescent mushrooms dotted the forest floor, casting a soft, blue-green light. Willows with silver leaves wept glowing pollen that drifted lazily on the warm air like tiny stars. In the center of the glen, a stream gurgled not with water, but with what looked like liquid amber, flowing slowly and emitting a soothing, honey-sweet warmth. This was the Glimmerglen, a secret heart of the world, pulsing with a gentle, ancient life. And there, sitting by the amber stream, was a fox. But this was no ordinary fox. Its fur was the color of a smoldering autumn fire, shades of russet and copper that seemed to shift in the soft light. Its eyes were not the sharp, clever eyes of a wild creature, but deep and knowing, the color of melted chocolate, and they held a kindness that immediately put Kalen at ease. Most astonishing of all, from the tip of its bushy tail wafted a soft, shimmering smoke that curled and danced in the air, forming intricate, fleeting patterns before dissolving into nothingness. The fox did not startle. It simply turned its head and regarded Kalen with a calm curiosity. "Hello," Kalen said, his voice barely a whisper in the enchanted silence. The fox dipped its head in a graceful nod. "You found your way," it said, its voice not a sound heard by the ears, but a thought that bloomed gently in Kalen's mind. It was a warm, raspy voice, like the rustle of dry leaves. The emberstone remembers the path for those who have forgotten. "You can talk." Kalen asked, though it felt a silly question in such a place. In a manner of speaking, the fox replied, a hint of amusement in its mental tone. Here thoughts are clearer, less noisy. I am Fable. Thus began an unexpected friendship. Kalen visited the Glimmerglen whenever he could, guided by the now reliably glowing Emberstone. Fable became his guide and his friend. The fox showed him the wonders of the hidden glen, the fields of flowers that chimed softly when the breeze touched them, the pools where the light pooled so thickly you could almost scoop it up in your hands, the ancient wise badger who spoke in riddles and whose fur was tangled with living moss. But Fable also shared a gentle mystery. The smoke from his tail, he explained, was not just for show. It was a reflection of the Glimmerglen's spirit. Lately, however, the patterns had become faint, the smoke thin and wispy. The light from the mushrooms seemed dimmer, the hum of the glen quieter. The heart of this place is a great Lumini tree, Fable explained one evening as they sat by the amber stream. The smoke from his tail formed a sad, drooping spiral. Its roots drink from the stream of light, and its branches hold the sky in this place. But its light is fading, we do not know why, and as it fades, so does the Glimmerglen. The paths to your world will close, and this place will sleep, perhaps forever. Kalen's own heart felt heavy. This place of warmth and gentle magic, this friendship that had warmed the lonely corners of his soul, was in peril. There must be something we can do, he said, the Emberstone in his pocket feeling warm against his leg, as if in agreement. Fable looked at him, his deep eyes thoughtful. The old stories say the Lumini does not fade from lack of light, but from lack of memory. It needs to be reminded of what it is. It needs stories, true stories filled with feeling. But our stories here are all the same now, echoes of the same old magic. We need a story from the outside, a new kind of light. Kalen understood. The mystery was not one to be solved with strength or cleverness, but with heart. He had to find the Lumini tree and offer it a story. But what story did he have? His life was small and quiet. He was just a boy from the valley. The journey to the center of the Glimmerglen was not long, but it was profound. Fable led the way, his smoky tail leaving a faint, shimmering trail for Kalen to follow. They walked through whispering grasses that sighed stories of the wind, past silent stones that held the memories of ancient times. The air grew thicker with the scent of nostalgia and sweet decay, and the light, while still beautiful, had a melancholy, twilight quality. And then they saw it. The Lumine tree was immense, its bark smooth and pale like pearl. Its leaves were not green, but were made of captured starlight, and they should have been blazing like 1,000 tiny lanterns. Now they flickered weakly, and many had turned a dull gray and fallen to the ground, where they dissolved into faint motes of light. The great tree looked tired and sorrowful. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a hollow that pulsed with a slow, faint rhythm, the tree's fading heartbeat. Kalen approached, feeling small and insignificant before the sleeping giant. He knelt by the hollow. He didn't know any grand tales of heroes or epic battles. He only knew his own small life. So he began to speak. He told the tree about the valley. He described the crunch of frost underfoot on a winter morning, the sound of his grandmother humming as she kneaded bread dough, the taste of sun-warmed strawberries from their garden. He spoke of the feeling of cool mud between his toes by the creek, and the safe, enveloping darkness of his bed at night. He talked about the emptiness he used to feel, and the day his grandmother gave him the stone. He pulled the Emberstone from his pocket. It was glowing brightly now, its light a steady, warm gold. And this, he said, his voice full of emotion, this made me see it all. The emptiness wasn't because there was nothing there, but because I wasn't truly looking. My story isn't one of great adventures. It's a story of learning to see the light that was already there. As he spoke, pouring his simple, honest feelings into the words, the Emberstone's glow intensified. It became a small sun in his hand, and a beam of warm, golden light streamed from it into the hollow at the base of the tree. The effect was immediate. The faint pulse within the tree quickened. A shiver ran through its great branches. One by one, the dull gray leaves began to shimmer, flushing with silver and gold. The light spread from leaf to leaf, from branch to branch, until the entire tree was ablaze with a soft, magnificent radiance. It was not a blinding light, but a deep, resonant glow that filled the entire glimmerglen, soaking into the very air and earth. The humming of the place returned, stronger and sweeter than before. The amber stream bubbled with renewed energy, and the glowing mushrooms shone with a joyful intensity. The world was waking up. Fable brushed against Kalen's side, his fur warm. The smoke from his tail was now thick and vibrant, swirling into beautiful, complex patterns of joy and gratitude, swirling constellations and blooming flowers made of mist. You reminded it, Fable's voice whispered in his mind, thick with emotion. You reminded it that the smallest moments hold the greatest magic. Your story was the one it needed to remember its own. Kalen sat back, watching the Lumin tree breathe light back into the world. He felt a profound sense of peace. He had not changed the world with a mighty deed. He had simply offered the truth of his own heart, and it had been enough. The emptiness inside him was gone, not because something missing had been found, but because he had finally learned how to see what had always been there. The journey back through the Glimmerglen was a celebration. The path was now clear and bright, and the air was filled with the soft, chiming laughter of the flowers. When they reached the curtain of ivy that separated the glen from his own world, Kalen turned to Fable. "Will I be able to come back?" he asked. Fable nuzzled his hand. "The path is always open to you now," he said. "You carry its light inside you. You need only remember and wish to return." Kalen stepped through the ivy and found himself on the familiar path at the edge of the willow woods. The mist had lifted, and the late afternoon sun cast long, golden shadows. The world looked the same, and yet completely different. He saw the beauty in the gnarled bark of the trees, heard the music in the chirping of the crickets, felt the history in the well-worn path beneath his feet. He was home, but he was changed. He had been transformed, not into someone new, but into more truly himself. That night by the crackling fireplace, his grandmother looked at him and smiled a knowing smile. "You found it," she said simply. Kalen nodded, pulling the emberstone from his pocket. It was no longer a dull, gray river stone. It was now a deep, translucent amber, and in its heart a tiny, eternal flame flickered peacefully, casting a soft, warm glow on his palm. "I did," he said. "I found the story." He told her everything. He described the Glimmerglen, the amber stream, the wise and kind Fable, and the great Lumin tree. He spoke not with the excitement of a great adventure, but with the quiet reverence of a cherished memory. His grandmother listened, her knitting needles clicking softly in rhythm with his story, her eyes reflecting the firelight and the light from the stone. When he finished, the room was quiet except for the gentle pop and crackle of the fire. The emberstone's glow seemed to sync with the flames, pulsing slowly and contentedly. "The light was never in the stone, my dear," his grandmother said, her voice as soft as the ember's glow. "It was always in you. The stone was just a mirror, waiting for you to look into it." Kalen knew she was right. He curled his fingers around the warm stone, its gentle heat a comforting presence. He was no longer a boy waiting for something to happen. He was a boy who knew how to find the magic in the everyday, who carried a hidden world of warmth inside him, and who had a friend in a fox made of smoke and stories. He went to bed that night, placing the glowing emberstone on his windowsill. As he drifted to sleep, he wasn't thinking of grand quests or distant lands. He was thinking of the sound of the fire downstairs, the feel of his woolen blanket, the scent of pine drifting through his window, and the simple, profound joy of a story shared. The gentle light from the stone pulsed softly, a silent lullaby of warmth and peace, guiding him into dreams of silver leaves and honeyed streams, and a friendship that would warm his heart for all the days to come. And in that perfect, peaceful resolution, he slipped into a deep and restful sleep, his world finally and completely aglow. In the heart of the ancient woods, nestled between rolling hills and babbling brooks, lay a place known as Whispering Glen. Here the air always carried the gentle scent of pine and wildflowers, and the trees stood like wise old guardians, their leaves rustling secrets to anyone who cared to listen. At the edge of the glen, a small village named Hearthwood hummed with quiet activity, its cobblestone paths winding past cottages with smoke curling from chimneys. But it was in the glen itself where magic seemed to breathe, especially at twilight, when the fireflies emerged like scattered embers and the wind chimes, hung from low branches by kind hands, tinkled softly in the breeze. Sometimes a gentle rain would fall, pattering on leaves like a lullaby, and from the village square, the deep, comforting chime of the old clock tower would echo, marking the hours with a steady, reassuring rhythm. In a cozy cottage at the edge of the glen lived a young girl named Layla, with eyes as bright as the stars she adored, and a heart that listened more than it spoke. Leela spent her evenings wrapped in a woolen blanket on her porch, charting the constellations with a well-loved telescope her grandfather had left her. She knew the sky like the back of her hand, the bold sweep of the Great Bear, the delicate curve of the Swan, and the shy twinkle of the Lost Lamb constellation, which her grandmother had said held stories of kindness and home. But one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars blinked awake, Layla noticed something peculiar. The Lost Lamb constellation, usually a cluster of 7 bright stars, had one missing, a gap where a star named Pip should have been. At first she thought it a trick of the clouds, but night after night, more stars vanished from the sky. Not in a dramatic flash, but quietly, as if they were being gently plucked away. Alongside this, the glen itself began to change. The bluebells that carpeted the forest floor shifted to a soft lavender at dawn, then to a rosy pink by noon, as if painting with emotions. Stranger still, Leela once saw dew droplets on a spiderweb rise upwards towards the leaves, defying gravity, and her sundial seemed to cast shadows that moved backwards for a breath before correcting themselves. The villagers whispered about it over cups of chamomile tea. Old Mr. Bramble, the clockmaker, grumbled that time was playing tricks, while young Finn, who tended the gardens, marveled at the color-changing flowers but worried they might be ill. Yet no one was frightened. Instead, a curious hum filled the air, like the suspense before a favorite story unfolds. Lila, with her keen observation and gentle nature, felt a pull to understand. She believed that every mystery, no matter how strange, held a heart that needed listening to. One rainy afternoon, as droplets tapped a gentle rhythm on the roof, Leela sat by the fireplace, tracing the patterns in an old book of nursery rhymes her grandmother had cherished. One rhyme, the Song of the Wandering Stars, caught her eye. When the lamb loses its way, and colors dance night into day, seek the map the sky has drawn, where time flows backwards to the dawn. Follow the path of empathy's light, to restore the stars and make things right. Leela's heart skipped a beat. This felt like a clue. She remembered her grandmother saying that the constellations were not just pictures, but maps of stories, guiding those who looked with kindness. The next morning, with the sun casting golden streaks through the mist, Layla decided to investigate. She packed a basket with honey cakes and a thermos of warm cider, slipped on her sturdy boots, and ventured into the glen, her mind set on observation and empathy. Her first stop was the meadow where the flowers changed colors. Finn was there kneeling among the blossoms, his brow furrowed. "Layla, look at this, the violets turned sunrise orange overnight," he said, his voice filled with wonder rather than worry. Leela knelt beside him, noticing how the petals seemed to pulse with a soft light. She observed that the color shifts coincided with the missing stars. When Pip vanished, the flowers had glowed blue, and now, with another star gone, they shimmered green. Perhaps the stars and flowers were connected, speaking a language of light and hue. This felt like a clue, but Leela knew better than to jump to conclusions. It might be a red herring, leading her away from the true answer. As she walked deeper into the woods, the wind chimes sang a melody that seemed to guide her steps. She followed a path lined with ancient oaks, their bark carved with faint symbols that resembled constellations. Leela recalled an old map her grandfather had drawn, tucked away in a drawer, showing the glen as a mirror of the night sky. She hurried home to fetch it, and when she unrolled the parchment, her eyes widened. The map marked special spots, a stargazing hill, a whispering creek, and a hidden grove, each aligned with a constellation. The lost lamb stars corresponded to places where kindness had been shown, like where villagers left food for woodland creatures. Layla decided to visit these spots, hoping to find answers. At the stargazing hill, she met an elderly woman named Maeve, who was feeding crumbs to the birds. Maeve spoke of a legend. Long ago, the stars would sometimes descend to earth to rest, taking the form of gentle lights, and if treated with empathy, they would share wisdom. But if ignored, they might fade. Leela wondered if the missing stars had come down, lost or tired. This seemed plausible, but Maeve also mentioned that mischievous forest sprites were known to play tricks, like making time wobble or colors shift. Could the sprites be behind it? Leela filed this away as a possible red herring, something to consider but not fear. Over the next few days, Layla visited each location on the map. At the Whispering Creek, where the water babbled secrets, she found a patch of flowers that glowed silver, matching a star that had vanished from the Swan constellation. She sat quietly, listening not just with her ears, but with her heart. She heard a faint, sorrowful hum, like a melody missing its notes. Empathy stirred within her. She felt that the stars weren't being stolen, but were hiding or helping something. She left a honey cake by the creek as a gesture of friendship, and the next day, the flower there turned a cheerful yellow, a small, delightful discovery that warmed her spirit. The suspense built through curiosity, not fear. Leela noticed that the backwards flowing time incidents often happened near the old clock tower in the village. Mr. Bramble had mentioned that the tower's mechanism was ancient, sometimes chiming an extra hour or falling silent. Leela wondered if the tower was connected, but when she investigated, she found that the clock was simply aging, needing care, a red herring that led her to organize the villagers to help Mr. Bramble clean and oil the gears. As they worked together, sharing stories and laughter, Leela realized that even false clues could bring joy, strengthening the community bonds. One evening, as the clock tower chimed 7, Layla had a breakthrough. She was on the stargazing hill, comparing her grandfather's map to the sky, when she saw it. The pattern of the missing stars formed a new constellation, one that looked like a tearful eye. Remembering the nursery rhyme's hint, where time flows backwards to the dawn, she thought of the dew rising and the sundial's odd shadow. What if time was flowing backwards not as a trick, but as a way to undo a sadness? Empathy guided her next step. She imagined how a star might feel if it witnessed something sorrowful and wanted to help. Leela shared her thoughts with the villagers at the weekly gathering in the glen, where everyone brought lanterns and sat on mossy logs. Finn spoke of how the color-changing flowers seemed to respond to their moods, blushing pink when children laughed, turning blue when someone was lonely. Old Maeve recalled that in legends, stars could absorb emotions to balance the world. Together they pieced it together. The stars were descending to comfort a part of the glen that held an old grief, perhaps from a lost story or a forgotten kindness. By taking on this sadness, the stars were growing dim, and their absence was causing the peculiar happenings as the glen tried to heal itself. The resolution came on a night of gentle rain, when the community decided to act with collective empathy. Led by Leela, they gathered in the hidden grove marked on the map, a place where the wind chimes hung thickly, their music like a chorus. There they found soft, starlight orbs nestled among the roots, the missing stars indeed taking earthly form. Each orb pulsed with a color that matched the flowers, and when Leela approached with kindness, she felt a whisper of sadness from them. The stars had come to soothe the grove, where long ago a village elder had passed away without a proper farewell, leaving a void. With understanding hearts, the villagers held a quiet ceremony, sharing stories of gratitude and lighting lanterns to guide the stars back home. As they sang a lullaby from the nursery rhyme, the orbs rose slowly, weaving into the sky like pearls on a string. One by one, the stars returned to their constellations, brighter than before, and the flowers settled into a peaceful, steady hue. Time flowed normally again, the dew droplets clinging properly to the grass, and the clock tower chimed in perfect harmony. The mystery solved, the community of Hearthwood felt closer than ever. They decided to make the stargazing hill a regular meeting place, where they would share tales and watch the sky, reminding themselves that empathy could light even the darkest corners. Leela curled on her porch once more, felt a deep comfort as the fireflies danced and the wind chimes sang their soft song. The stars twinkled down as if winking in gratitude, and she knew that in Whispering Glen, every ending was a gentle beginning, wrapped in the cozy blanket of friendship and wonder. In a little house at the edge of a sleepy village, where the roof slanted just so, and the windows winked with golden lamplight, lived a boy named Leo. His home smelled perpetually of cinnamon and old books, a scent that clung to the curtains and nestled in the corners like a contented cat. And on this particular afternoon, as rain whispered secrets against the window panes, Leo found himself with nothing to do but explore the one place he'd always been too timid to venture, the attic. The stairs creaked a friendly warning as he climbed, each step groaning like an old storyteller settling into a favorite chair. Dust motes danced in the slanted light that filtered through the round attic window, and the air tasted of memories and mothballs. Leo sneezed softly, the sound echoing in the quiet space. There, tucked beneath a cobwebbed rocking horse and behind a stack of yellowed newspapers, stood an old sea chest bound with tarnished brass. Its lock had long since given up its duty, and the lid lifted with a sigh. Inside, folded neatly atop a pile of embroidered linens, lay a compass, but not like any Leo had ever seen. Its face bore no ordinary directions. Instead, delicately painted where north should be was the word courage. Where south might have pointed it read kindness, east was labeled patience, and west wonder. As Leo lifted it, the compass warmed in his hand, and its needle, a slender sliver of moonlight, spun slowly before coming to rest squarely on courage. Just then, a soft rustling came from a nearby hat box. Out peeked a small ginger cat with eyes the color of moss after rain. "That old thing," she purred, her voice like honey drizzled over warm toast. "Haven't seen it in an age. They say it doesn't point to places, you know. It points to possibilities." Leo jumped, nearly dropping the compass. "You can talk." The cat blinked lazily. "Only to those who are ready to listen. My name is Saffron, and you, I suppose, are about to go on a journey." "A journey?" Leo asked, his voice barely a whisper. "But it's raining, and supper will be soon." Saffron stretched, her tail curling like a question mark. "The best journeys aren't measured in miles, little one. They're measured in heartbeats." She nodded toward the compass. "Yours has already begun." The needle trembled, still fixed on courage. Leo took a deep breath. "Where do I go?" "Wherever the compass leads you," Saffron replied. "But you won't be alone." No sooner had she spoken than a tiny, spectacled mouse scurried out from under a stack of sheet music, adjusting his wire-rimmed glasses. "Ahem, Bartholomew Q, mouse, at your service, navigator and note-taker extraordinaire." He carried a miniature clipboard and a pencil sharpened to a perfect point. And so, with Saffron padding softly beside him and Bartholomew perched on his shoulder, Leo followed the compass out of the attic and down into the garden, where the rain had gentled to a misty sigh. The compass led them to the old stone well at the bottom of the garden, a place Leo had always found just a little bit frightening. Its mossy stones were cool and damp, and from its depths came a soft, echoing drip, 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 like the ticking of a watery clock. "Courage," whispered Bartholomew, scribbling notes. "Fascinating. The needle hasn't wavered." Saffron twined around Leo's ankles. "Sometimes courage is just looking into the dark and saying hello." So Leo leaned over the well and called softly, "Hello." A faint, watery echo replied, but beneath it he heard another sound, a small, shivery whimper. Peering deeper, he saw a tiny, bedraggled bird clinging to a ledge just above the waterline, one wing bent awkwardly. "Oh dear," murmured Bartholomew. "A goldfinch, and in quite a predicament." The compass needle quivered and shifted, now pointing firmly to kindness. Leo didn't hesitate. He found an old bucket and rope beside the well, and with Saffron guiding him, a little to the left, "Dear, gently now," and Bartholomew calling out measurements, approximately 14¾ inches to starboard, he lowered the bucket until it rested beside the shivering bird. "It's all right," Leo whispered into the well. "You can hop in, we'll bring you up." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, with a flutter and a soft chirp, the goldfinch tumbled into the bucket. Carefully, hand over hand, Leo drew it up. Back on solid ground, the bird trembled, its feathers plastered and dark with water. Saffron immediately began purring, a low, warm rumble that seemed to soothe the little creature. Bartholomew produced a handkerchief, surprisingly large for a mouse, and helped blot the bird dry. But the wing was still hurt. The goldfinch couldn't fly. The compass needle spun slowly once more, then settled on patience. So Leo made a nest from dried grass in his own softest scarf. He placed it in a sheltered nook under the lilac bush, where the air smelled of rain-washed blossoms. Every day he brought seeds and fresh water. Every day Saffron kept watch, her purr a constant, gentle melody. Bartholomew read aloud from his collection of poetry, excellent for convalescence, he insisted. Days turned into a week. The rain came and went, and the sun learned to weave its way through the leaves again. And slowly, surely, the goldfinch's wing healed. It began to chirp little songs, snippets of melody that sounded like laughter and light. One evening, as fireflies began to blink their tiny lanterns in the dusk, the compass needle moved for the last time. It pointed to wonder. And wonder is what they all felt as the goldfinch, now strong and gleaming like a little sun, hopped to the highest branch of the lilac bush, spread its wings and flew, not away, but in a joyous, spiraling dance above their heads. It sang a song so bright and clear that the wind seemed to still just to listen, and even the distant church bells paused between chimes. Then with a final, sweet trill, the goldfinch soared up and away into the twilight, a speck of gold against the violet sky. Leo felt his heart swell, a warm, full feeling that had nothing to do with miles traveled and everything to do with the journey he had taken within. Saffron rubbed against his leg. "You see," she purred, "you had all you needed already." Bartholomew nodded, adjusting his spectacles. Indeed, courage to face the unknown, kindness to help another, patience to see it through, and wonder. He gazed up at the star-dusted sky where the bird had vanished. Wonder to appreciate the magic of it all. Together they walked back to the house, where the lights glowed warmly and the scent of cinnamon beckoned. Leo placed the compass on his bedside table, its needle now still and peaceful. That night, as he drifted to sleep, he heard the soft rustle of leaves outside his window, the distant hoot of an owl, and the contented purr of a ginger cat curled at the foot of his bed. And he knew deep in his heart that the greatest adventures weren't found in far-off lands, but in the quiet moments of bravery, compassion, and waiting, and that within every ordinary day lay the possibility of extraordinary secrets, just waiting for someone kind enough, patient enough, and brave enough to discover them. In the heart of the whispering woods, nestled between ancient oaks and silver-barked birches, lay the village of Elderwood Hollow. Here, cobblestone streets wound like ribbons between cottages with thatched roofs, each window glowing with the warm light of lanterns. Wind chimes made of seashells and polished stones sang soft melodies in the evening breeze, and the gentle patter of rain on leaves was as familiar as a lullaby. At the center of the village stood a great clock tower, its chimes marking the hours with a deep, resonant tone that seemed to hug the village in a blanket of time. The people of Elderwood Hollow were a gentle folk, known for their kindness and their love of stories. They tended glowing gardens where flowers hummed when the moon rose and trees that shed leaves like falling stars. But lately something peculiar had begun to happen, something that set the village whispering behind closed doors. Every night, just as the clock tower struck 10, a single star would vanish from the sky. It began subtly. Old Finn, who loved to stargaze from his rocking chair on the porch, was the first to notice. "The swan is missing a wing tip," he murmured one evening, pointing a gnarled finger at the heavens. Then young Alara, who spent her evenings sketching constellations on parchment, realized the crown had lost its central jewel. Night after night, another star winked out, leaving behind a tiny void in the tapestry of the night. The village was not frightened, but deeply intrigued. Where were the stars going? And why? In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, where the scent of cinnamon and baking bread always lingered, lived a young baker named Rowan. Rowan had a way of noticing things others overlooked, the way honey drizzled just so on a scone, or how the morning dew clung to spiderwebs like tiny diamonds. She was known for her empathy, often leaving baskets of warm muffins on the doorsteps of those who seemed sad or lonely. One evening, as Rowan was closing her bakery, she overheard two children singing an old nursery rhyme near the clock tower. "When the clock strikes 10, hold your breath and count again, for a star may slip from the sky so deep, where the silver river does not sleep. Find the map the moonbeams keep, and mind the guardian who does not weep." Rowan paused, her flower-dusted hands stilling. She had heard the rhyme before, sung by generations of village children, but never thought much of it. Now, with the stars disappearing exactly at 10 o'clock, the words seemed to shimmer with hidden meaning. That night, as the clock tower began its deep, resonant count to 10, Rowan stepped into her garden and watched the sky. True to the rhyme, as the final chime faded into the night, a tiny star from the constellation of the Lyre flickered and vanished. A soft sigh seemed to ripple through the woods. Determined to solve the mystery, Rowan decided to seek the map the moonbeams keep. She recalled an old tale about a pool in the heart of the woods where moonbeams gathered on windless nights, painting liquid silver on the water's surface. Perhaps there a clue could be found. The next evening, armed with a lantern and a basket of gingerbread cookies, for courage and for sharing, Rowan ventured into the whispering woods. The trees seemed to lean in, their leaves rustling secrets. Fireflies blinked like earthbound stars, and the distant sound of the silver river, which flowed backward every full moon, hummed a gentle tune. After a time, she found the pool, its surface so still it looked like a mirror to another world. As the moon rose, beams of light drifted down, settling on the water until it glowed. And there, on the shimmering surface, patterns emerged, not a map of places, but of stars, swirling and shifting as if drawn by an invisible hand. Rowan knelt, studying the patterns. They resembled the missing constellations, but with lines connecting them in ways she had never seen. In the center of the pool, the stars formed a shape like a key. As she reached out, her fingertips barely brushing the water, the image dissolved, and the moonbeams scattered. Puzzled but hopeful, she made her way back to the village, the clock tower chiming midnight as she arrived. The next day, Rowan shared her discovery with the villagers. Some were skeptical, others were eager to help. Old Finn suggested the pattern might relate to the clock tower's ancient design, which was rumored to have been built with celestial alignments in mind. A young painter named Kale thought the key shape might represent the old iron key that unlocked the tower's topmost room, a place no one had entered in decades. This seemed a promising light, and soon the whole village was abuzz with theories. But when Rowan and Kale climbed the tower stairs and unlocked the dusty room, they found not answers, but a delightful red herring. Hundreds of tiny, star-shaped cookies, made from a forgotten recipe, hidden away by a long-ago baker who believed they brought sweet dreams. The village celebrated with a spontaneous tea party, sharing the rediscovered treats and laughing at the unexpected turn. Yet the stars continued to disappear. Rowan, though disappointed, did not lose heart. She returned to the nursery rhyme, pondering the line, "Mind the guardian who does not weep." Who or what was the guardian? And why did it not weep? That evening, as rain began to fall, a soft, whispering rain that tapped on roofs like gentle fingers, Rowan noticed something odd. Near the edge of the village, where the silver river curved close to the woods, stood an ancient stone statue of an owl. It was known as the guardian of the glen, and moss clung to its weathered features. Village legend said it had been carved to protect Elderwood Hollow from sorrow, and thus it never wept, even in the rain. Rowan approached the statue, her lantern casting a warm circle of light. There, tucked into a crevice beneath the owl's wing, she found a small, rolled parchment. With careful hands, she unrolled it. It was a star chart, beautifully illustrated, with tiny notes in elegant script. One note beside the lyre read, "When harmony fades, a star must fall to restore the balance." Suddenly, the pieces began to fit together. The stars were not being stolen, they were being given. But why? Following the chart, Rowan saw that the missing stars corresponded to places in the village where sadness had recently lingered: the garden of old Mrs. Nettle, who had lost her songbird; the workshop of Elias the woodcarver, who had been too ill to create; the little bridge where children no longer played because a plank was loose. That night, as the clock struck 10, Rowan stood by the silver river and watched. Instead of a star vanishing, she saw a tiny light drift down from the sky like a feather, settling into the waters of the river, which glowed briefly before returning to its gentle flow. She understood then. The stars were falling to mend places where joy had faded, sinking into the earth or water to restore warmth and light. But the balance was off, too much sadness had gathered, and the stars were leaving the sky too quickly. The next morning, Rowan gathered the villagers in the square near the clock tower. She explained her discovery, her voice gentle but firm. "The stars are trying to help us," she said, "but they cannot do it alone. We must restore the harmony ourselves." Inspired, the village set to work. Children repaired the bridge with help from Elias, who felt well enough to offer guidance. They sang songs with Mrs. Nettle, filling her garden with music again. Rowan baked special starlight cookies, shaped like the missing stars, and shared them with everyone, weaving warmth back into the heart of the village. That evening, as the clock tower chimed 10, the villagers gathered together, holding hands and looking up at the sky. But this time no star vanished. Instead, one by one, the missing stars reappeared, burning a little brighter than before, as if filled with the village's renewed joy. And from that night on, the people of Elderwood Hollow remembered that even the smallest act of kindness could keep the stars in their sky. The gentle rain continued to fall, the wind chimes sang, and the clock tower chimed the hours, each one a reminder that they were a community, bound by empathy and wonder. Rowan smiled, her heart as warm as the lantern light in her cottage window. And as she drifted to sleep that night, the constellations shone down, bright and whole, weaving dreams of harmony and hope for all who lay beneath them. In the quiet village of Stillwater, nestled between whispering pines and a silver-threaded river, there lived a young soul named Rowan who carried change within them like a secret. Each morning, Rowan would wake to find small transformations. A strand of hair turned the color of morning mist, fingertips that shimmered like dew, eyes that sometimes reflected the colors of things yet to bloom. These changes frightened Rowan, for the village prized sameness and steady rhythms, and so they learned to hide their shifting self beneath heavy woolen cloaks and downcast glances. One evening, as the last light bled from the sky and Rowan sat alone by the window watching moths dance in the twilight, an old woman appeared at the garden gate. She moved with the grace of willow branches in a soft wind, her hair a cloud of silver, her eyes holding the deep knowing of ancient forests. She introduced herself as Hazel, a traveler between worlds, and asked if she might rest a while in Rowan's garden. "I see you carry something beautiful within," Hazel said gently, her voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. "Would you like to learn its language?" Rowan's heart beat like a captured bird, but something in Hazel's presence felt like coming home. They nodded, and so began their quiet lessons in the moonlit garden. Hazel never demanded or directed, but instead asked questions that unfolded like petals. "What color is your courage today?" she might whisper, and Rowan would notice how the forget-me-nots near their feet suddenly shimmered with cobalt light. "Where does your happiness live?" she'd inquire, and Rowan would feel warmth spread through their chest as night-blooming jasmine unfurled its star-white flowers hours early. The first small victory came on an evening when Rowan felt particularly out of place. The village children had laughed when a sudden breeze caught Rowan's cloak, revealing hair that shifted from oak brown to silver green. Hurrying home, tears threatening to fall, Rowan noticed the garden had grown dull and wilted. Sitting on the mossy stone bench, Hazel simply said, "The garden mirrors what you feel. What would happen if you welcomed what you are?" Taking a trembling breath, Rowan closed their eyes and whispered, "I am changing, and that is all right." When they opened their eyes, the lavender bushes had erupted in blossoms of such vibrant purple they seemed to glow from within, and the air filled with their calming scent. That small acceptance felt like unlocking a door they hadn't known was closed. As weeks turned to months, Rowan's garden became a living map of their inner world. When frustration built, thistles would appear, but Hazel taught Rowan to sit with these feelings until the thistles softened into feathery seeds that carried wishes on the wind. When loneliness visited, the cherry tree would shed pink petals that settled around Rowan's shoulders like a comforting shawl. The garden responded not to grand gestures, but to tiny moments of honesty, a deep breath a tear acknowledged, a small truth spoken aloud. One afternoon, Hazel led Rowan to a corner of the garden, where a silk cotton tree grew. "Watch," she said, pointing to a chrysalis hanging from a low branch. For hours they sat together in comfortable silence, watching the translucent casing quiver with invisible movement. Just as the sun began to set, the chrysalis split open, and a Luna moth emerged, its wings the color of moonlight and new beginnings. "Change is not something that happens to you," Hazel murmured, "but something that unfolds from within. The cocoon doesn't force the transformation, it simply creates the safe space for what is already there to emerge." That night Rowan dreamed of seeds sleeping in dark earth, of caterpillars dissolving into potential, of rivers carving canyons through patient persistence. They woke with dawn's first light, understanding that their own transformation wasn't something to fear, but something to nurture. The final piece fell into place during the harvest festival, when the entire village gathered in the square. The mayor called for everyone to bring forward their offerings, identical baskets of perfect apples, symmetrical loaves of bread, matching jars of honey. Rowan stood trembling at the edge of the crowd, clutching a small basket containing flowers that changed color with the light, herbs that healed with their scent alone, and fruits that tasted like remembered joy. Just as Rowan thought to slip away unseen, Hazel appeared, her hand resting gently on their shoulder. "Your gift is exactly what the world needs," she whispered. Taking a deep breath, Rowan stepped forward and placed their basket on the communal table. A hush fell over the crowd as people noticed the shifting colors, their unusual shapes, the undeniable magic. Then something remarkable happened. A child reached for one of the fruits, took a bite, and laughed with pure delight. Others followed, and soon the entire square was filled with people sharing stories, remembering forgotten dreams, and seeing each other with new eyes. When Rowan turned to thank Hazel, the old woman was gone. In her place stood the silk cotton tree, now covered in luminous chrysalises, with one note hanging from a branch. The student has become the teacher. The garden has become the seed. That night Rowan sat in their transformed garden, no longer hiding beneath cloaks or downcast glances. Their hair flowed like liquid moonlight, their skin shimmered with the patterns of fern and frost, their eyes held entire constellations. Villagers began to visit, first in curious trickles, then in steady streams, each carrying their own hidden transformations. A baker whose bread now healed sorrow, a carpenter whose creations sang in the wind, a weaver whose tapestries showed possible futures. Rowan understood now that the gentle metamorphosis was never just about them. It was about creating a space where others could begin their own transformations. The garden continued to grow, each plant responding to the emotional landscape of whoever tended it, each flower a testament to the courage of becoming. As the seasons turned, Rowan often sat beneath the silk cotton tree, watching new chrysalises form and open, remembering that every ending is a beginning in disguise. Sometimes in the corner of their eye they would catch a glimpse of silver hair and hear the rustle of leaves that sounded like gentle laughter, and they would smile, knowing that the work of transformation continues in endless, beautiful cycles, each of us both student and teacher, caterpillar and butterfly, seed and forest. Silas tended his moonpetal garden with trembling hands, the silver blossoms shimmering like captured starlight under the twin moons. For years, these flowers had bloomed in perfect, unchanging harmony, their steady glow a comfort against life's uncertainties. But tonight whispers rustled through the valley, the great bloom was coming. A rare event where all magic surged and shifted, transforming the land overnight. Silas's chest tightened. Change felt like uprooting delicate roots, leaving tender things exposed. Steady as stone, he murmured, repeating his father's old adage, though the petals quivered at his touch as if disagreeing. Near the garden's edge stood Grand Willow, an ancient tree whose bark held constellations of soft amber light. "Your fear trembles the soil, little gardener," rumbled the tree, voice like wind through autumn leaves. "The earth knows when we cling too tightly." Silas sighed, brushing dirt from his knees. "What if the bloom ruins everything, my moon petals?" "Ah," hummed Grand Willow. "But what if they become something new?" Before Silas could reply, a chime-like giggle danced through the air. Pip, a firefly with wings like liquid sunshine, zipped toward him. "Silas, the crystal frogs are singing by Mistfall Pond. They say the bloom's magic is bubbling up already." Pip's light pulsed with excitement, casting warm dapples on Silas's worried face. "Come see." Reluctantly, Silas followed. At Mistfall Pond, the water glowed cobalt, and crystalline frogs chorused in harmonies that made the reeds sway. But as Silas knelt, his reflection rippled, not with his familiar frown, but with vines curling through his hair like living emerald threads. He stumbled back. "The magic's touching me already." "Not touching," corrected Grand Willow gently. "Responding." Over the next days, Silas's resistance painted the garden in melancholy hues. Moonpetals drooped, their light dimming. Where he walked, moss grayed beneath his boots. Even Pip's glow flickered when Silas sighed, which was often. "Change is a storm," Silas fretted, patting a wilted bloom. "It breaks things." Pip landed on his shoulder, light warm as a candle's kiss. "Remember when my wings were dull brown? I hated it, but Grand Willow said, 'Be patient.' Your light needs time to find its song. The firefly whirled joyfully. Now I weave sunbeams, storms water new beginnings, sailors. That night, the first wave of the great bloom arrived. Not with chaos, but a soft sigh. Moon petals dissolved into shimmering mist, and from the soil sprang slender stalks crowned with buds like spun opal. Silas cried out, but Pip nudged him toward Grand Willow. Trust, whispered the tree. As Silas hesitantly touched a bud, magic hummed up his fingers. Vines spiraled around his wrists, blooming into tiny star-shaped flowers that pulsed with his heartbeat. Terrified, he tried to shake them off. They're part of you now, Grand Willow murmured. Breathe. Silas closed his eyes. Instead of fighting, he imagined the garden not as loss, but possibility. Slowly, warmth spread through him. The vines glowed brighter, and the opal buds unfurled into luminous bells that chimed in the breeze. Where his feet touched the earth, violets and lavender sprang up, weaving through the silver grass. Pip danced above them, scattering light like golden pollen. You're growing with it, she chimed. By the bloom's peak, Silas stood transformed. Living flowers cascaded from his hair, roots curled lovingly around his ankles, and his hands glowed with gentle bioluminescence. The garden flourished in radiant layers, no longer just moon petals, but a tapestry of singing irises, floating dandelion clocks, and trees with leaves like stained glass. Where fear had grayed the moss, now emerald pathways shimmered with dewdrop fairies. Grand Willow's branches lowered, brushing Silas's cheek. You tended sameness like a fortress. Now see, you've built a bridge instead. Silas laughed, the sound making nearby petals flutter. I thought change was an ending, but it's a conversation. He cupped a chiming bellflower, its melody harmonizing with Pip's hum. The magic didn't force me. It waited for me to say yes. As the twin moons set, painting the sky in peach and lilac, Silas sat with Pip beneath Grand Willow's luminous canopy. The tree's roots cradled them like old friends sharing stories. Courage isn't fearing the storm, Silas realized aloud, stroking a vine that now curled contentedly around his wrist. It's learning to dance in the rain. Pip nestled in his flower-crowned hair. And what beautiful music your dancing makes. The garden sighed happily, a living symphony of growth and light. Where Silas's tears fell, tears not of sorrow but wonder, tiny glowing mushrooms bloomed, guiding fireflies through the gentle night. He'd arrived not at an ending, but a tender beginning. And as sleep beckoned, the magic whispered back, rest now, gardener. Tomorrow's blooms will be even sweeter. The distant hum of the Stardust Weaver's engines was usually a comfort to Kip, a small, fur-covered botanist from the mist-shrouded planet of Glimmerfell. Tonight, however, it felt thin and strained against the backdrop of the unfamiliar void. Kip clutched a sprig of luminous moon moss, its soft blue glow reflecting in their wide, dark eyes as they studied the ship's other occupant, Borvan. Borvan hailed from Xerxes Prime, a world of scorching sands and towering mesas. He was easily 3 times Kip's size, his body covered in plates of smooth, heat-resistant stone that shifted subtly with his movements. His eyes, deep-set in obsidian black, seemed to absorb the light. He was the ship's engineer, a stoic figure who communicated mostly in low rumbles and practical actions. They'd been assigned together for this deep space survey mission, Kip to catalog exotic flora, Borvan to maintain the ship, and the journey had been quiet. Too quiet. Kip found Borvan intimidating, his silence misinterpreted as disapproval. Borvan, in turn, found Kip's constant nervous fluttering and tendency to communicate in soft, complex patterns of bioluminescent flashes across their fur utterly baffling and slightly alarming. Approaching survey coordinates, System Zeta 7, the ship's comm AI announced. Planetary body designated whisper shows promising atmospheric readings for non-sentient botanical life. Kip perked up, their fur rippling with hopeful green streaks. Finally, whisper is said to have cryoblooms that survive in absolute zero. Imagine the adaptations. Borvan merely grunted, a sound like pebbles tumbling down a slope, and focused on the console. He tapped a sequence, and the ship shuddered violently. Warning lights flared crimson across the bridge. Gravimetric shear detected. The AI's voice lost its calm. Structural integrity compromised. Brace for impact. The universe tilted. Kip let out a high-pitched chirp, instinctively flashing frantic red patterns of fear. Borvan roared, not in anger but in effort, wrestling with the controls. Metal screamed. The viewscreen showed a swirling vortex of ice and debris. They'd hit an uncharted asteroid field, cloaked by Whisper's perpetual ice storms. With a final, sickening lurch, the Stardust Weaver slammed into something unforgivingly solid. The lights died, replaced by the harsh, intermittent strobe of emergency beacons. Silence descended, thick and cold, broken only by the hiss of escaping atmosphere and Kip's terrified whimpers. Borvan was the first to move, his stone plates scraping against the buckled deck. He located Kip huddled beneath a collapsed console, trembling violently, their fur pulsing erratic, frightened reds and oranges. Borvan reached out a massive hand. Kip flinched, flashing a bright, defensive yellow, a glimmerfell signal for back off. Borvan froze. He misinterpreted the flash not as fear, but as aggression, a warning flare. On Xerxes, bright lights often signaled danger or territorial challenge. He rumbled low in his chest, a sound of confusion and frustration. He needed to get them both off this dying ship, but this tiny, flashing creature seemed determined to hinder him. Cold, Kip managed to whisper, their voice thin. So cold. Their breath misted in the rapidly dropping temperature. Whisper lived up to its name, a frozen ball of ice and howling winds. Borvan understood that word. He looked at Kip's thin fur, then at the jagged tear in the hull, revealing a landscape of blinding white and razor-sharp ice spires. Survival here required cooperation, however baffling his companion might be. Heaving a sigh that sounded like grinding rocks, he pointed a thick finger towards the emergency locker, then mimicked shivering. He then pointed firmly towards the exit hatch. Kip, teeth chattering, understood the gesture, if not the rumbling. Survival. They needed to get out. Nodding shakily, their fur dimming to a wary, pale blue, they scrambled towards the locker. Inside were thermal suits. Kip struggled with the bulky, human-sized suit. Borvan watched for a moment, then, moving with surprising gentleness, knelt and helped Kip fasten the seals, his large, stone fingers surprisingly deft. Kip flashed a hesitant, grateful turquoise. Borvan blinked, unsure what it meant, but the lack of aggressive yellow was a relief. Outside, the cold was a physical blow. The wind screamed, laden with ice crystals that stung like needles. The wreckage of the Stardust Weaver was already half buried in drifts. Borvan, his stone body naturally insulating, scanned the desolate landscape. Kip, bundled in the suit, pointed a shaky hand towards a dark smudge on the horizon, a cliff face, perhaps offering shelter. The trek was agony. Kip struggled through deep snow, their small frame battling the vicious wind. Borvan moved steadily ahead, breaking a path. Kip fell repeatedly, each time flashing bursts of exhausted purple and embarrassed pink. Borvan, glancing back, saw only confusing flashes. He mistook the purple for distress signals he didn't understand and the pink for something else entirely unknown. Frustration mounted. Why wouldn't this creature just say what it needed? Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath Kip with a sickening crunch. They vanished into a hidden crevasse, a yelp swallowed by the wind. Borvan lunged forward, peering into the dark fissure. Kip dangled precariously, held only by a tangle of frozen roots, their suits snagged on jagged ice. Their fur was flashing pure, terrified white. This flash Borvan understood implicitly. Terror. Immediate danger. Without a second thought, he lowered himself, bracing his immense weight on the unstable edge. Ignoring the biting cold and groaning ice, he stretched his long arm down. "Grab," he bellowed over the wind, the single word thick with urgency. Kip looked up, seeing not the intimidating stone giant, but a lifeline. They reached, their small gloved hand grasping Borvan's massive stone fingers. With a grunt that shook the ice, Borvan hauled Kip up, cradling them against his surprisingly warm chest plate for a moment before setting them down on solid ground. Kip's fur pulsed with warm, steady gold, the glimmerfell color for profound gratitude and relief. Borvan felt a strange warmth spread through his own core, unrelated to the cold. He hadn't been thanked like that before. He nodded stiffly. "Careful," he rumbled, the word softer this time. They found the dark smudge the entrance to a vast ice cavern. Inside, the howling wind faded to a mournful sigh. It was still bitterly cold, but sheltered. Kip immediately spotted what Borvan had missed, strange, gnarled roots snaking across the walls and floor, glowing with a soft, internal light. Cryobloom roots. Kip breathed, their scientific fascination momentarily overriding fear. They generate heat, not much but some. Working together in silent, newfound understanding, they gathered dry, fibrous sections of the roots. Borvan used his strength to break off larger pieces. Kip used their knowledge to find the driest, most combustible parts. Borvan tried striking sparks from his stone knuckles. Kip, remembering basic survival training from their multi-species academy, pulled a small emergency igniter from their suit pocket. Soon a small, precious fire crackled in a makeshift pit scooped from the icy floor. The warmth was meager but life-saving, painting dancing shadows on the cavern walls. As they huddled close, the shared fire became a bridge. Kip, emboldened by the rescue and the warmth, pointed to their own fur, now glowing a calm, steady blue. "Safe," they explained softly. They then flashed the earlier defensive yellow. Scared, not angry. They pointed at Borvan. Borvan stared, the pieces clicking. The flashes weren't nonsense or aggression, they were words. Feelings. He rumbled thoughtfully. He pointed to Kip's earlier golden glow. "That when pull up." "Thank you," Kip said, flashing the gold again. "Big thank you, friend." "Friend," Borvan repeated, the word unfamiliar but the warmth it sparked undeniable. He tapped his own chest plate. Borvan thought light danger, on Xerxes bright light bad, mean attack. Kip's eyes widened. "Oh no, on Glimmerfell light is talk, like sound for you. Red is scared, blue is calm, gold is thanks, green is happy." They demonstrated small, gentle pulses. Borvan watched, fascinated. He tried to mimic a rumble, but it came out as a gravelly purr. Kip giggled, a sound like tiny bells, and flashed cheerful green. Borvan found himself making the purring sound again. Communication wasn't just about words spoken. It was about listening with more than ears. Over the next few cycles, measured by the dimming and brightening of the cryoblooms, not the unseen sun, they faced the frozen wilderness together. Borvan used his strength to carve ice blocks, building a windbreak around their fire. Kip discovered edible lichen growing near the warm roots and purified ice melt using salvaged filters. They took turns keeping watch, sharing stories not with perfect words, but with gestures, drawings in the frost, and the growing language of shared experience. Kip learned that Borvan's stoicism masked a dry wit and a deep loyalty. Borvan learned that Kip's nervous energy hid remarkable courage and resourcefulness. One day, while searching for more fuel, Kip ventured deeper into the cavern system. They found a breathtaking chamber where the cryoblooms weren't just roots, but full, crystalline flowers blooming in the darkness, radiating gentle warmth and bathing everything in soft, rainbow light. "Borvan, come see," Kip called, their voice echoing. Borvan lumbered in, his obsidian eyes widening at the spectacle. "Warm," he rumbled appreciatively. "Good." He noticed Kip gazing in awe at a particularly large bloom, its light shimmering like captured starlight. He saw the longing in their small frame. Without a word, Borvan carefully broke off a small, radiant crystal petal, ensuring he didn't harm the plant. He presented it to Kip. Kip took it reverently, the petal glowing in their hands, casting warm light on their fur. They looked up at Borvan, their eyes shining. They didn't flash a color. Instead, they reached out and gently placed their small hand on Borvan's massive, stone forearm. The touch was brief, warm, and spoke volumes. Borvan rumbled, a deep, contented sound. He understood. Their salvation came not long after. Kip, remembering their botany, suggested using the highly concentrated heat from a cluster of cryoblooms, focused through a salvaged piece of reflective hull plating Borvan shaped, to create a powerful thermal signal. It was a long shot. They worked side by side, Kip directing the angle of the light, Borvan adjusting the reflector. For hours they sent their desperate beacon pulsing into the frozen sky, a silent plea woven from fire, ice, and newfound trust. Just as hope began to dwindle, a distinct, answering flare pierced Whisper's atmosphere a rescue shuttle. As the shuttle descended near their cavern, its engines a welcome roar, Kip and Borvan stood together. Kip held the glowing crystal petal. Borvan had carved a small, intricate representation of a cryobloom root from a piece of dark ice, a token for Kip. The rescue crew, a mix of species, stared in astonishment at the unlikely pair, the tiny, furred botanist and the towering stone engineer, standing side by side, not just surviving, but seemingly content. Back on the rescue ship, wrapped in thermal blankets and sipping warm broth, they sat together. The journey wasn't over, they still had to return to the bustling starbase. But the vastness of space felt different now. "You stay on ship," Borvan rumbled, looking at Kip. "After repairs, new mission, maybe." Kip looked up, their fur glowing a soft, steady blue, interwoven with threads of warm gold. They placed their small hand back on Borvan's arm, where the stone felt familiar and safe. "Yes," Kip said simply, their voice filled with a quiet certainty. Together, friends watch each other's path. Borvan rumbled again, that deep, purring sound that had become their shared language of comfort. He didn't need flashing lights to understand the warmth radiating from the small being beside him, a warmth that had melted the ice not just outside, but within. It was the warmth of trust earned, differences understood, and a friendship forged in the coldest void, now burning bright enough to light their way home, and wherever else the stars might light. In the quiet hum of the rescue ship, surrounded by the gentle light of distant suns, they knew the true meaning of their bond wasn't just about surviving the storm, but about finding a shared fire that no darkness could extinguish. And as sleep finally claimed them, safe and warm, the memory of the ice cave bloomed in their dreams, a testament to the unexpected gardens friendship could grow, even on the frozen edge of forever. The storm had raged for 3 nights, pounding the cliffs of Pebbleton with fists of salt and wind. When dawn broke on the 4th morning, the sea lay exhausted, surrendering treasures it had swallowed centuries ago. Among the splintered wood and barnacled chains, young Finn discovered the compass. Not brass or iron, but carved from driftwood as pale as moonlight, its glass face clouded like a sleepy eye. When Finn touched it, warmth spread through his fingers, and a voice like wind chimes whispered, "Seek what is hidden." Finn lived in a cottage where the chimney smoke curled like gray cats into the sky. His grandfather, a fisherman with hands like knotted ropes, warned of the sea's hunger. "It swallows dreams," he'd rumble, mending nets by firelight. But the compass pulsed against Finn's palm, humming a melody only he could hear, a song of caves where starfish glowed and tides danced to moon song. That night, as waves lulled the village to sleep, the compass glowed. Its needle spun wildly before settling not on north, but on the jagged silhouette of Devil's Maw, a sea cave where children dared each other to venture, and none ever did. Gathering his courage and a lantern, Finn crept past sleeping cottages. The path to Devil's Maw was treacherous, slick with kelp and secrecy. At the cave's entrance, waves hissed like angry serpents. Yet the compass glowed brighter, casting liquid gold light on the walls. Deeper he went, through tunnels dripping with phosphorescent algae, until the air turned sweet with salt blossoms, flowers that bloomed only in eternal darkness. Here the needle quivered and stilled. Before him yawned an abyss, but not of rock. It was a curtain of liquid sapphire, shimmering like a mirage. The compass whispered, "Trust." Heart drumming, Finn stepped through. Cold kissed his skin, yet he breathed easily. He stood in an underwater cathedral. Coral spires rose in candied pinks and blues, schools of fish like living jewels darted through kelp forests, and lantern jellies bobbed, casting soft bioluminescent blooms. This was the Sea of Whispers, where currents carried secrets and anemones sang in chorus. Yet something felt amiss. The coral bore gray scars, the fish moved sluggishly, and the water hummed with a discordant note, a deep, grieving thrum. A shadow darted behind a brain coral. Finn followed, compass aloft, until he cornered a creature unlike any he'd imagined. It had the slender body of an otter, but shimmering scales instead of fur, and wings like spun seafoam. Eyes like liquid amber widened in fear. "You're dry," it gasped, voice like bubbles rising. "I'm Finn," he said, bowing slightly. "The compass brought me." He showed the driftwood artifact. The creature tilted its head. "I am Tidal, you hold the Heartseeker. It chooses only those pure of intent." She explained the Sea of Whispers was dying. The Pearl of Tides, a living stone that pulsed in harmony with the moon, had cracked. Its 3 shards, scattered by a quake, dimmed the sea's magic. Without them the coral would bleach, the songs fade, and the sea would become a silent tomb. Finn's journey unfolded in 3 trials. The first shard lay in the Garden of Echoes, where sentient anemones guarded it with hypnotic songs. "They reflect your fears," Tidal warned. As Finn waded through, the anemones swelled, projecting visions. His grandfather's boat capsizing, the village mocking him as a fool. The compass warmed, whispering, "Courage is truth," sung loud. Finn sang back, a simple shanty about mending nets under stars. The anemones stilled, then harmonized, revealing the shard nestled in a conch shell. The second shard rested in the Grotto of Lost Things, guarded by Kalin, a giant crab whose shell was crusted with centuries of shipwrecked treasures. "Many come to take," he clacked, pincers snapping. None listen. The compass murmured, "Wisdom is in stillness." Instead of fighting, Finn sat, recounting tales of surface world wonders, how autumn leaves blazed, how snow silenced mountains. Kalen's eyes softened. "I had forgotten beauty," he rasped, gifting the shard, a chip of opal fire from his hoard. The third shard proved hardest. It lay in the abyssal well, where the water thickened with sorrow. Here the source of the discordant thrum emerged, an ancient leviathan, its body woven from midnight and sorrow, tangled in ghost nets. "It mourns its kin, hunted to extinction," Tidal whispered. The compass glowed fiercely. "Compassion is the deepest tide." Finn swam closer, ignoring the beast's mournful roars. With trembling hands he cut the nets, singing the lullaby his mother once crooned. The Leviathan stilled. A tear solid as pearl fell from its eye, the final shard. At the heart of the sea of whispers, they placed the shards upon the cracked pearl. Light erupted, not blinding but gentle as dawn. Coral flushed vibrant, fish darted in joyous spirals, and the water thrummed with a pure, resonant chord. Tidal pressed her forehead to Finn's. You mended more than the pearl, you wove two worlds with kindness. As Finn returned through the sapphire curtain, the compass dimmed. Back in Devil's Maw, dawn painted the sky peach and gold. In his pocket he found not the driftwood compass, but a smooth moonstone, Tidal's parting gift. That evening, as fishermen grumbled about empty nets, Finn stood on a dune. The sea isn't hungry, he declared. It's grieving. He showed them Moonstone, which glowed when held over poisoned waters. Skeptical, they followed him to a cove choked with refuse. Where the Moonstone shone, fish returned in silver clouds. Pebbleton changed. Nets were woven wider to spare young fish, boats skimmed trash from waves, and children planted salt blossoms on cliffs. Finn's grandfather, mending nets one twilight, chuckled. That compass of yours, it sought a different north, didn't it? Finn smiled, touching the Moonstone. It sought the heart's true harbor. Years later, Finn captained his own boat. On still nights, he'd anchor near Devil's Maw. Sometimes a shimmer would breach the waves, a fleeting glimpse of seafoam wings. And in his dreams the Sea of Whispers sang, its melody a promise. Where kindness flows, no world is ever truly hidden. The Moonstone, warm against his chest, hummed back in perfect harmony. For Finn had learned that the greatest magic lies not in compasses or pearls, but in the courage to listen, and the wisdom to heal what others cannot see. In a quiet corner of a valley where the mist lingered like a soft gray blanket each morning, there lived a young person named Kalen. Their cottage stood at the edge of a whispering wood, and though the world around them was full of ordinary wonders, Kalen often felt as though they were wrapped in a cloak of stillness that muted the colors of life. Each day they moved through their routines with a quiet heart, tending to their small garden, mending nets by the creek, and watching the world from their window seat as the seasons turned. Yet deep within, Kalen sensed a longing, a soft, persistent whisper that spoke of something more, something waiting to unfold. One evening, as the last light of day faded into violet twilight, Kalen noticed a subtle change. A single strand of their hair, which had always been the color of dark earth, now shimmered with a faint, silvery sheen when touched by candlelight. At first they thought it a trick of the fading day, but the next morning another strand gleamed with the pale gold of dawn. Though puzzled, Kalen felt no fear, only a quiet curiosity, like the first stirring of a seed deep in the soil. It was on such an evening, as Kalen sat by the hearth tracing the new silver threads in their hair, that a soft knock came at the door. Outside stood an elderly woman with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a smile that held the warmth of countless summers. She introduced herself as Alara, a traveler in need of shelter for the night. Without hesitation, Kalen welcomed her in, offering a seat by the fire and a bowl of steaming broth. As they sat together in the fire's gentle glow, Alara's gaze fell upon Kalen's hair. "Ah," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves in a soft breeze. "The change has begun." Kalen looked at her, bewildered. "What change?" Alara's eyes twinkled. "The change that comes when the heart is ready to bloom. Tell me, child, have you felt lately as though you are standing at the edge of something vast and beautiful, yet unknown?" Kalen nodded slowly, their fingers tracing the rim of their bowl. "I have felt like a caterpillar wrapped in its cocoon, waiting for a season that never comes." Alara smiled. "Then it is time you visited my garden." The next morning, Alara led Kalen through the woods along a path they had never noticed before, lined with ferns that shimmered with dew. At the end of the path stood a gate woven from living willow branches, and beyond it lay a garden unlike any Kalen had ever seen. Flowers bloomed in hues that shifted with the light, petals that glowed softly in shades of understanding, leaves that rustled with whispers of courage, and vines that curled like gentle questions waiting to be answered. "This," said Alara, "is a garden that grows with the heart. It responds to the quiet transformations within us." In the center of the garden stood a tree with bark like polished amber, its branches heavy with seed pods that pulsed with a soft, golden light. Elora plucked one and placed it in Kalen's palm. "Plant this where you feel most still," she said, "and tend to it with kindness." Kalen returned home that evening, the seed cradled carefully in their hand. They chose a spot near the creek where the soil was rich and dark, and there they buried the seed, whispering a wish into the earth. Days turned into weeks, and though nothing seemed to happen above the soil, Kalen continued to visit the spot each morning, offering a few words of encouragement or simply sitting in quiet companionship. Meanwhile, the changes within Kalen continued to unfold. One morning they awoke to find that their fingertips left faint trails of light when they moved them through the air, soft, shimmering patterns that faded like breath on glass. Another day they noticed that when they hummed a tune their grandmother had taught them, the flowers in their own modest garden seemed to lean closer, their colors deepening with warmth. Each small shift felt like a victory, a step toward understanding the quiet language of their own heart. Kalen began to spend more time in the garden with Alara, learning to listen to the whispers of the plants and to recognize the subtle ways emotions could shape the world around them. They discovered that when they felt courage, the roses bloomed a fiercer red. When peace settled over them, the lavender released its scent more freely. One afternoon, as a soft rain pattered against the leaves, Kalen confessed to Alara a fear they had carried for years. A fear of being too quiet, too still, too unlike the vibrant, rushing world beyond the valley. Alara took their hand, her touch as light as a butterfly's wing. "You are like the seed beneath the soil," she said. "Change does not always announce itself with thunder. Sometimes it is the patient unfurling of a root, the slow turning of a leaf toward the sun. Your stillness is not emptiness, it is fertile ground." That night, Kalen dreamed of a cocoon woven from strands of moonlight, and in the dream, they could feel the gentle stirring of wings within. When they awoke, the first thing they saw was a tender green shoot rising from the place where they had planted the seed. It grew quickly, as if nourished by the hope taking root in Kalen's own heart. Each day the plant stretched taller, its stem sturdy and its leaves broad and velvety. Buds formed, tightly closed fists of potential that seemed to hold their breath. Then came the morning when Kalen stepped into the garden and found the plant covered in blossoms that had opened overnight. Each flower was a work of living art, petals the color of dawn-streaked clouds, centers that shimmered with captured starlight, and a fragrance that carried the essence of belonging. As Kalen reached out to touch one, a soft gasp escaped their lips. Their hands, which had once traced faint trails of light, now left behind delicate swirls of color that lingered in the air like watercolor brushstrokes. They ran to find Alara, who was waiting by the willow gate, her expression one of deep contentment. "You see," she said, "the garden always knows." But the greatest change was yet to come. That evening, as Kalen sat beneath the emerging stars, they felt a strange warmth spreading through their chest, not uncomfortable, but like the sun warming a stone after a long winter. They looked down and saw that their skin had begun to glow with a soft, golden light, as though they had swallowed a piece of the moon. And when they glanced into the still waters of the creek, they saw that their hair had transformed completely, no longer dark earth, but a cascade of silver and gold that shimmered like a river under starlight. For a moment, fear flickered in their heart. But then they remembered Alara's words, "Change is not something to be feared, but something to be welcomed like an old friend." They closed their eyes and breathed deeply, and as they did, the light within them steadied, becoming a gentle, constant radiance. When they opened their eyes again, they saw that the entire garden had responded, flowers glowing in harmony, leaves trembling with soft music, and the very air seeming to dance with invisible joy. Alara approached, her own form now shimmering faintly at the edges, as though she were made of light and memory. "It is time for me to continue my journey," she said. "But remember, Kaelin, this is not an ending. It is a beginning. You have learned to tend the garden within, and now you must help others find their own light." She placed a hand on Kaelin's shoulder, and for a moment their lights merged, gold and silver weaving together like threads in a tapestry. Then, with a smile that held all the warmth of the world, Alara turned and walked toward the woods, her form dissolving into the mist like a dream upon waking. Kaelin stood alone in the garden, but they did not feel alone. The light within them felt like a companion, a quiet certainty that had always been waiting to emerge. They knew that there would be more challenges, more seasons of doubt and growth, but now they also knew that change was not a storm to be weathered, but a dance to be joined. In the days that followed, Kaelin began to notice others in the valley who carried their own quiet longings. A young child who spoke to animals but feared being misunderstood, an elderly man who painted visions only he could see, a woman who heard music in the wind but had no one to share it with. One by one, Kaelin welcomed them into the garden, showing them how to plant their own seeds of potential, how to listen to the whispers of their hearts. And as they did, the garden grew, spreading its magic beyond the willow gate, weaving through the valley like a promise. New flowers bloomed, each one unique, each one telling a story of patience and courage. Kaelin's own light never faded. Instead, it learned to dance with the lights of others, creating patterns of connection and understanding that stretched toward the horizon. On quiet evenings, when the world settled into stillness, Kaelin would often sit by the creek, watching their reflection in the water, a being of gentle radiance, surrounded by a world waking to its own beautiful possibilities. And in those moments they would feel the truth settle deep within their soul, that every ending is but a new beginning in disguise, and that the most profound transformations often begin with a single, whispered wish, planted in the dark, fertile soil of a waiting heart. In the serene village of Willow Grove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky, to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willow Grove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend, Finn. In the velvet of space, where stars hung like scattered diamonds on a tapestry of deepest indigo, there drifted a small, forgotten moon. It was a place the star charts had overlooked, a little haven of tranquility far from the bustling space lanes. And upon this moon, nestled within a crater that cupped it like a protective palm, was a garden. This was no ordinary garden. It was the shared sanctuary of two beings from worlds so distant from one another that their sons would have been strangers. The first was a creature from the crystalline world of Xylos. His name was Kalen, and his body was composed of shifting, translucent plates that caught the light of the twin moons and fractured it into 1,000 tiny rainbows. He did not speak in words, but in color. A soft, pulsing amber meant contentment. A flicker of cerulean blue was a question. A warm, steady glow of rose pink was his laughter. He communicated his entire world through this silent, luminous symphony. The second was a being from the gaseous world of Ethuria. Her name was Lyra, and she was a creature of soft light and softer sound. Her form was nebulous, a gentle, humanoid-shaped constellation of swirling pastel hues that shifted with her mood. She spoke in harmonies, a delicate whisper-soft hum of curiosity, a resonant chord of joy, a minor key melody of sorrow. Her very presence was a lullaby. Their meeting had been one of cosmic chance. Kalen's small exploratory pod had malfunctioned, its guidance systems charmed by the moon's strange, gentle magnetic field. Lyra, a solitary surveyor of nebulae, had been drawn by the same quiet power. They had found each other not with alarms or weapons, but with a tentative, shared wonder. Kalen had flashed a pale, questioning silver. Lyra had answered with a chime like a distant bell. Their shared shelter was the heart of the garden. It was a grotto formed from living crystal that grew from the moon's very soil. The walls were not cold and hard, but warm to the touch, thrumming with a low, peaceful energy. They had cultivated the space together. Kalen, with his delicate, crystalline fingers, had coaxed forth phosphorescent fungi that clung to the ceiling, casting a soft, mushroom light over everything. Lyra, with her ethereal touch, had nurtured floating seed pods that released gentle chimes when the air currents shifted, filling the grotto with a constant, quiet music. In the center was a small pool of impossibly clear water, which reflected not just the grotto's light, but the star field above, so that to sit beside it was to be suspended between two heavens. Their days were a dance of discovery, filled with misunderstandings that were never frightening, only endearing. One afternoon, Kalen was meticulously arranging smooth, black stones around a new patch of starlight moss. He worked with a quiet focus, his plates shifting to a steady, emerald green of concentration. Lyra, wanting to help, drifted over and began to hum a complex, beautiful melody, a traditional Etherian song of growth. To her, this was the most helpful thing she could do. Her music was meant to encourage life. But to Kalen, the sudden, intricate harmony was a distraction. On Xylo's deep focus was a communal silence, a shared wavelength of thought. This beautiful noise felt like someone was shining a bright, chaotic light in his eyes while he was trying to read. His plates flickered with a confused, sputtering orange. Lyra saw the orange, and her melody faltered. Orange, to her, was the color of a dying star's final flare, a sign of distress and endings. A sad, warbling note escaped her. Had she heard him? Seeing her light dim and her music turn sorrowful, Kalen understood the misunderstanding. He quickly pulsed a soft, reassuring gold, the color of a Xylosian sunrise of all is well. Then he slowly, deliberately, picked up one of the black stones and held it out to her. He flashed a simple, patient green, then pointed to the moss, and then back to the stone. Lyra's form brightened. She understood. He needed quiet hands, not a singing heart. She reached out with a wisp of light and took the stone, her form chiming a single, clear note of apology and understanding. They spent the rest of the afternoon working in a new kind of harmony, Kalen arranging in colorful silence, Lyra placing stones with soft, chiming precision. They had learned that her help and his focus were just different words for the same caring intention. Another time, Kalen had prepared what he thought was a grand feast. He had gathered the most radiant, multi-hued minerals he could find, arranging them on a broad, flat leaf in a stunning mosaic of color. To him, this was a celebration of beauty and friendship, a meal for the senses. Lyra had drifted over, her form swirling with happy, eager pinks and yellows. But when she saw the offering, her light flickered in confusion. She hummed a questioning scale. On Etheria, sustenance was drawn from light and sound. These beautiful, inedible crystals were like being offered a painting to eat. Kalen, seeing her confusion, flashed a mortified violet. He had offered his greatest treasure, and it was useless to her. For a moment, his light dimmed almost to gray. But then Lyra understood. This wasn't about food. This was a gift. It was his way of saying, "You are beautiful to me." Her entire being swelled with a warm, rose-gold light, and she began to hum the most grateful, loving melody she knew, the symphony of a grateful heart. She didn't touch the minerals. Instead, she floated around the display, her music causing the crystals to vibrate and chime in sympathy, turning his static art into a living, singing performance. Kalen's plates ignited in a brilliant, joyful crimson, the color of deep appreciation. They had learned that the greatest gifts are not what you need, but what the other wishes to give. Their favorite time was the quiet hour when the moon's rotation brought a perfect, unobstructed view of the silken nebula. They would sit side by side on a smooth, warm crystal bench at the edge of their pool, watching the cosmic clouds of violet and gold swirl in the eternal slow-motion dance. There were no colors flashed, no melodies hummed. In these moments they communicated in something purer, a shared, empathic quiet. Kalen would let his mind grow still, projecting not specific colors, but a general feeling of warmth and safety, a deep, wordless contentment that seeped into the very air around them. Lyra would respond not with song, but by letting her light pulse in time with his feeling, a gentle, rhythmic glow that mirrored the peace in his heart. They would watch the stars being born in the nebula's heart and feel the vast, quiet friendship of the universe itself holding them. One evening, as they watched, a particularly bright star in a distant cluster began to flicker erratically. To Kalen, it was a fascinating light show, a puzzle of physics. His plates shimmered with curious, analytical silver and blue. But Lyra grew still. Her light, usually so fluid, seemed to solidify into a somber, steady amethyst. A single pure, mournful note hung in the air, so full of sorrow it made the crystal walls of their grotto vibrate in sympathy. Kalen turned, his own light dimming with concern. He pulsed a soft, questioning gold. Lyra didn't respond with a complex explanation. She simply let the feeling flow from her, a deep, ancestral grief. On Ethuria, such a flicker was the death song of a star, an event mourned across their entire species. It was a loss of light, of music, of an ancient companion in the dark. Kalen received this wave of empathy, and his analytical colors vanished, replaced by a deep, compassionate violet. He didn't see a dying star, he saw his friend's sorrow. Slowly, he reached out a crystalline hand. Lyra, her form still heavy with sadness, extended a wisp of light to meet it. Where they touched, there was no solidity, only a sensation of warmth and understanding. Then Kalen had an idea. He focused, and from his core he began to pulse not a single color, but a slow, repeating sequence. It was the same sequence of colors he had seen the star emit in its final moments, a brilliant white, a deep red, a flash of gold. He was replaying its last dance. But he was infusing each color with a new feeling, not an ending, but a tribute. The white was a memory of its brilliance, the red a celebration of its long life, the gold a promise that its light would travel on forever. Lyra watched, her amethyst glow softening. She understood. He was not dismissing her grief, he was sharing it and transforming it. He was showing her that an ending could also be beautiful. A new harmony rose from her, not mournful but grateful, a lullaby for a sleeping giant. Together they sat, one painting the star's story in light, the other singing its soul to rest, their shared shelter a tiny cathedral of comfort in the immense, silent night. The star finally winked out, leaving a tiny, dark patch in the tapestry. But in the grotto there was no darkness. Kalen glowed with a soft, steady light, the color of enduring friendship. Lyra hummed a quiet, peaceful melody, the sound of a heart that has been understood. The gap between their worlds, their languages, their very natures, had been bridged once again, not by technology or force, but by the simple, universal language of a kindness that asked for nothing and gave everything. And in their cozy crystalline cave, with the chime seeds singing softly and the star-filled pool shimmering below, two friends from different suns watched the universe together and found it was a little less lonely and infinitely more kind.